Chapter 1. Once again. Consciousness gradually blurred, the world was invaded by darkness, everything was silent, everything was over. Is death the end? Now it seems not. The imagined silence did not last, and then the world spun, as if 10,000 years had passed, as if from the starting point of the universe to the annihilation of all things. The soul seemed to have found a place to live, and the world lit up. The holy heavenly palace did not appear, but a green street cut through the darkness. Screaming, roaring, the oppression of death swept in again. A warm current was like a divine soldier from heaven, dispelling fear with a swift but warm attitude. The soul was comforted. There was another round of spinning, the whole body seemed to be pulled and kneaded, and when the world settled down, the cold air slowly came from all around. How can I still feel cold after I die? He tried to open his eyes slowly, wanting to take a good look at this world. His eyes seemed a little immature, and it was a little hard to see clearly from a distance, but based on the darkness, he could tell that it was night. Is this the underworld? Am I unworthy of going to heaven? His body should be lying on the ground, and the stones hurt him, so he struggled to stand up first. He tried to support his upper body with his hands, but failed. He didn't know whether his body was too heavy or his hands were too weak, so his whole body just shook a little. As for getting up? Sorry, I can't do it. He couldn't even complete the simple action of getting up, and he suddenly felt a little flustered. He subconsciously raised his hand and put it in front of his eyes, but the scene in front of him made him feel thunder in his heart. I'm reborn. Looking at the immature little hands in front of him, he didn't know what to feel for a while. Should he be excited about his rebirth first or regret that he failed to end his life? To be honest, he has not been ready to be a human since he closed his eyes completely. The efficiency of reincarnation in the underworld is good, and the seamless connection is quite good. But no matter what, this life has begun. Maybe it's a little hasty, so let's wait and see. At least there is an excellent advantage at present, that is, he has retained all the memories and consciousness of the previous life. In other words, he is now controlling this young body with a soul that is almost 20 years old. What is this? This is a child prodigy. It is not difficult for him to imagine how he will crush his peers with an IQ far beyond his physical age, and he can't help but mourn for his future friends. He is destined to be the legendary child of someone else's family. Thinking of the happy part, he couldn't help laughing out loud, making a cute little baby voice. After calming down a little, he asked around to see what kind of family he was in this life. The eyes gradually adapted to the darkness, and bits of scenery began to emerge. Just a glance, his heart sank suddenly. The bare branches and the cold moonlight all showed that he was in the wild. Where was the house? Where were his family? The cold air around him continued to attack his frail body, and trembling began to spread all over his body. What did it mean for a baby under 1 year old to be stranded in the wild? Frozen to death, starved to death, bitten to death by animals that jumped out, these were all things he might suffer. What could wisdom do for him at this time? In other words, in this body, he could do nothing. He could only wait and see what kind of death would come first. Is this God's punishment for my suicide? His blood seemed to start cooling, and his eyes stared at the sky and the moon, which were reflected in his clear green pupils. Suddenly, there was a sharp pain in his brain, as if a foreign object had been squeezed into his brain. The severe pain almost made him lose consciousness. He wanted to shout, but because of excessive force, he just opened his mouth and his voice was choked in his throat. The pain continued to come, and he felt as if his soul was being torn apart by a mad dog. With each bite, his consciousness weakened. The pain became more intense. He wanted to resist, and his kicking legs seemed to kick away the mad dog that was biting his soul. The resistance seemed to have some effect, and the pain was reduced a little. He seemed to have grabbed a life-saving straw and began to resist frantically, just like being beaten up by others, and only cared about protecting his vital parts. defense was not a way out after all. His soul was getting weaker and weaker, and his consciousness was gradually losing control of his body. The twitching of his limbs became more and more powerless. It seemed that the last moment had come, the soul has been destroyed, and it should be completely over. It is said that before a person dies, the memories of his life will flash before his eyes like a revolving lantern, and he is experiencing it now. The pictures of the past passed by his eyes bit by bit. He saw the playfulness of his childhood playmates in the stream, and saw himself drowsy while reading. Yejun, you are my best friend. The score line is, you are almost. Yejun, you are useless. I am very disappointed. Yejun. Yejun. Xiaojun, you are going to take the high school entrance examination, so mom will stop working and come back to accompany you. It's okay, isn't it just a little bit? As long as you study hard, it's the same everywhere. Xiaojun, why did you bring your keys today? Mom, what I like most is that you come home from school every day and call me to open the door. Xiaojun, it doesn't matter if you don't pass the exam, you can still study in a second-tier university. As long as you are willing, Mom will sell everything she has to support you to go to this school. As long as you are healthy and have a family, Mom will be happy. A tear passed by, and the past finally became a cloud of smoke. Suddenly, the consciousness seemed to have entered a special space. Like a station. Pure white, no place to come from, no way to go. He looked around blankly, but saw a baby lying beside him. He slowly picked up the baby, and the baby was emitting a little light all over his body, as if it was dissipating. The baby just looked at him quietly, and his clear green pupils seemed to reflect his black hair and yellow skin. You should be the original owner of this body. He looked at the baby apologetically, it's all my fault that I'm incompetent. I occupied your body but couldn't keep it. He gently stroked the baby's face with his fingers. The baby felt the touch and laughed, and his tender little hand gently stroked the big hand that was touching his face. The baby suddenly turned into a sky full of golden light, and he stood there in panic. The sky full of golden light consciously poured into his body, and he suddenly felt that his weak soul was immediately filled up. After a trance, his consciousness came to another space, just a void. The baby had long disappeared, or rather merged with him. The child's voice seemed to echo in his mind. He felt it carefully and understood its meaning. Live. He looked at the soul that had recovered, felt the power in his body, and clenched his fists. Live. Then let me take you to live in this world together. Whether it was hope or debt. He turned his head and looked around, and the things beside him suddenly scared him to death. A human figure, hunched over, without an inch of skin on his body, standing there bloody, the whole head was like a bald ball, and there were only two thin cracks where the nose should be. A monster. The monster's scarlet eyes without a trace of humanity made him immediately understand that the one biting him was this monster. Without waiting for a reaction, the monster seemed to be unable to wait and opened its bloody mouth to pounce on him. Unable to dodge, he was bitten on the shoulder by the monster, and the familiar pain came again. Ah! He screamed, but the pain aroused his ferocity. Without any fancy moves, the monster opened its mouth and pounced on him to bite him. The monster seemed to be startled by his familiar fighting style, and was immediately awakened by the pain from his body. One man and one monster fought in a ball, you bite, I tear a piece, both of their souls were damaged. Just when the two were about to fall into a situation of mutual destruction, a light flashed. The familiar warmth filled his whole body again. The monster was frightened by the light and took a step back, but was dominated by bloodthirstiness and pounced on him again. Yejun resisted hastily, but the pain did not come again, and the monster began to dry up and break the moment it touched him. In a moment, the monster turned into ashes, but a lot of grey light emerged from its wreckage. The light was like the golden light of the baby, all immersed in his soul. He only felt that his soul was being rapidly strengthened, and the speed of strengthening was getting faster and faster. The fusion of their souls was not a simple 1 + 1 = 2 effect. The powerful soul power filled the entire space. At the same time, a huge amount of memories were poured into Yejun's mind without reason. So, he fainted. In the outside world, Yejun's young body was gradually filled with strange power, and all the cold air was dispelled by it. The night continued to cover the earth, and he fell into a deep sleep. When he woke up, Yejun would become the past, and he would continue to live as Eli Hall. Chapter 2 Memory. The Hall couple in London are both well-known lawyers in the local area. Their excellent defense ability has made them a good story in the judicial community. A pair of excellent lawyer couples. The couple complement each other in work and have a tacit understanding in life. The favorable family environment is also their gift for their children. The foundation laid by the child is beyond the reach of ordinary people. However, they have no children. Yes, when God opens a window for you, He will quietly help you close the door, and someone might get caught in the head. The Hall couple have been married for many years but have never had a child. This may be their only regret and the biggest regret. However, God seems to be partial to them. On the first day of November in 1981, they picked up their child. Although it doesn't sound very good, it is indeed like this, picked up. It was outside the forest in the western suburbs of London. That day, when the couple was relaxing, they found the child next to a bush. The emerald pupils and white skin looked like a porcelain doll. Although the clothes on the body were stained, it can be seen that they were not children from a poor family. The Hall couple loved the child very much. They searched everywhere but couldn't find the child's family. They sent the child to the police station. This was their first reaction as lawyers. After the police searched for several days but couldn't find the child's family, the Hall couple adopted the child. Named Eli Hall. Eli. Have you changed your clothes? You should come down quickly, we are leaving. This is Mrs. Hall, a woman who looks smart and capable, who is shouting upstairs at her house. I know, Mom, you shouldn't rush me, I really can't wear such clothes. A boy who looks about 10 years old walked down the stairs, wearing a well-dressed small suit, which makes him look like a classical aristocratic child. Mrs. Hall smiled helplessly when she heard her child's somewhat willful words, and she patted Eli on the shoulder. Your father's old classmate invited our family to visit today. When visiting someone's home, you can't lose etiquette, right? I taught you before. Eli shrugged, I'm just saying. The two went out the door, and Mr. Hall was already waiting in the car. Mrs. Hall looked at Eli, who was dressed neatly, with satisfaction, and said with relief, You look like you can already see yourself going to Eton College. You really didn't disappoint us. Mrs. Hall doted on their children very much, and Eli never disappointed them. He was called a child prodigy because of his IQ that exceeded that of ordinary children. When he was still in elementary school, he received an invitation from Eton College. Many people wanted to go to Eton but couldn't, but Eli received an invitation directly from this school. This made Mr. and Mrs. Hall very proud, and they were full of hope for their son's future. After hearing this, Eli pursed his lips indifferently. If it were normal times, he might be happy that he could go to an excellent school, but now, he might not be able to go to Eton. I am a man who wants to go to Hogwarts. Yes, Hogwarts, a great magic school, has a history of more than 1,000 years. It is known as one of the 3 major magic schools in Europe, along with Beauxbatons in France and Durmstrang in Germany. Eli is a wizard. He knew this when he was still a baby. At the beginning, he devoured 2 souls, one of the original owner of this body and the other of the monster. After devouring the souls, he inherited all the memories of that soul. Because the baby was too young, his memory was very few and vague. And the memory of the monster was not simple. Eli was shocked for a long time after absorbing it. The world he traveled to was the Harry Potter world. In the previous life, the novel Harry Potter was popular all over the world and was made into a movie. And he learned about it through the movie, but he didn't see it all at the time, and it was a long time ago, so he couldn't remember it clearly. However, he can still remember the general plot direction, which is his advantage as a traveler. Through his memory, he also learned that the owner of this memory is the villain of the Harry Potter world, Voldemort. The man who was called the most dangerous dark wizard in history brought a lifelong shadow to the British wizards at that time with his strong strength and terrible thoughts. It must be said that he influenced an era. And the monster swallowed by Eli was one of Voldemort's soul fragments. Why did Voldemort's soul fragment appear in Eli's body? This involves Eli's life experience. Or, the life experience of this body. When Voldemort's power was at its peak, a prophecy circulated in the wizarding world. The Dark Lord will be killed by a person born at the end of July. How could Voldemort allow someone to destroy his great cause? Even if it was just a prophecy. After investigation, it was found that Harry Potter, the son of the Potter family, was born at the end of July. In fact, there were 2 little wizards born at the end of July, but because the Potters had both strongly resisted Voldemort, Voldemort firmly believed that Harry Potter was the son of the prophecy. So, at the end of October 1981, Voldemort was ready to kill the Potter family himself. I don't know if it was Eli, the time traveler, who fanned the wings of the butterfly, and the story changed. Harry Potter was the only son of the Potter family, but in this world, he has a younger brother. That little Potter is Eli. He actually traveled through time and space and became Harry Potter's younger brother. After he absorbed Voldemort's memory, he also understood what happened that night. In Voldemort's when he was about to kill Harry and Eli, an ancient magic rebounded the spell, and his body was destroyed, so many people thought he was dead. And that spell was the blood protection spell cast by Lily Potter, the biological mother of Harry and Eli, at the cost of her life. Voldemort's soul was forced to split. In the original world, he only split his soul once and gave it to Harry. Now, Voldemort's soul split twice, one of which was the one swallowed by Eli. This is a treasure house. It contains all of Voldemort's memories before that night, including a huge amount of magical knowledge. This made Eli very happy after absorbing the memory. In such a magical world, what is more valuable than the memory of a legendary wizard? Therefore, Eli began to learn the magic in his memory since he was a child. He has the blood of wizards in his body. In the UK, every little wizard will go to Hogwarts to study. So in the end, he could only regretfully refuse Eton College. Eton College is just like that. Eli put a coin in it. Mrs. Hall rolled her eyes. Eli, be humble, I taught you. Mrs. Hall didn't argue with Eli, she pulled Eli out the door. Let's go, we should leave. Chapter 3 Encounter. After driving for 8 hours, Mr. Hall drove into a community with 2-story houses of similar style on both sides. Eli felt more and more familiar. Dad, where are we? Eli couldn't help asking. Mrs. Hall tilted her head, but Mr. Hall said it first. My old classmate lives here, called Little Whinging District. If I remember correctly, it should be Privet Drive. Number 4, yes, it is number 4 Privet Drive. What's wrong, Eli? Number 4 Privet Drive. If he was just a little familiar just now, Eli suddenly understood when he heard this. This is where the Dursleys live. Harry Potter is Mrs. Dursley's nephew. He lives in the shoe cupboard under the stairs of the Dursleys' house. Eli never thought that his father's old classmate was the Dursleys. Originally, he was planning how to meet his brother, Harry Potter. This was a no-brainer. Getting closer and closer, Eli, as a time traveler, didn't have much brotherly love for Harry. Perhaps it was because of the blood flowing in this body, or perhaps it was because of the soul of little Potter that merged with him. Eli couldn't help feeling a little lost in his heart. He and Harry had faced Voldemort's killing curse together, but he didn't have the lightning scar that symbolized the dark magic. Half of my life was saved by my brother." Eli was a little absent-minded, and his hand touched his forehead involuntarily, and there was no mark there. Mrs. Hall saw that Eli was a little wrong, and worriedly supported his shoulder. "Eli, are you a little carsick?" Mrs. Hall's words pulled Eli back from his deep thoughts. He regained his composure, smiled and shook his head at Mrs. Hall, who looked worried, and said, "I'm fine, Mom. I was just distracted just now." Mrs. Hall was relieved. The car stopped quickly, and Eli looked out the window expectantly. At the door of number 4 Privet Drive the Disleys were waiting. Indiana Neat rose. Mr. Disley, who seemed to be swollen, had his hair combed meticulously, and wore a suit that looked like an oversized suit. Mrs. Disley was very thin, and her long and thin neck made her look particularly suitable for spying on neighbors. She also dressed up well, wearing a long skirt that matched the color of Mr. Disley's suit. The little gas tank standing next to Mrs. Disley was their son Dudley Disley. He wore a round hat and a uniform that looked like a school uniform. It was neat and tidy. When the Hall family's car stopped, Mr. Disley's stomach sank and he immediately smiled, his eyes almost laughing. Mrs. Disley was the same, but compared to her husband, she was more restrained, but her thin face looked a little stiff. The Hall family got out of the car. Mr. Disley came up to them. "Oh, Ernest, I'm so glad to see you. We must have a good chat today." Mr. Hall got out of the car. He was tall and well-proportioned and looked no worse than a model. He was wearing a neat dark blue suit and looked very calm and restrained. He extended his hand to Mr. Disley in return. "Hello, Vernon, you still look so energetic." Mrs. Hall came up with Eli, and Mrs. Disley greeted her. "Hello Doris, welcome to our house." Mrs. Hall changed her serious work style and wore a dark long dress. "Hello Petunia, thank you for your invitation." Mrs. Hall acted generously, but Mrs. Disley was a little reserved. Mrs. Hall's strong woman temperament made it difficult for her to adapt. Eli looked carefully, but did not see the figure in his impression, and he was a little disappointed. Just as the two families were greeting each other, an old lady in a house opposite seemed to be observing this side. As soon as Eli got out of the car, the old lady noticed it. Eli's dark red hair was long enough to just cover his ears. Perhaps due to genetic factors, Eli is tall but a little thin. When he was a child, he was often mistaken for a little girl. "Lily," the old lady murmured, her cloudy eyes trembling constantly, and she looked a little excited. After a few greetings, they seemed to be very familiar with each other. Dudley stood aside bored. Mrs. Disley noticed Eli on the side, but she seemed to have seen something incredible. The dusty memory was opened at once. Eli immediately noticed the strangeness of Mrs. Disley and thought it was not good. Then his mind moved, and waves of fluctuations emanated from his body. Mrs. Disley was stunned for a moment, and then immediately returned to normal, as if nothing had happened just now. After the greetings, Mr. Disley led them into the house. Eli breathed a sigh of relief. He was really a little careless just now. He had some concerns before. Would Dumbledore pay attention to him because of his appearance? Of course, there is no other strange meaning, just because he looks very similar to his biological mother Lily Potter. If Harry looks like his father's face plus his mother's eyes, then Eli looks like his mother's face plus his mother's eyes. I don't know why his father's genes are suddenly so weak. Anyway, Eli perfectly inherited Lily Potter's genes. His deep red hair and beautiful face are inherited from Lily Potter. Dumbledore is known as the greatest white wizard of this century. His strength is unquestionable. Even Voldemort was very afraid of him at his peak. For Eli, the most terrifying thing about Dumbledore is not his strength, but his superb legilimency. Dumbledore is best at and likes to read other people's thoughts without anyone noticing. For him, only by controlling everything can he better protect the magic world as a white wizard. If Dumbledore knew about Eli's time travel, I don't know how this old man would calculate it. Just now, it was Petunia who saw Eli thinking of Lily. In order to avoid something uncontrollable, Eli cast a confusion charm. Let everyone ignore his appearance. Everyone went into the house, and the living room was carefully decorated. Mr. Disley poured wine for the halls. It must be said that Mr. Disley is indeed a successful corporate executive. He has a way of dealing with people and things. At least Eli can't find any faults. Except that he is a little ugly. Mrs. Disley also entertained very attentively, but she looked a little reluctant. The memory flow just now reminded her of the past that she didn't want to recall. She couldn't remember what happened just now. But the emotions were still there. She tried her best to restrain her emotions, but she unconsciously glanced at Eli beside her. The familiar feeling went straight to her heart, but when she thought about it carefully, it disappeared. Eli didn't notice Mrs. Disley's abnormality. He just looked around, and his eyes stayed on the shoe cabinet under the stairs for a long time. If nothing unexpected happens, Harry should be inside. The Disleys never let Harry see visitors. This is Eli, right? I heard he's going to Eton soon. He has a bright future. Eli smiled politely at Mr. Disley. Mr. Hall laughed heartily and praised Dudley politely. Dudley is also very good. This is the uniform of Smelting High School. He's very handsome. A proud look appeared on Mr. Disley's fat face. His son always made him proud. Eli was not interested in this kind of business flattery, but he couldn't leave. He could only look around bored. Suddenly, there was a thump from the cupboard behind them, and Mr. and Mrs. Hall looked back together. The Disleys didn't look very good, but they quickly realized, it's a cat. Our cat is always moving around and annoying. Mr. and Mrs. Hall didn't think much about it. But Eli knew that the one inside was Harry, his brother. Eli was a little unhappy when he saw the old Disley smiling. Seeing that the cupboard door was locked from the outside, he suddenly had an idea and used his magic to unlock it. With a squeak, the door opened a crack without the restraint of the lock. Harry inside saw the door open and thought that his aunt and uncle outside were looking for him. He walked out and whispered, "Are you looking for me?" The room suddenly became quiet, and the smiles of the Disleys froze on their faces. Just now they said there was a cat inside. And the next moment a child walked out. The lie was exposed on the spot, which was embarrassing, but we must not let the guests who came today misunderstand. Mr. Disley reacted again, "Oh, this is my nephew. His family is not at home, so we took him in, but he has a bad personality and likes to make trouble the most. In order to avoid causing trouble, we let him stay there first." Eli didn't listen to Disley's words. His attention was all focused on the thin boy. Harry, who had just come out of the cupboard, was instantly attracted by the boy with red hair and green eyes. The familiar feeling made him feel dazed. Eli looked at Harry's green eyes and his mind was in a trance. This was the first time they met, one in the cupboard and the other in the living room. Chapter 4: Insufficient Vacation Balance. The adults seemed to be chatting happily, but Eli knew that it was all polite nonsense. After the dessert, the Hall family said goodbye. And Eli left early while the adults were still chatting awkwardly. When he was about to go out for a walk, he proposed to go out for a walk. He also took Harry with him. "My stupid brother, let me save your miserable life." Mr. Disley didn't seem to be very relieved, so he let Dudley follow him. Although Dudley was not very interested in this strange little friend, he was still happy to escape from the boring chat of adults. "Listen, kid, I will protect Harry from now on. You are not allowed to bully him, do you hear me?" Eli seemed to be threatening Dudley fiercely, but his little expression was a little cute. Dudley didn't buy it. He didn't ask who Dudley was. "After all, I am a well-known figure in this street. Whose kid doesn't call me Mr. De when they see me? What? Are you crazy, a skinny mantis?" Indeed, in front of Dudley, the skinny Eli was indeed not intimidating at all. Eli was very dissatisfied with Dudley's attitude. Damn the naughty kid, are all kids nowadays so foul-mouthed? Little gas can, you are quite arrogant. Harry saw that the two were not on the right track, so he wanted to persuade them. Although he didn't know why this nobleman named Eli spoke for him, Harry, who had never felt friendship, never wanted Eli to suffer. Although Dudley's words were not nice, Harry did think that Eli was thinner than Dudley. Eli, don't be like this, don't provoke Dudley. Eli was indeed not afraid at all. What a joke! How could a genius wizard like me be afraid of this gas can? He was determined to give Dudley a deep memory today. A wave emanated from Eli, and a stone as big as half of his face slowly floated up. Harry, step back, I'm going to show off. Hey? What are you showing off? Eli didn't answer, and controlled the stone to stop between the people. Dudley was a little flustered by Eli's trick and froze in place for a while. Harry's eyes flashed a gleam of light. Seeing Dudley was frightened, Eli's mouth curled up slightly with satisfaction. Little fatty, remember this, I can crush you with one hand. Bang! The stone, which was half the size of his face, could not bear the weight and was instantly covered with cracks. Eli withdrew his magic power, and the stone turned into countless pieces of rubble and fell. Ah! Dudley's plump face turned pale in an instant, and he trembled and cried out. Mom and Dad told him since he was a child to stay away from these weird guys. Now he has remembered it deeply, it's too scary. Seeing that Dudley was frightened, Eli also relaxed his expression. How about it, do you still dare to bully Harry? No. I don't dare. I don't dare. Eli nodded with satisfaction. Well, the boy is teachable. By the way, did I bully you today? He showed a kind smile, with kindness in his eyes. At least he thought so. But in Dudley's eyes, this thing is a devil. He was also smart. No, 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 no. Eli was even more satisfied. Well, very good, go play. Dudley felt relieved and ran away without looking back. Harry was on the side, watching Eli's powerful appearance. His eyes were full of stars. This is so cool. He always wanted to punch Dudley's fat face hard, but he was always the one who was ravaged because he was a weak fighter. Although he was always bullied and felt ashamed, he also wanted to be as majestic as Dudley. Eli noticed Harry's fanboy look, and for some reason he felt a little happy. He patted Harry on the shoulder. See? Don't be too presumptuous. It's useless. Yet. At this time, Harry didn't have any opinions. I, Harry, now have a big brother to protect me. Eli smiled, turned his head, and his face suddenly turned pale. The consumption of using magic to crush the stone just now was really too much for him. Although the magic power in his body is not comparable to that of many adult wizards, the strength of a wizard is not determined by the amount of magic. It's useless to have magic but not know how to use it. The move just now was purely the crudest use of magic, which consumed more than a destructive spell. In addition, he was still young, and his body couldn't withstand too strong magic output. You still need to get stronger. Eli was looking forward to the upcoming life in Hogwarts. He wanted to follow the greatest white wizard to see the real magic. The lesson for Dudley was just a small episode. It was completely dark when the Hall family returned home. Eli? Here is your letter. Mrs. Hall held a letter in confusion. There was no stamp on it and it looked a bit heavy. It clearly stated that it was signed by Eli Hall, and the address was even detailed to Eli's room. Eli saw the letter in Mrs. Hall's hand, his eyes lit up, but he still had to pretend that he knew nothing. Oh? Who wrote the letter to me? Eli looked confused and seemed to know nothing. Mrs. Hall handed the letter to Eli. She did not open the envelope for him. The Halls always respected Eli's right to be independent. After taking the letter, the unique roughness of parchment came to his hand. The familiar symbol composed of a lion, a snake, an eagle, and a badger made Eli feel unreal. The family of three sat in the living room, Eli he read the contents of the letter carefully to Mr. and Mrs. Hall. As expected, after hearing the contents of the letter, Mr. and Mrs. Hall showed their doubts directly on their faces. They read the contents of the letter carefully again, and Mr. Hall put the letter on the table seriously. Seeing the serious look of his parents, Eli felt a little nervous. How to explain this? They always hoped that I could study law and become a lawyer, but I didn't expect that I would become a wizard. Mr. Hall pondered for a moment. I think we should keep the original letter and seek help from the police. Eli nodded. This seems to be different from his expected reaction. Surprise? Magic? I'm ready to show off my skills, why do I have to call the police now? Mrs. Hall also nodded, agreeing deeply. This person knows so much about Eli's information, he must have planned it long ago. Ernest, I think we should apply for protection. That's right, Doris, let's calm down first. I will contact friends in the judicial and law enforcement departments, and try to get the protection application as soon as possible. Mr. Hall's face even flashed a trace of viciousness. Don't even think about touching his son. Mrs. Hall's face was slightly relieved. To be on the safe side, we'd better hire a few bodyguards before that. Mr. Hall nodded heavily. Eli on the side was shocked. Oh my God, what's going on? What's the matter with the protection application? What the hell is a bodyguard? Dad, why are you so vicious? Don't think too much. Eli found that the development of the matter was somewhat out of control. He even saw his father preparing to seal the admission notice. If he didn't explain it at this time, Dumbledore might become a fraudster. Eli interrupted the Hall's arrangement with a stammer. This. Mom and Dad, calm down first, I think I may know something. Hearing this, the Halls cast sharp eyes at Eli. Wait a minute, I'll get the recorder, this is all evidence. Mr. Hall was about to get up before he finished speaking. Hey! Dad, wait a minute, don't be anxious, I'm talking about magic. Seeing Mr. Hall's hurried look, Eli quickly stopped him. The two elders looked puzzled. Magic? Mrs. Hall asked in confusion. Seeing that the two elders finally calmed down, Eli hurriedly explained to them. Yes, magic. The magic in the letter may be true. I can demonstrate it for you. Before the two elders asked back, Eli urged the magic again and spread it to the vase on the table. The vase slowly rose in the horror of the two elders, and even flew around the three of them, and then landed steadily on the table. The air suddenly became quiet. It seemed like a long time had passed, and the Halls were immersed in their broken worldviews. After a long silence, Mr. Hall finally spoke slowly, but he was no longer as powerful as he used to be at work. So, that is to say, Eli, you are a wizard, and you are going to a magic school called Hogwarts. Eli nodded repeatedly, it seems so. Mr. Hall took a deep breath, and his worldview seemed to be broken again. Finally, Mrs. Hall spoke, Ernest, at least Eli's magic talent is real. As for that magic school, why don't we talk to them first? Mr. Hall's eyes changed several times, and there was no other way. The education and knowledge he received were completely helpless with the current problem. It can only be this way. Seeing that the two elders finally accepted the fact of magic, Eli breathed a sigh of relief. He was really afraid that the two elders would do something stupid because they could not accept such a bizarre event. The letter was studied over and over by the Halls. They felt relieved when they learned that a professor from the school would come to answer their questions in person. The family waited for tomorrow with completely different moods. Chapter 5: Diagon Alley. The next day, the Halls turned down all their work appointments just to wait for the professor from the so-called magic school. Won't they make an appointment in advance? Mrs. Hall, who was waiting aimlessly, began to complain. I think at least it's not written in the letter. As soon as Eli finished speaking, the doorbell rang. Oh, the devil is here. Eli shrugged. Mrs. Hall got up to open the door. Although she was at home today, this home clothes was also carefully selected by Mrs. Hall. Simple but solemn, comfortable but elegant. When she opened the door, a very tall witch stood outside. Her hair was tied tightly, looking very serious. A green robe, it must be said, although it is very elegant, it is indeed only wizards who wear it like this. Of course, Eli and the others may not know that Professor McGonagall dressed up specially for visiting a Muggle family. She hasn't put on her pointed wizard hat yet. Hello, is this the Hall family? Well, the standard aristocratic style. It is undeniable that as a talented and successful witch, Professor McGonagall is really very stylish. Mrs. Hall was not to be outdone. Yes, you are the professor from Hogwarts, please come in. Mrs. Hall took Professor McGonagall into the house. Professor McGonagall had a very good first impression of this family. She visited many Muggle families are always noisy. She also felt very good about the decoration style of this Muggle family, which was simple, grand, and meticulous. Mr. Hall stood up to greet, and Professor McGonagall happily returned the greeting. Not bad, very polite. Hello, Professor. I am Eli Hall's father, Ernest Hall, and this is his mother, Doris Hall. Professor McGonagall also introduced herself. I am Minerva McGonagall, the deputy headmaster of Hogwarts. Mr. Hall smiled and nodded. Eli was used to his parents' sudden seriousness. It's like this, Professor McGonagall. Since this is our first contact with your magic school, I wonder if you can introduce it to us? For example, the faculty. Professor McGonagall smiled. Just kidding, if it comes to faculty, who is our Hogwarts afraid of? The headmaster is the greatest white wizard of this century, and among the professors there are contemporary duel masters, potion masters, transfiguration masters, and herbology masters. Just ask about this configuration, who else? After Professor McGonagall's introduction, the Halls had a certain understanding of this magic school. At least judging from the reputation of so many professors, it should not be bad. Mr. Hall said again in a serious tone, Professor McGonagall, please forgive me for being rude. I wonder if you can show us some magic. Professor McGonagall accepted it with pleasure. In fact, this request is basically the standard for Muggle families. She took out a slender wand and pointed it at the vase on the table. Eli could clearly feel that a subtle magic power emanated from Professor McGonagall's wand, covering the vase like mercury. The vase changed for a while and finally turned into a white cat, with its head held high and its tail raised, looking very proud. Although they had seen Eli's magic yesterday, they still felt a little unbelievable to see such a subtle magic today. But their excellent upbringing allowed them to maintain a good image. It must be said that compared with other Muggle families who shouted and screamed, the Hall family was simply a breath of fresh air. Back then, there was even a Muggle family that fainted on the spot because of the fright. After being saved by her spell, they insisted that she was a devil. Of course, how could a professor of the college be violent to a student's parents? It was just a forgetfulness spell. I think you two should prepare the school supplies for Eli as soon as possible. They are all on the list in the letter. Professor McGonagall reminded him. Of course, but we really don't know how to get to Diagon Alley. I wonder if you can lead us there. Professor McGonagall accepted it happily. The time agreed by several people is tomorrow morning. Soon, it was the agreed time and the agreed place. Eli, have you seen the leaky cauldron? Mrs. Hall looked everywhere but couldn't find it. Mrs. Hall naturally couldn't find it, because the leaky cauldron was cast with a Muggle repelling spell, and all the Muggles passing by would subconsciously ignore it. Eli took the two elders to the door of the bar and pushed the door open. Oh! Why didn't I notice this bar just now? Mrs. Hall was very surprised. The leaky cauldron was full of wizards, and they all looked at the few people who suddenly broke in. From their clothes, it can be seen that they should be little wizards from Hogwarts Muggle. Several people met Professor McGonagall in the bar. The professor knocked on the wall with her wand a few times, and the wall tiles shrank and retreated to both sides. A world like a paradise appeared in front of several people. Welcome to Diagon Alley. The Hall family was obviously attracted by the special style of Diagon Alley. The alley seemed a bit cramped, and people came and went, all dressed in wizard costumes. The shops on both sides can be said to have different styles. I suggest we go to Madame Malkin to order a school uniform first, but before that we need to go to Gringotts to exchange gold galleons. Muggle money doesn't work here. Gringotts is a crooked white building, and the staff inside are all short goblins. The Halls exchanged a lot of gold galleons for Eli at one time. When they came out, Mr. Hall was still lamenting the weird exchange rate of wizard currency. 1 gold galleon is equal to 17 silver sickles, which is 493 copper nuts. After ordering a school uniform for Eli, Professor McGonagall suggested to act separately. Professor McGonagall and the Halls purchased crucibles and other utensils for Eli, and Eli went to Ollivander's wand shop to buy a wand by himself. This idea was exactly what Eli wanted. Eli came to the wand shop alone. There was a passage written on the sign. Ollivander, making fine wands since 382 BC. Ollivander, a wand master. As I walked into the store, a complex, old wood smell hit me. Oh, the new students of Hogwarts. A silver-haired old man suddenly appeared. This old man is so distracted all day long that he walks without making any sound. Eli secretly complained. Ollivander looked at Eli's face and fell into deep thought. In fact, if I remember correctly, you remind me of an old customer. I remember every customer who came to my store. I wonder who your elder is. Ollivander looked at Eli inquiringly. Eli's heart skipped a beat. He almost forgot about this buggy old man. His memory is so good that he can accurately remember the customer no matter how long ago he was. To be precise, he remembered the wand he had sold. Eli had a face that was 70% similar to Lily, which must have reminded him of something. He quickly explained, "Sir, I come from a Muggle family." Ollivander was stunned, then said apologetically, "Oh, sorry, it seems that I am old and confused." After that, he turned around and took out a tape measure, but the doubts on his face did not dissipate at all. The tape measure measured Eli's body like a living thing. Eli couldn't help but wonder, why do you need to measure your body size when buying a wand? Wouldn't the data change when you grow up? He said the question, "Sir, I don't quite understand, why do you still need to measure your body?" Ollivander said without raising his head, "For good luck." Sure enough, hey? What did you say? For good luck. Ollivander turned around and took out a wand, and Eli was very sure, and a sly flash in his eyes. I didn't expect to be shown off by this guy. Eli didn't want to ask more questions, lest this old man with strange tricks show off again. Apple wood, dragon heartstring, 13 inches, powerful, but not suitable for dark magic, give it a try. Eli took the wand and waved it gently. Boom! A powerful shock wave suddenly hit the counter on the side, smashing it to pieces. Oh! Eli looked at the wand with shining eyes. Ollivander was a little dazed. Oh, not suitable, should change one. But Eli had different ideas. Good guy, just a wave has such great power, wouldn't it be invincible if used in a fight? Then why should he be afraid of Voldemort? He looked at Ollivander with bright eyes, as if his eyes were saying, "Boss, I want this." Ollivander also looked at Eli with a bad face, and his eyes were very obvious. "No, you don't want to." Eli, who saw what Ollivander meant, had to return the wand with an embarrassed look on his face. Ollivander took out another one, willow wood, unicorn hair, 12 inches, very suitable for performing transfiguration. Eli took it and lit it at the flickering light beside him. With a whoosh, the peanut-sized flame seemed to be filled with gasoline and burned wildly. Oh no! Definitely not this one. Ollivander took the wand back again, regardless of Eli's reluctant look. In this way, the boxes next to him piled higher and higher, and Ollivander's forehead was sweating more and more. He had never seen such a rude guest. Each wand in his hand seemed very violent and powerful. Maybe, you can try that one. He seemed to have thought of something, turned around and trotted into the depths of the container. The old man is quite lively. After a while, Ollivander opened a box with a mysterious look on his face. You, thestral tail hair, 13.5 inches. A strange combination, extremely strange, extremely ominous. Eli was confused by the old man's sudden nonsense. It was strange and ominous. You are not going to hurt me. Ollivander did not take out the wand, but handed it to Eli together with the box. Eli picked up the wand with a strange look, as if nothing happened. A faint light emanated from him, and the magic power and the wand were trembling, gradually forming a resonance. A wave emanated from the wand, and Ollivander on the side felt a palpitation for no reason. Eli only felt that the wand seemed to be connected to his mind, like an extension of his arm. I think this is it. Ollivander gave a definition with some hesitation. I am really sorry for bothering you today. Eli was a little sorry, after all, he was about to redecorate Ollivander's store. It's okay, kid, this is common, 7 galleons, thank you for your patronage. Ollivander said it was okay, but he saw the mess and his eyes kept twitching. Eli happily gave the galleons and said goodbye. Kid, remember, the wand chooses the wizard. Eli smiled and didn't object, at least it was shown in the movie. He left the store. Ollivander murmured, Master the power of death. He turned around and saw the mess on the ground. Oh! Merlin's big pants. Chapter 6 Gowden. Eli ran into the empty-handed hall couple. Professor McGonagall suddenly received a message and had something urgent to do, so she said goodbye first. The hall couple didn't think Professor McGonagall was rude because she gave them a bag. Traceless retraction charm. Eli looked at the small bag in his hand in surprise. Open the bag, and there is a different world inside. The bag is only the size of a palm, but the space inside is at least as big as several wardrobes. We don't know what kind of spell this is, but it's really amazing, just like space technology. Looking at his father who was a little excited, Eli couldn't help but complain. As expected, a man is a teenager until he dies. Who can refuse a bag that seems to be high-tech space folding? But Professor McGonagall is really generous. According to the memory of Voldemort in his mind, items with the traceless retraction charm are usually expensive. Not to mention the traceless retraction charm that expands a palm-sized bag to the size of several wardrobes. Eli silently took note of Professor McGonagall's kindness. What do we need? A delivery owl, A&D. A pet. Mrs. Hall looked at the list, and the family of 3 walked towards the owl shop. Ella Owl Shop, which was filled with all kinds of owl cages. You could hear the chirping sounds from a long distance. There were many little wizards inside, most of whom were brought by their parents to buy owls. This is a feature of the British wizarding world. British wizards like to use owls to convey information. Owls in the wizarding world are naturally different from ordinary species. They have magical blood, are born with name magic, and can find the place to send letters based on the name. Therefore, owls are standard equipment for every British wizard. Just like mobile phones. I didn't choose much, and picked a little guy who looked more energetic, a black owl. He named it Chevrolet. Eli, do you need a pet? Mrs. Hall asked. Speaking of pets, Eli thought of Ron's mouse Scabbers and Hermione's big cat Crookshanks. It would be fun to have a pet. The group came to the Magic Zoo, a store that specializes in selling all kinds of pets. When they walked into the store, a smell of feces mixed with all kinds of feces hit them. Oh! They really should clean it up. Mrs. Hall covered her mouth and nose. Eli looked at the various pets next to him with interest. At the door, a short-limbed pug was staring blankly at the people coming in the cage. Eli looked at it with disdain. Seeing the dog's stupid appearance, he remembered a stupid dog next to a key manager. Going further in, all kinds of strange pets attracted the attention of the visitors. The girls gathered in front of the counter of Velvet Poppy. This furry and docile little guy is the most popular among girls. Soon, they visited the reptile area. There are lizards and snakes everywhere. Some people may not even come here. Hungry, hungry, hungry. A repetitive voice came into Eli's ears. He looked around in surprise. This was not any language he was familiar with. It sounded more like the hissing of a snake, but he could accurately understand the meaning. He did not make a sound, but just looked for the source of the sound quietly. After all, even in the magical world, it would not be a good thing to hear a sound that others could not hear. He stopped in front of a small black snake. The sound was made by it. "Are you talking?" Eli tried to communicate with it, but he made a snake-like hissing sound when he opened his mouth. This made him shut up quickly. This is not something worth showing off. People who can communicate with snakes are called Parseltongues by wizards. The earliest Parseltongue, people called him Despicable Herpo. He was a very famous and very dangerous black wizard in ancient times. Later, another famous Parseltongue appeared. He was one of the 4 founders of Hogwarts and the first dean of Slytherin College, Salazar Slytherin. Similarly, he was another powerful dark wizard. Together with the other 3 founders of Hogwarts, he became the 4 strongest wizards of that era. The closest Parseltongue to the present is familiar to everyone, but people generally don't mention his name. Because his name is Voldemort. As the last descendant of Slytherin, Voldemort inherited his Parseltongue talent. Eli also became a Parseltongue for a simple reason: he merged Voldemort's soul fragments, and gained his memories while also gaining Parseltongue. Harry also had Voldemort's soul fragments in his body, so he was also a Parseltongue. Eli was not going to reveal this news, because it would bring him a lot of unnecessary trouble. The little black snake understood Eli's words, nodded at him, and then continued to repeat, "Hungry, hungry, hungry." Eli immediately wanted to take him home. Although it was a little difficult for Mr. and Mrs. Hall to accept Eli's keeping a snake as a pet, they always respected Eli's choice. They also hoped that Eli would have a good playmate when he lived alone in Hogwarts. The clerk took out the cage containing the little black snake for him, and introduced it to him enthusiastically. "It has been here for a while and is always more lively than other little snakes." Eli asked, "Have you fed it?" The clerk said confidently, "Oh, of course, we treat every pet well." Eli looked at the little black snake. "Hungry, hungry, hungry." Eli. He was too lazy to argue with the clerk about whether he had eaten or not, and asked again, "What's his name?" The clerk thought for a while and said, "Lay, we call it Lays." Eli heard, "Gowden?" "Oh, okay, let's call it Gowden." The clerk was stunned for a moment and wanted to explain, "No, it's actually called Lay. Gowden." "I know, come, puppy, go home with your brother." The clerk was helpless. 10 gold galleons, thank you for your patronage. The store gave some small dry food, such as rat jerky. On the way back, Eli kept whispering his name to his little pet. "Little guy, your name is Gowden, did you hear it? Come, tell me what your name is. Name." "Hungry, hungry, hungry." Eli. Feed him a piece of dried mouse, and then heard again. "Gowden, Gowden, Gowden." Chapter 7 First Experience of Spell. Just when several people were about to leave, Eli suddenly made a request. "What?" "No, I won't agree." Mrs. Hall seemed a little excited, and it was obvious that she did not support Eli's request. Mr. Hall on the side also frowned seriously, and he seemed very entangled. "Eli, can you tell us why you want to live here?" Mr. Hall thought for a while and finally organized a sentence that sounded calm enough. Eli's eyes dodged awkwardly. He knew that his parents would not agree. But he did not expect his mother to react so strongly. It turned out that Eli just proposed that he hoped to stay in the leaky cauldron before school started. This proposal almost made Mrs. Hall grab his ears excitedly. Of course, Eli was not acting on a whim. As a time traveler, he also knew the general direction of the plot. At the same time, he also knew how terrible the danger would be. In the original book, Dumbledore, the greatest white wizard of this century, even died in the turmoil caused by Voldemort. The students of Hogwarts were even more heavy casualties. Even the Muggle world will be affected. It can be said that as long as he is a wizard and as long as he is in Britain, he will not be safe. And he also has a very special background: Harry Potter's younger brother. This is a character that has never appeared in the original book. Perhaps it was the butterfly wings flapped by him, an outsider, that changed some of the plots. Because of this, he doesn't know how much the plot will change later. If the change is too big, he will lose his only advantage as a time traveler. Voldemort will not let him go, because he is a member of the Potter family. He is the younger brother of the Son of Prophecy. Sooner or later, Dumbledore will know his life experience. In front of this legendary wizard, any lie is futile. He will inevitably be involved in this turmoil. For the Halls who raised him, for his rebirth, for his brother Harry Potter, and for the little Potter who helped him survive. He should live. He must kill Voldemort before he hurts these people. It is not easy to kill the most dangerous dark wizard in history, although he is one of them. He needs to prepare too much. He must have strong enough magic power before Voldemort regains power. In addition, he needs enough magic resources, which will help him become stronger. At the same time, it will also give him a certain voice in the magic world. This will also weaken Voldemort's strength to a certain extent. After all, his subordinates eat death. Many of his disciples are from traditional wizarding families. He has a unique talent, and he dares to guarantee that even Voldemort in those days could not compare to him. So, what he lacks is time. He wants to make good use of even the month before school starts. But according to the regulations of the Ministry of Magic, young wizards are not allowed to cast spells in the Muggle world. This is equivalent to restricting Muggle-born wizards in disguise. He is also among them. If he stays at home, he will waste a month in vain. The lack of time will make him feel uneasy. So even if he knows that this will be opposed by the Halls, he has to fight for it. "Dad, Mom, please listen to me. I know this request is a bit absurd, but I still hope you can support it. I want to make use of this month, but I can't practice magic in the ordinary world. You know, I don't want to be inferior to others, and I don't want to be left too far behind by those little wizards from wizard families, so, please." Mrs. Hall turned away reluctantly after hearing this. Mr. Hall frowned even more deeply. Eli seldom asked them so seriously, but this request really made them feel uneasy. Of course, they also understood Eli's ambition. He had been like this since he was a child. This child has always behaved like a little adult, they never looked down on him. As if after a difficult choice, Mr. Hall finally made a decision. He looked seriously into Eli's green eyes. "Eli, I agree with your request. But I hope you can keep yourself safe." Mrs. Hall looked at her husband and finally stopped obstructing him. She just grabbed Eli and kept telling him. Eli sent the two elders out of the bar and promised that he would report safety every day. Watching the two elders get in the car, he also entered the bar. He found the boss Tom and opened a room, and followed him upstairs. The upstairs was completely different from the downstairs. It was surprisingly clean and tidy. A bronze plaque was hung on each door. Mr. Tom took Eli to room 12, which would be Eli's residence for the next month. The room was very clean and bright, and the oak furniture was neatly arranged. Eli was very satisfied with this room. He let Gowden out and let him crawl around in the room. This little guy was also a bit of a lackey. Since Eli fed him food, he obeyed Eli's words. He took out the textbooks for the new semester from the bag and selected Standard Spells Elementary. In his mind, there was a memory of Voldemort. A huge amount of spell knowledge. But almost 99% of them are black magic with considerable destructive power. If you don't want to destroy the house and pay a large sum of money, or be reimbursed in advance by the backlash of the spell, it is best not to try it easily. How easy is it to find one or two simple spells from a huge memory? So he chose to read the textbook. The simplest and most basic one is the luminous spell. The spell is Lumos, fluorescent flash. The function is to stimulate the magic power and emit light at the top of the wand. It can be said to be quite simple and crude. Such a small spell, isn't it easy to do? After clearing his throat, he waved the wand according to the gestures in the book. Lumos. Buzz. A fierce light suddenly broke out from the crack of the door of the room. Ah! My dog? Eyes. The fierce light almost blinded his eyes. Gowden, who was leisurely taking a walk to digest his food, hid in a corner and shivered. Chevrolet, who was locked in a cage and had no way to escape, was now cursing at Eli. There was a hurried knock on the door. Eli rubbed his eyes and went to open the door. It was Boss Tom who knocked on the door. Boss Tom seemed a little anxious at this time, with a bald head. He looked nervously into the house, but fortunately he didn't find any damage. Merlin's beard, did the battle just break out in your room? Eli smiled awkwardly at Tom, but his eyes were still a little unclear. No, I was practicing spells just now, just as a preview before class. Tom's face looked better. What are you practicing? Luminous spell. Tom suddenly looked at Eli with a strange look on his face, as if to say, are you kidding me? Whose luminous spell is so noisy? If you didn't tell me, I would have thought it was a Muggle attack. Seeing Tom's obviously questioning look, Eli shrugged helplessly. If you don't believe me, I can demonstrate it for you once. Tom thought, how powerful can a glowing spell be? Let's demonstrate it. Of course, if you need it, I can also give you some pointers. This time, Eli closed his eyes in advance and even covered one hand. Tom smiled contemptuously. How much of a scene can a child like you make? He let Eli perform with interest. It was still a familiar spell, and it was still a familiar effect. Fluorescent flash. Buzz. Ah! My eyes. Eli opened a slit with one hand and looked at it secretly. Tom covered his eyes painfully and bent down. Looking at his shining Mediterranean, Eli couldn't help but complain, the effect this time should be particularly good. Several waiters came up from below and used healing spells to restore Mr. Tom's eyes. Eli smiled awkwardly on the side. Fortunately, Mr. Tom was generous enough to not pursue the matter, but just gave him a few more instructions. Eli sent Mr. Tom away with a well-behaved face. Until he went downstairs, Eli could see his swearing mouth. Chapter 8 Conception. Although he encountered some difficulties at the beginning, the unyielding Eli refused to believe that he could not handle a few spells. For several days, he locked himself in the room. Except for the waiter delivering the food on time, Eli hardly went out. Fluorescent flash. The wand finally lit up a stable and gentle fluorescent light. Eli was happy and tried to increase the output of magic power, and the fluorescent light slowly increased a few points. Eli suppressed the desire to cheer and waved the wand to extinguish the fluorescent light. He succeeded. Of course, he was not so excited because he had mastered such a spell, but because he could finally control his magic power better. The glowing spell itself is a very simple spell, and Eli does not need to practice it deliberately. His magic power is enough to support him to complete many spells. That is to say, when many young wizards are still learning how to release magic power and use spells. He may be able to use spells successfully by reciting a spell. However, magic power can make or break a person. The biggest difficulty he is facing now is his ridiculously powerful magic power. Magic is actually a very scientific thing. Although it sounds strange, it is the truth. To successfully use a spell, rather than simply stimulating it, you need to truly understand the composition of a spell. In other words, magic power is only the basis for releasing spells. If you want to control your own spells, you still need to rely on your brain. Magic is very idealistic. This has also been confirmed by Eli's exploration over the past few days. At first, he just wanted to release the glowing spell. He subconsciously thought about it, recited a spell, and then glowed. The result was as he thought, the magic power could not stop releasing, causing the spell to get out of control. It almost blinded him and Mr. Tom. When he was practicing, he was thinking about releasing a glow spell steadily. It turned out that the stronger his will was, the more his spell would work as he wished. Finally, he could even freely control the output of magic power. This was indeed something worth celebrating. This was also his biggest gain in the past few days. With such a foundation, he would be more comfortable learning other spells in the future. Besides return magic power, the amount and strength of magic power can well reflect a wizard's talent. To release a large-scale magic, a huge amount of magic power is required to support it. The same magic, with different amounts of magic power to activate, will have different effects. However, until today, wizards have not found a way to accelerate the growth of magic power. The magic power of wizards can only increase with age. Eli finds this a bit hard to accept. Didn't wizards invent any exercises? Look at China in the previous life. All the cultivators in the novel can rely on exercises to accelerate the growth of their abilities. Is there no meditation method? Eli has indeed tried a lot of so-called meditation. It really doesn't work. It's normal. Wizards are not stupid. The wizards that Eli can think of may have done experiments long ago. Eli had to give up looking for ways to increase magic. But what is certain is that in the process of growing up, releasing a large amount of magic power can indeed stimulate the growth of magic power. Although it is very rough, this is the only way. However, what he is facing now is not the problem of too little magic power. It is too much magic power, which is difficult to control. Young wizards will experience magic explosions, which is actually because children are too immature and it is difficult to restrain the magic power in their bodies. According to Voldemort's memory, the soul is the key to controlling magic power. The more powerful the wizard, the stronger the soul will be. Eli benefited from the soul fragments of Little Potter and Voldemort, so his soul is far superior to ordinary people. But at the same time, his magic power is also far superior to ordinary people. His current magic power may not be much less than that of the college professor. This is a burden on his soul. Therefore, although there is no magic riot, there will be a phenomenon of difficulty in controlling the spell. If the growth of his soul in the future cannot keep up with the growth of magic power, he may be in danger. The riot of magic power can easily destroy the body. This can also be regarded as a hidden danger. Fortunately, there are some methods of cultivating the soul in Voldemort's memory, and he plans to try it later. It must be said that Voldemort is the best in the world in the study of soul. Even Dumbledore can't compare to him. This is a good thing for Eli. So, Eli now has several tasks. Study Voldemort's memory and find a way to strengthen his soul. Push up the training of controlling magic power and improve the ability to control spells. There is another one, which is also related to the foundation of Eli's future development. That is, making money. Not pounds, but wizards' gold galleons. Huaguo has summarized the 4 elements of cultivation: money, companions, magic, and land. This also applies to magic. Without money, he has no funds to support him to do some lossy magic experiments. If he wants to take some potions, it also costs money, right? Speaking of potions, this is exactly the way Eli thought of to make money. He has been to the potion store these days. It can be regarded as a market survey. He found the biggest problem in the potion market in the wizarding world. That is, all the existing potions on the market rely on manual preparation by potion masters. This has resulted in a very scarce potion market and very high prices for potions. It is said that potion makers are wealthy, and this is absolutely true. For Eli, this is a business opportunity. Coming from the Muggle world, he is very good at solving production problems. What to do if the supply of potions is insufficient? When it comes to large-scale production, the assembly line must be mentioned. This is the magic weapon for commodity production in the Muggle world. The assembly line can not only greatly increase production speed, but also solve technical difficulties. To make potions completely, it requires a potion maker. Of course, he can't hire a potion maker. But if the potion making process is divided into steps, then a work point may only need to chop the raw materials or add them in proportion. This perfectly solves the technical problem. Moreover, if he runs a potion assembly line factory in the magic world, he may not need to recruit assembly line workers. When in doubt, there is magic. Isn't it enough to use magic to create a few puppets that can complete simple repetitive tasks? This is called fully automated mechanical production in the Muggle world. Just imagine, when his potion factory is established, large quantities of potions will continue to enter the market. He can dominate the potion industry in a short period of time. You need potions when you are sick, right? You need potions when you are injured, right? Magic experiments may also consume potions, right? As long as he controls the potion market, he will have a great voice. Of course, these are just assumptions. Magic puppets may involve alchemy and transfiguration, and he also needs to improve his strength to protect his industry. So, there is a long way to go. Knowledge is power. Chapter 9 Make a Small Profit. Wingar de Leviosa. As Eli raised his wand gently, the textbook on the table slowly floated up, as if it was picked up by an invisible hand. Waving the wand and pointing it at the door, the book immediately floated over, and waved it again, and it floated back. The wand fell, and the textbook landed steadily on the table again. "Hello, guest of room 12, your breakfast." There was a knock on the door. "Open the door." Eli sat at the table, tapped his wand, and the door opened automatically. The waiter stood with a tray of food. At the door, Eli saw that it was him and immediately pursed his lips without a word. This guy always asks for a tip when he delivers food. I don't know how much money he has cheated. Eli still didn't move. He flicked his wand again. And the food on the plate floated in. The waiter looked flattering. "Oh, it's a very wonderful spell, look." Bang! Before the guy could say the word tip, Eli waved his wand and the door closed. The waiter outside was almost hit on the nose, and he was choked, and his beard was curled up. He walked away angrily with the plate. Eli didn't care about the waiter's mental state. Now his funds are very tight, where can he get money to tip? Aristocratic style? Sorry, no. If you want to know where the money went. Eli glanced at the potion waste piled in the corner and a blown crucible, and the corner of his mouth twitched. Recently, in addition to practicing magic, he has also been studying potion knowledge. This is the key to his future wealth, so he can't help but take it seriously. Learning potion requires mixing and experimenting by hand, and there will always be losses. It was even more serious at the beginning, with repeated mistakes and even a frying pan. But after so many days of experiments, Eli has also gained something. Most potions are actually like doing chemical experiments. As long as you pay attention to the dosage and heating degree of the medicine, even a muggle can make it. Only a few potions require the help of magic. However, there are potion masters in the wizarding world, but there have never been pharmacy masters in the human world. This is entirely because the most essential difference between potions and ordinary medicines is that potions have magic. The existing potion formula is the safest and most reliable way of mixing summarized by wizards for thousands of years. Just remembering the formula can only be an ordinary potion master. Only by deeply mastering the principle of each potion and the magical properties of each herb can one be called a potion master. An excellent potion master can keenly perceive the fluctuation of magic power of potions when preparing them, and can master such fluctuations through the refining techniques. Every potion master has his own views on potions. Of course, this is far-fetched, just like the most common polyjuice potion does not require too complicated techniques. No magic power is needed. The main factor affecting the effect of ordinary potions is the proportion of drugs. The potion textbooks in the wizarding world have been complained by Eli more than once. What a little, a lot, a few drops. Is this extremely imprecise? As a traverser who received a complete high school chemistry education in his previous life, Eli said he must be precise. For this reason, he even asked for a set of chemical equipment in the letter to his family. Although the Halls could not figure out the relationship between magic and chemistry, in order to support Eli's studies, they sent a set of high-end chemical equipment without saying a word. So, in a wizard bar, a little wizard used scientific measuring cups, beakers, and glass rods to make potions. This is simply like his mother opening the door to his mother. It's really a shame. However, this method is very effective. By repeatedly testing the optimal drug ratio, Eli has discovered many precise formulas for magic potions. This is considered an exclusive secret recipe. The magic potion made with precise methods does indeed exceed the effects described in the book. This shows that Eli's idea is completely correct. Now, the magic potion Eli is making is called the Necromancer Potion. Does the name sound like poison? Yes, it is poison, and it is a very poisonous and strange poison. Why does Eli make poison? Poison Tom to inherit the bar and then abscond with the money? Of course not. He made this poison to sell it. Recent potion experiments have made his funds stretched. The amount of money that wizards from the Muggle world can exchange each year is limited. The Halls have already given him all the money that can be exchanged this year. But it was already at the bottom in less than a month. It has to be said that scientific research is really a money-burning project. If Eli has no more income, he will sleep on the street before school starts. Then he went home dejected and was beaten up. As a last resort, Eli had to decide to make potions to make money. But why did he choose poison? Because he had to sell it in Nocturne Alley, where dark wizards were. It was not that he had to go to that ghost place for excitement, but because the potion shop in Diagon Alley did not accept his potions at all. Even if he took a precisely made high-quality potion, the other party just responded coldly, "We have our own potion master." Eli swore angrily that when I build a potion factory, I must let my competitors know what cruelty is. The necromancy potion was found in Voldemort's memory. It specifically acts on the soul. The effect is powerful, and the formula is not widely known. Currently, few people know the formula. More importantly, this poison is relatively easy to make, and the cost is not high, but the materials are very unpopular. The formula is not only known to Voldemort, and there is no need to worry about being discovered. It is simply perfect. However, in order to pursue quality, Eli spent a lot of time to figure out whether the dosage of pokegrass juice is 0.2 ml or 0.25 ml. But it was all worth it, because he has now successfully made a pot of high-quality necromancy potion. The mist was constantly rising, and Eli was a little confused after smelling it. Good stuff. You know, this is because Eli's soul is strong. If it were another little wizard, he would die after smelling it. Put it in bottles, a total of 20 small bottles. Hidden in a traceless stretch bag. Night came quickly, and no one noticed that there was a dwarf wearing a black cloak and his face was invisible on the street. The people in the bar were drinking, and no one cared about him. And in Nocturne Alley, there were guys hiding their heads and showing their tails everywhere. He walked into the largest store, and the sign read Borgen and Burke's Magic Shop. This is a store that specializes in selling all kinds of weird and even evil magic props. This store and its owner are very extraordinary. Even Voldemort came here as a clerk when he was young. Although it is too mysterious, it should have the reputation of being an old brand. Eli walked into the store. The room was very dark, and there was a decayed smell everywhere. There were many scary-looking goods on the shelves on both sides. A cursed opal necklace, blood-stained playing cards, and a glass eye that was always staring at people. There was also a dry human hand placed on a mat. The hand of glory, put in a glass cover, light a candle on the hand, it will only illuminate the person holding it, a good helper for thieves. Masked dwarf. A bent-over man appeared at the counter, and he kept combing the greasy hair hanging on his face with his hands. His voice was as greasy as his hair. "It's a good thing, but I may not be able to use it." Eli replied calmly. The weird environment here made Eli, who came here for the first time, very uncomfortable. The man turned around. "Oh, it seems that it's not a thief, but a customer." Eli walked to the counter, stretched out his hand and put a bottle of necromancy potion on the counter. "You decide how to collect this thing." His voice was a little hoarse. This was because he drank a specific magic potion to prevent his identity from being exposed. The man's face fell immediately. It turns out that he is not a customer, but a robber. He took out a strange magic wand and tested the bottle on the table before picking it up to check. He opened the cork and sniffed it gently. A trace of surprise appeared on his face unconsciously, and then it was quickly concealed. But it was still noticed by Eli. He immediately put the cork back into the bottle, but kept holding the bottle in his hand. 100 gold galleons. Eli frowned. He knew the price of this damn profiteer from Voldemort's memory. Eli deliberately sneered, "Sir, I'm afraid you are joking. If you really can't take out enough gold galleons, why don't you buy polyjuice potion?" The man's face suddenly became ugly. 150 gold galleons. Eli laughed. The man's face became even more ugly, but he couldn't do anything to this damn robber, just because he could take out the necromancy potion. "How much do you want?" Eli said calmly, 500. The man's mouth twitched violently. This guy was even more ruthless than him. 200. 400, I don't have many bottles left. The man gritted his teeth. He wanted to curse the damned dwarf. 300. I'll take all the bottles you have. Eli couldn't help but curled his lips. Deal. Then he took out a handful of bottles from his pocket. Every time he took out a handful, the man's face turned darker. A total of 20 bottles, count them. The man looked at Eli fiercely, then turned around and took out a bag. He reluctantly put it on the counter. "Sir, you are really good." Eli smiled faintly, taking it as a compliment. He also took out his wand and checked the bag. After confirming that it was correct, he opened the bag and counted it. The man finally went crazy. No need to count. 6,000 galleons is not a penny less. Borgen and Burke still have some credibility. Eli smiled lightly, and it was indeed not a penny less. "Thank you, Mr. Borgen, let's cooperate again next time." Then he turned and left. When Eli left, he quickly restrained the expression on his face and showed a sneer. "Whose little wizard is selling necromancy potion? He he he." The laughter seemed a little scary in the dim environment. He turned around and disappeared into the darkness. Chapter 10 School Opening. Eli walked anxiously in the dim Nocturne Alley. He now has 6,000 galleons in his pocket, which is a big fat sheep. As the saying goes, what you fear will come to you. A figure suddenly jumped out from the corner and pushed Eli, who was unable to react, against the wall. This guy seemed to have done this kind of thing many times, and he controlled Eli's hand that was about to take out the wand very experiencedly. This was a middle-aged man with sparse hair, rotten teeth, and an inexplicable smell mixed with sulfur. He said to Eli viciously, "Rich dwarf, I can hear your purse ringing, hand it over." The stench in his mouth almost made Eli breathless. He tried hard to find a way to escape. But how could a child's body compare to an adult? His head was in a mess, and he couldn't think of a useful spell at all. This guy took out a wand and put it against Eli's neck. "Come, let me you cast a curse, and when you die, the money will naturally belong to me." He looked a little confused and crazy. Eli felt the horror instantly. The man began to chant the spell, and Eli could even feel the magic power gathering on the wand. Ava. The killing curse. After hearing the first few syllables, Eli began to struggle frantically. The killing curse, touching it will kill you. The shadow of death suddenly enveloped him, and the breath of death from the wand made it difficult for him to breathe. He even saw the miserable green light that illuminated the night that night in a trance, and heard a woman screaming. No! No! He just wanted to go back to the leaky cauldron now, where someone could save him. Swoosh! Suddenly there was a crackling sound, followed by a strong pulling sensation, and he even felt his body being infinitely stretched. The strange feeling disappeared, and suddenly what came into his ears was the shouting of the crowd drinking, and a scream. The people who were still drinking in the leaky cauldron quieted down and looked at the two people who suddenly appeared. "Oh! That's Oklos, the Ministry of Magic is hunting him, and he has killed a lot of people." Eli looked around blankly. How could he suddenly come back here? Then he noticed the dark wizard groaning in pain on the ground, and the threat of death immediately returned to his mind. He took out his wand and cast a spell at him in anger. Petrified. A particularly thick grey light hit the dark wizard on the ground. He stopped moving instantly, and his body showed stone characteristics. Eli immediately turned around and ran upstairs. All this happened in a flash, and the wizards only saw the black-robed man suddenly cast a petrification spell on the guy on the ground, and then ran away immediately. People were stunned for a while, and then suddenly a huge discussion broke out. "Who do you think that is? Who else could it be? The Auror? Why did the Auror run away?" This. Mr. Tom quickly surrounded him with the waiters. Checked the dark wizard on the ground. Oh! He was hit by such a strong petrification spell. I have never heard that the petrification spell can really turn people into stone. He even disintegrated while changing his shape. The waiter immediately felt that this guy was really miserable. Mr. Tom pushed him. "Don't be stunned. Go and notify the Auror." Then he took people upstairs, and the man in black robe just ran up. After Eli ran back to his room quickly, he immediately locked the door. He erased all traces on his body, including the black robe. Then he lay on the bed and pretended to sleep. After a while, there was a knock on the door. Eli wore pajamas and pretended to be sleepy. When he opened the door, Mr. Tom and a group of waiters were standing outside the door, and they blocked the corridor. "How is the child? Did anything happen?" Eli rubbed his eyes. "Well, I've been sleeping, it shouldn't be a problem." Tom nodded, gave a warning, and led the people away. Of course, he didn't doubt that the man in black robes was Eli who hadn't enrolled yet. Knocking on the door was to confirm his safety. Eli, who lay back on the bed, had his eyes open. And his chest was rising and falling a little quickly, indicating that he was not calm. What just happened was still surfacing in his mind. He almost confessed to the killing curse. But why in the end? He couldn't figure out why he appeared in the leaky cauldron. Suddenly, he remembered that on the night of the time travel, he should have been in the room of the Potter family with Harry, but he ended up in the wild. Eli racked his brains but couldn't figure it out. He simply closed his eyes and touched the purse in his arms. "It's all floating clouds, only the gold galleons are real." The Daily Prophet immediately reported what happened that night. An unknown black-robed man suddenly appeared in the leaky cauldron with Okros, a wanted criminal of the Ministry of Magic, and ran away after giving him a petrification spell. For a while, this bizarre news became the idle talk of wizards. After a while, the Ministry of Magic suddenly issued a statement saying that the black-robed man that night was an Auror, and O'Cross was captured by the Ministry of Magic according to law. As for why the Auror left, it was because he had important tasks to attend to. After seeing this, Eli sneered disdainfully, "This Ministry of Magic is not good at doing things, but it is the first to take credit." Of course, he couldn't tell people that he was the man in black robes. Whether anyone believed it or not, it would cause trouble. People naturally didn't believe the Ministry of Magic's statement, and the newspapers also expressed doubts, and even asked the Ministry of Magic to pull out O'Close for a face-to-face confrontation. The Ministry of Magic was silent at the time, and evaded the question by saying that it was not appropriate to show up during the interrogation. The Ministry of Magic started to argue with the media again, which became the reason for people to buy newspapers during this period. Just want to eat some melons. Time passed by, the school was about to start. Eli also ended his hard training early and returned home to stay for a few days. On September 1st, the Hall family arrived at the station. After saying goodbye to his parents, Eli disappeared into the pillar between Platform 9 and Platform 10. When he arrived at Platform 9 3/4, it was crowded with people, and the little wizards said goodbye to their parents one after another. Eli's luggage was all placed in a seamless stretch bag, so he was empty-handed and very relaxed. After getting on the train, he began to look for that familiar figure. Shadow. Knock, knock, knock. Eli knocked on the door of the box, and the thin boy with black hair inside noticed the door. Eli. Harry's green eyes were full of surprise. This was definitely meeting an incredible person in an incredible place. Eli sat in the box, and Harry was the only one inside. It seemed that the three giants had not met yet. Harry obviously still hadn't recovered. "Eli, are you also a wizard?" As soon as he finished speaking, Harry felt that his question was a bit redundant. Eli smiled, "I didn't expect to meet you, but fate is so wonderful, isn't it?" The two sat together and chatted for a long time, just like close friends who hadn't seen each other for many years. Looking at Harry's familiar face, I always couldn't help getting close to him. Maybe this is the power of blood. "Excuse me, can I come in? Other places are full." At the door, a red-haired boy asked shyly. He seemed to have interrupted the heated conversation of others. Seeing the two looking at him, he seemed more restrained. "Of course, come in." As soon as Eli saw the iconic red hair, he knew that one of the big three, Ron Weasley, was here. Hello, my name is Ron Weasley." The two also introduced themselves. When talking about Harry, Ron seemed very surprised. You are Harry Potter." Harry had seen his popularity in the wizarding world before, so he was no longer confused. He also showed the scar on his forehead familiarly. "Cool!" Ron exclaimed. It is best for boys of this age to make friends, and the three of them quickly chatted together. Boys and Eli both had a good impression of Ron. Perhaps this is the natural affinity inherited from the Weasley family. When the few of them were chatting happily, a fat ant came over with a snack cart. "Do you need anything?" "No." Ron took out the squeezed sandwich with an embarrassed look on his face. Harry saw Ron's embarrassment and said in a very inhumane way, "I want them all." For a moment, Eli and Ron both showed envy. Eli couldn't help but complain, "I should have revealed my identity earlier. After all, I am Harry Potter's younger brother." As the youngest son of the Potter family, it's not too much to share some of the family property. Eli quickly turned his grief and anger into strength and began to eat a lot. Ron suddenly wanted to show a magic that could turn his fat rat Banban into yellow. Unfortunately, he failed. Eli patted the dog eggs hidden in his arms. Suddenly, I remembered that this mouse seemed to be a wretched villain. What was the name of the spell? It was called. It seemed to be animagus. An extremely advanced transformation spell that can turn a person into a specific animal. This mouse is an animagus. Eli suddenly had a little evil taste. After all, it was a villain, so it shouldn't matter if he was a little bit of a pretense. Ron, why don't you let me try? Ron readily agreed, he really hated this rat. Eli took out his wand and tapped it lightly. The fat grey rat instantly turned shit yellow. Cool. Ron and Harry's eyes suddenly lit up. No, no. Low profile. Eli seemed modest, but he was actually secretly happy. A shocked voice came, silent casting. Several people looked over. A little witch with messy hair sat in. My name is Hermione Granger. Several people started a new round of self-introductions. Hermione showed surprise when talking about Harry. Ron had a very bad impression of this impolite girl. Hermione's attention was obviously on Eli. You were using silent spell casting just now? The book says this is a superb spell casting technique, blah blah blah. Eli was attracted by Hermione's appearance, of course not because of her beauty, she is still a child and hasn't grown up yet. More than 3 years, less than 10 years. Hermione looks almost exactly like in the movie, except for a pair of buck teeth. To put it mildly, it's rabbit teeth. I memorized all the books at home, but I'm still worried that I can't keep up with others. Eli. Obviously, when he was distracted, Hermione had already given a big speech. You said, I was listening just now. Eli looked very serious. The little girl didn't think too much, I just learned a little spell, come and help me guide it. Eli agreed immediately, it's a small matter. Hermione took out her wand and pointed it at Harry's somewhat worn glasses. Restored as before. A slight sound. Harry instantly felt that his vision was much clearer. He took off his glasses and found that they were the same as new ones. Eli also nodded in appreciation. It was very good for the little wizard to achieve this level. Hermione looked at Eli nervously. Eli immediately said seriously, not bad. I think your spell casting is very standard. Standard? That means it's not good enough. I just know, blah blah. Seeing that Hermione was about to start mumbling again, Eli immediately interrupted her. What did you come in for just now? Hermione suddenly thought of something and ran out in a hurry, I almost forgot to find a toad for Neville. The people in the box breathed a sigh of relief. Remember to put on your school uniform. Hermione suddenly appeared. Chapter 11 Sorting Ceremony. It was about night when the train slowly pulled into a small train station that looked a bit old. Eli, Eli. He opened his sleepy eyes and saw Harry and Ron in front of him. Are we there yet? Eli rubbed his eyes and yawned, his hair was all messed up. Harry and Ron looked at Eli, who had just woken up, with a strange look on their faces. This guy is too sleepy. At that time, a few people chatted for a few words, and then they saw Eli lying on the seat and began to sleep. If it weren't for the snoring sound, they would have thought Eli was carsick. Harry glanced at a large area of the seat wet with saliva, and couldn't help feeling ashamed. This guy looked like a noble son, but he didn't expect that he slept so badly, with saliva all over the floor. However, Eli didn't care about it at all. He got up after tidying his hair. It's not that he didn't sleep well. It might be a talent of being a Chinese in his previous life. He wanted to sleep as soon as he got on the train. Eli has always maintained this fine tradition. Don't you sleep on the train? The voices of the prefects came from outside the train. Everyone, get off the train quickly. There are special elves to help take care of your luggage. The three got off the train. First-year wizards, this way. Harry's eyes lit up when he heard this deep voice. Hagrid. Harry pulled Eli and Ron over. Wow! Seeing this oversized human like a big iron tower, Ron swore that he was really scared. Even in the magic world, it is rare to see such a large one, except for the giants. Eli looked at the big man in front of him with interest. If we talk about which character he likes in the movies of his previous life, then Hagrid, the gentle big man, must have a place. He was wearing an oversized leather jacket that looked like it was specially made. His messy hair and big beard made him look furry. A pair of black beetle-like eyes were particularly bright in the dark night. Hagrid held a big lamp and greeted Harry and several young wizards calmly, and immediately began to greet the young wizards in a serious manner. It must be said that as an old employee of Hogwarts, he is quite competent. Eli looked around curiously. This place looked like a village, but he didn't know how far it was from Hogsmeade. Hogsmeade was a village composed purely of wizards, and there were many good things in it. A group of first-year wizards followed Hagrid in black school uniforms, just like a group of little carrots. Hagrid led everyone to the lake. There was no bridge here, only a lot of small wooden boats parked. In a while, we will take a wooden boat to Hogwarts like the four founders did. This is a glorious tradition. Hagrid looked very solemn and devotedly talked about the greatness of the four founders. After speaking, he was so moved that he wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes. Eli and the other two listened seriously and clapped from time to time to cater to Hagrid. They led to sparse applause around them. Eli has always been very interested in these school legends. Ron was popularizing some common sense about the four major colleges to them. I tell you, the four colleges of Hogwarts are named after the four founders. My favorite is Gryffindor, which has always welcomed courageous people. Even Dumbledore came from there, and our whole family is Gryffindor. I am sure it is too. Ron said with pride. Harry became interested in Gryffindor after listening, but he looked worried. But, what if I can't go? He had always been bullied since childhood and had always been inferior. When he heard that Gryffindor was so excellent, he immediately doubted that he could not go at all. Don't worry, even Ron is confident that he can go to Gryffindor, why can't you? Ron. Eli comforted him. He knew that Harry did go to Gryffindor. Besides, with Dumbledore here, how could this scheming old man let his savior go to another college? In this case, Eli also decided to go to Gryffindor, so as to prevent this seemingly not very smart brother from being bullied again. In addition, he himself has a good impression of Gryffindor. Who would refuse a group of brave little lions? Suddenly, a proud speech came from the side. Only noble pure blood can go to noble Slytherin. The three looked over with dissatisfaction. The speaker was a blond boy who was as proud as a little rooster. As soon as Eli saw the coquettish slicked back hair, he knew who this guy was. Draco Malfoy, born in the ancient pure-blood noble Malfoy family, was ruthlessly rejected by Harry after sending him a friend invitation. I don't know whether he was angry or hated because of love, he always opposed Harry and was nicknamed Draco. A standard vicious male second character. But Eli always thought he was a naughty kid, a disgusting naughty kid. Ron wanted to argue with him immediately, but Hagrid's urging made him swallow his words. Pay attention. Only 4 people can sit in a boat. If you fall in, I have to pick you up. But I heard there is a water monster in the lake. This scared the little wizards. Hagrid, so you can scare children too. Eli and the other 2 were naturally on a boat, and there was a little wizard they didn't know. They set off like this, with Hagrid's boat in the front. When passing through a tunnel, Hagrid shouted to the little wizards behind him. Be careful of hitting your head. The little wizards all lowered their heads. In fact, only Hagrid would hit his head at such a height. Sure enough, someone noticed this. Ron straightened up at once. No need to lower your head, it won't hit you at all, look. Oh, be careful. Bang. Oh. My nose. Ron was knocked over by a hanging stone. Eli said with a stifled laugh, yes, I saw it, ha 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 ha. Hagrid glanced at the noisy little wizard and pursed his lips. I told you to lower your head. Everyone finally arrived at Hogwarts. The door to the auditorium was closed. And a tall witch wearing a pointed wizard hat stood at the door. It was Professor McGonagall. First-year students, Professor McGonagall. Hagrid handed the young wizards over to Professor McGonagall, said hello to each other and left. Professor McGonagall looked very serious, and the young wizards dared not breathe. Ron was still holding his nose. Professor McGonagall introduced the 4 major colleges to them, and then went into the hall to report to Dumbledore. So it's true? The savior Harry Potter has also come to Hogwarts. Malfoy's words aroused a whisper. The young wizards were all shocked that Harry Potter had come. Malfoy was very proud of himself for attracting the attention of the young wizards. He stood in front of Harry very arrogantly and stretched out his hand in a very formal manner. My name is Malfoy, Draco Malfoy. Ron was amused by his arrogant look. Hearing a sneer, Malfoy looked at Ron dissatisfied, and when he looked at him, he immediately showed disdain. Red hair, patched old robes, it's Weasley at first glance. Ron's face turned red with anger at his insulting words. He looked at Eli, who was looking at him unkindly. Oh, another red-haired man, you are also Weasley? The robes you wear must have cost all your family's savings. Eli. I haven't even spoken yet, and you're provoking me? Eli was just thinking about how to confront Malfoy, but he didn't expect him to come to his door. Insulting his friend and insulting him, then I'm not polite. I'm your father. What? Malfoy was surprised, and he even suspected that he had heard it wrong. I said I'm your father. Eli repeated it again mercifully. The fledgling Malfoy had never been so angry, and his pale face suddenly turned the color of liver. Just as he was about to curse, Professor McGonagall suddenly appeared behind him and patted him with a bad face. He stood back with an angry look on his face. Harry suddenly smiled like a 1.2-meter tall dwarf. Eli really didn't let him down. Ron was also excited. It was so cool. The young wizards were taken into the hall. Hundreds of seniors looked at them curiously, making them a little shy. Ron, did your family tell you how to sort the houses? Harry asked in a low voice. Ron replied with a bad look on his face, I heard from Fred and the others that we have to fight trolls. Harry's face turned pale immediately. In front of the teacher's seat, a ratty hat was placed on a 4-cornered stool. It looked like it hadn't been washed for hundreds of years, and the wrinkles on the hat formed a mouth. You may think I'm ugly, but I swear you will never find a second hat as handsome as mine. The young wizards were immediately attracted by the hat. Professor McGonagall was holding a parchment scroll. Hannah Abbott. The girl whose name was called walked forward nervously. Sitting on the stool, Professor McGonagall put the hat on her head. Hufflepuff. In less than a minute, the hat announced loudly. Warm applause rang out at the Hufflepuff table. Harry poked Ron with a strange look on his face. Is this the troll? Ron looked embarrassed. Damn Fred, lied to me again. Hermione Granger. Hermione looked very nervous, taking a deep breath and mumbling. Ron whispered to Harry and Eli, I knew she must have some problems. Gryffindor. The little witch ran to the Gryffindor table with a relaxed look. Ron also continued the family tradition and entered Gryffindor. Soon it was Harry's turn. Eli saw that Dumbledore, who was sitting in the chairman's seat, was no longer leisurely, and straightened up. Eli couldn't help but complain, you old Dumbledore also gets nervous sometimes. Seeing Dumbledore's eyes sweeping over him, he immediately lowered his head, his hair covering his face. Can't see me, can't see me. He didn't want to be spotted by Dumbledore in advance. Harry was also very nervous, and after putting on the hat, he kept muttering. Gryffindor, Gryffindor. The hat hesitated for a long time. Then, Gryffindor. Harry was immediately excited, and applause broke out at the Gryffindor table. "We have Potter!" Harry and Ron waved to Eli at the Gryffindor table. Eli was very stay calm. After all, the Sorting Hat seems to be negotiable. Eli Hall. Finally it was his turn. He raised his head and lifted the hair beside his ear and walked forward. Snape in the teacher's seat suddenly froze. Professor McGonagall smiled at Eli kindly. She had a very good impression of this polite little wizard. Put on the hat and didn't wait for the Sorting Hat to speak. "Don't think about it, I'll go to Gryffindor, I'll go to other places, I cough." The Sorting Hat was stunned. He had never seen such a straightforward little wizard. "Although that guy also. I haven't forgotten that guy's advice. Slytherin. You, cough cough cough." Eli, who thought he was going to Gryffindor, choked suddenly. Professor McGonagall looked a little surprised, Dumbledore's face changed, and a headmaster with waist-length hair lit up. Harry and Ron looked surprised. Eli walked towards the Slytherin table with a sullen face. Next to him was Malfoy. "You are worthy of Slytherin. If you keep talking nonsense, I will give you 2 big cunts." Although he didn't know what the curse of big cunts was, Malfoy didn't dare to speak. But the little follower next to him was immediately unhappy and shouted at Eli. "If you keep talking nonsense, I will take off your heads." The 2 fools turned pale immediately. He was angry. Chapter 12 Storytelling. How could I go to Slytherin? Isn't the Sorting Hat negotiable? Is it because I opened it in the wrong way? Damn Sorting Hat, you can't treat me differently just because I'm not the protagonist. The food at Hogwarts is very good. Although it is located in the UK, they seem to have their own menu. At least Eli didn't see the famous British dark cuisine in his previous life on the long table, looking up at the stars. The young wizards were eating heartily, especially the freshmen who had just arrived, who were full of praise for the food at Hogwarts. Only Eli angrily stabbed the chicken leg on the plate with a fork. Malfoy and his little followers on the side were even more frightened, as if Eli's fork had stabbed them. They couldn't figure out why this weird guy had such a big grudge. But since he entered the hall, he deeply realized that this guy was a bad guy and must not be provoked. For a while, the area centered on Eli fell into a low pressure. He still couldn't figure it out. His biological parents, the Potters, and his brother Harry Potter were all Gryffindors. Why did he become a Slytherin? Could it be? He shook his head violently. I'm thinking wrong, I'm thinking wrong. He breathed a sigh of relief, and even suspected that the Sorting Hat had made a mistake. Slytherin has always only recruited ambitious wizards, but apart from wanting to protect his brother and family, he just wanted to be a salted fish. What? You said the potion business. Oh, a small business. Forget it, let's make the best of it. Looking at Harry and Ron from Gryffindor from a distance, they seemed to be looking at him, and they didn't seem to be very interested in the food. Eli smiled at them comfortingly. Looking at the food on the table, it can't be wasted, right? He immediately started to eat voraciously. Malfoy, who was sitting next to him, was even more horrified. Is this guy sick? Why is he not very interested for a while and then suddenly eats voraciously? He won't bite me. Malfoy, who kept complaining in his heart, now just prays that he won't share a dormitory with this evil star later. If I share a dormitory with him, I will be unlucky for 8 lifetimes. Eli didn't care about Malfoy, whose face was changing from green to white like a chameleon, and he didn't know what he was thinking. He remembered what Dumbledore had told him before. Don't go to the Forbidden Forest, don't go to the corridor on the 4th floor. Eli knew the dangers of the Forbidden Forest very well. There was an 8-eyed giant spider in it that could eat a child. Wouldn't it be suicide to run in? He swore that if he went in, he would be a dog. But who would believe that the man-eating monster was actually raised by Hagrid? But after knowing that the 3-headed dog was also Hagrid's pet, you might not be so surprised anymore. Speaking of the three-headed dog, this is one of the reasons why Dumbledore forbade students to enter the corridor on the 4th floor. Under a trapdoor on the 4th floor, there is a treasure of the wizarding world, the Philosopher's Stone. Also called the Philosopher's Stone. It can turn stones into gold, contains extremely powerful magic, and can even refine the elixir of life. This is a huge attraction for Voldemort, who is eager to be resurrected and extremely eager for eternal life. In the story of the previous life, Dumbledore took advantage of Voldemort's desire for the Philosopher's Stone. Several levels were set up to protect the Philosopher's Stone. This is a trap for Voldemort. It is also a test for Harry Potter and his friends. Those so-called levels are just a game set by old Dumbledore for Harry and his friends. Otherwise, Dumbledore would never emphasize that going to the 4th floor is not allowed. This is to show the way to Voldemort and Harry and his friends. Thinking of this, Eli shuddered. Took a breath of cold air. Scheming old man, so scary. The mealtime is basically over, and Eli has eaten the area in front of him clean. Poor Malfoy is basically gone. I didn't eat anything. The pitiful Malfoy stared at Eli, who was patting his belly with satisfaction. Dumbledore waved his hand, and the table disappeared in an instant. Dumbledore's move made Eli's eyes change. He was indeed the greatest white wizard. Even if you were sitting below, you could feel the terrifying energy contained in Dumbledore's body. The prefects took the students of their respective colleges back to the lounge. All the way, the prefect Gemma Farley kept introducing Slytherin College to them. That look was very much like the success lecturer Eli had seen in his previous life. Understand the applause. Welcome to Slytherin College. Congratulations on joining the best college in Hogwarts. You may have heard some rumors about us before, saying that we specialize in training dark wizards or only recruit pure-blood wizards. I think I need to explain that there are dark wizards in other colleges, but they are just unwilling to admit it. However, we do intend to recruit pure-blood wizards, but we also have many students whose parents are at least one Muggle. We are aristocrats in concept. Our symbol is snakes, the smartest creatures, just like us, shrewd and ambitious. You can make like-minded partners here, and you can realize your ambitions here. Eli pouted when he heard it, and it can be heard that this guy is very proud of his college. The pure-blood concept of Slytherin is actually a reason for his disgust. In his previous life in China, only cats and dogs were judged by blood. However, the concept of pure blood has decreased a lot in recent years. I don't know if it has something to do with the fall of Voldemort. But since he came to Slytherin, Eli would not have any bad thoughts. He always believed that there was no best college, and everyone was excellent and equal. So, even if it was different from his expectations, he would gladly accept the result. The Slytherin lounge was different, it was underground. Just below the Black Lake, there was a whole wall of glass, and from inside, it was in the Black Lake. The sparkling light reflected on the wall of the lounge was also a special feeling. Eli smacked his lips, and he had to say that Slytherin's taste was still very good. Just a little afraid of rheumatism. He even thought, if the glass wall was broken, would Slytherin be wiped out? He smiled and shook his head to drive away this absurd idea. But it is indeed possible. Malfoy was even further away from Eli. This guy didn't speak, and he pouted and laughed. He wouldn't suddenly attack me. It was getting late, and the prefect also ended his passionate speech. The little wizards below were excited, as if they had inherited the greatness of Slytherin. I have to say that this kid is quite gifted at speaking. It was getting late, and everyone entered their dormitories one after another. Eli came to his room, still wondering who the man was who was going to sleep with him for 7 years. As soon as he opened the door. Is it you? It's you. As soon as he opened the door, he saw Malfoy's pale face, and the terrified faces of Goyle and Crabbe, his 2 little followers. Malfoy just wanted to run now. I'm so unlucky that I was assigned to the same dormitory with this evil star. He is a lunatic. A violent maniac. He could already imagine his miserable time in the next 7 years. No, I want to tell my dad. I want to leave this dormitory. No, leave Slytherin, leave Hogwarts. Eli was amused by the wonderful looks on the faces of the 3 people. He stepped forward and patted their shoulders generously. But they were so scared that they fell on the bed. Eli laughed dumbly, these unlucky kids are so interesting, haha. Hey, why are you so nervous? Although we had some minor frictions before, we are roommates after all, and we will sleep together for 7 years in the future. Let's just pretend that nothing happened before. How could he get angry with a few naughty kids? He took the initiative to extend his hand to Malfoy. Let's get acquainted again. My name is Eli Hall, nice to meet you. Malfoy looked at the polite Eli with some surprise, not like the ferocious look that wanted to eat children before. He also let go of a little grudge in his heart. But who wants to sleep with you for 7 years? Perhaps it was Eli's initiative that worked, plus his aristocratic education. Malfoy stood up and shook hands with Eli solemnly. Nice to meet you, I'm Draco Malfoy. Eli was amused by his pretending to be serious again. Draco had a black line on his face. What was this guy laughing at? Eli also shook hands with Goyle and Crabbe at the same time. They looked even more nervous. My name is Vincent Crabbe. My name is Gregory Goyle. The atmosphere improved after the people got to know each other again. Although it was still quiet, it was not as tense as before. Put the dog egg in a special reptile box and put it on his bedside. This seemed to attract Draco. Is this your pet? Eli looked at Draco unexpectedly, and didn't expect him to speak first. Yes, a small black snake, I don't know the species, you can call him Dog Egg. Dog Egg. Draco was a little uncomfortable with this oriental name. He seemed to be used with the small snakes are very interesting as pets. Eli saw that he was talking, so he chatted with him. Goyle and Crabbe also joined the conversation. The atmosphere immediately became better. Eli added some fuel to the fire and told them Chinese myths. It turns out that children are attracted by these stories. Look at Draco and the others who were fascinated. Where's the monkey? How is he being suppressed? That Tathagata Buddha is so awesome. That's right. They also learned the Oriental spoken language that Eli taught them. Eli pretended to be mysterious. To know what happened next, please listen to the next chapter. The 3 naughty children looked angry. Seeing that he couldn't sleep if he didn't talk about it today, Eli said again, then I'll tell you the story of Lao Zi going west through Hang Pass. Draco was completely attracted by the Oriental stories and couldn't wait to get ready to listen to the story. Thousands of years ago. Thousands of words omitted here. Eli finished his story with a little satisfaction, and looked at a few people, only to find that they were puzzled. Why did this old man come out to teach others? Won't he be in danger when he went out? Yes, he didn't even bring a guard. Eli was confused by the 3 consecutive questions of death. What the hell is this? Why did an old man take the army out? To expand the territory? Hateful brats, I hate brats the most. But seeing their posture, they will not stop until they answer. Eli organized his words and said again. I am actually a very powerful wizard, and my skills are also very powerful. I killed people and gods along the way. I chopped from Hang Pass to the Thames with a machete. I chopped the machete with my hands without blinking. The blade of the machete was bent and the magic wand was smoking. Eli talked a lot, and then looked at these unlucky children. Draco and the others showed a look of understanding. So that's it, the old man is a strong man. Suddenly, Draco said again, but, he didn't even blink, can't his eyes do anything? Eli went crazy instantly. I told you I was preaching. You asked him why he didn't bring the army. I told you he fought all the way. You actually asked me if his eyes were dry. Nothing, sleep. The sudden outburst of Eli scared the others. Seeing that Eli ignored them, Draco hid in the quilt aggrievedly. I just asked. From then on, the story of Lao Zi going west through Hang Pass and slashing all the way to the Thames spread in Hogwarts. Chapter 13 Transfiguration. Hurry up, you two guys, we'll be late if we don't hurry up. Draco impatiently urged Crabbe and Goyle, who were sleeping soundly. Because of the storytelling session yesterday, several young wizards didn't sleep well. Draco and the other two were still in bed, recalling the heroic figure of the Monkey King. They were so excited that they couldn't fall asleep for a long time. Eli tossed and turned, thinking, does the old man have dry eyes? After a while, several people almost overslept. Especially the two idiots, no matter how Eli and Draco called them, they couldn't wake up. Draco, who was furious, picked up a glass of cold water and poured it on the faces of the two idiots, which woke them up. Several people walked and ran, and finally rushed to the classroom. There were not many people in the classroom, it seemed that they came early. Goyle and Crabbe almost fell at the door. It was really difficult for them to run all the way here and drag their heavy bodies. Eli and Draco walked into the classroom. There was a tabby cat squatting on the podium. Looking closely, there seemed to be glasses-like lines next to the eyes. Even the professor hasn't come yet, it seems we're here early enough. Draco stood in the corridor as if no one was around, looking very proud. He must have seen that Harry Potter and Ron hadn't come yet. Eli stood aside with a serious face, facing the tabby cat. He poked Draco, who was laughing like a fool, calmly. What's wrong? I said, why are you so serious? It's just a class, and the professor hasn't come yet. Draco started to show his mysterious sense of superiority again. Eli didn't want to care about this fool at this time. Draco was puzzled when he saw Eli respectfully facing the tabby cat on the table. Why are you so respectful to a cat? It's obviously raised by Professor McGonagall. It's as thin and old as its owner. It's over. This kid is useless. Eli began to mourn for Draco in his heart. The look he gave him seemed to say, you are indeed young and frivolous and ignorant. Eli suddenly bowed to the cat at a standard 90-degree angle, and then quietly found a seat and sat down. Draco looked puzzled. Could this guy be sick again? Draco, who didn't understand the situation, sat next to Eli and poked Eli with his elbow. Hey, what's wrong? Who knew that Eli suddenly moved to the side? Draco, don't hold me if you want to die. Just when Draco was puzzled again, he saw the tabby cat suddenly jumped up, and then turned into a human form in mid-air. Tight bun, emerald green robe, and a pair of glasses on a serious face. Who else is this Professor McGonagall? Professor McGonagall slowly walked up to Draco and just stared at him. At this moment, when Draco saw the tabby cat turned into a professor, his face had become paler. When Professor McGonagall stared at him, there was no trace of blood. Mr. Malfoy, I hope you can be more respectful to an old and thin professor next time. Slytherin will be deducted 20 points. Oh no! This was the wail of Eli and other Slytherin students. They were deducted a full 20 points on the first day of school. This was a fatal blow to the little snakes who had a magical obsession with the college cup. Everyone stared at Draco fiercely. As the person involved, Draco's brain was blank. On the first day of school, he said bad things about her in front of the professor, and in front of so many people. Social death on the spot. Professor McGonagall turned around and turned into the tabby cat again, squatting in the original place. Eli looked at Draco next to him with pity, and sighed. The effect of killing a chicken to scare the monkey is huge. The students who experienced this terrifying moment all looked down at the textbooks obediently. It doesn't matter if he reads it or not, just read it. Especially Draco, the person involved, whose young mind has been greatly traumatized. The little wizard who arrived later saw that everyone in the classroom was studying seriously, so he was very sensible and found his seat honestly. Of course, there are exceptions to everything, and there is definitely more than one person who is unlucky. Oh Merlin, if we were a little later, her face would be so ugly that it would be scary. Eli looked over with pity in his eyes. Another child is going to have a childhood shadow. When Draco saw that there were still people who were unlucky, it turned out to be Potter and that Weasley, he smiled like a fool with gloating. Eli looked at Draco who was gloating, and could only sigh, this child is really careless. It was a familiar way of appearance again. The tabby cat suddenly turned into Professor McGonagall. Ron stared at the professor who suddenly appeared, and said subconsciously, good skills. Professor McGonagall looked very polite. Thank you for the compliment, Mr. Weasley. But I think maybe I should turn one of you into a pocket watch, so that at least the other one won't be late. Professor, we are lost, Harry argued. Then turn it into a map. You don't need a map to find your seat. The two found their seats angrily. Draco's face fell, why didn't he lose points? All the students came, and Professor McGonagall stopped talking nonsense. She knocked on the blackboard with her wand, and suddenly dense words appeared on the blackboard. Transfiguration will be the most rigorous and dangerous course you will come into contact with. If I find someone waving a wand randomly, please go outside the classroom. Waved the wand again, and there was a match on the table in front of everyone. The task of this class is to turn the match in front of you into a needle. Remember to apply the knowledge points taught to you. After receiving the professor's instructions, the young wizards began to try according to the blackboard. But everyone's match did not move at all, without any sign of change. Eli was not in a hurry, and transfiguration was just a matter of hands for him. Transfiguration is mainly to turn dead or living things into what the wizard wants according to his will. To successfully complete the transformation, the wizard must have a sufficient understanding of what he wants to become. If you want to turn a table into a pig, you may have to dissect the pig several times to understand its composition. This kind of magic that forcibly changes the shape of matter with the wizard's will is a great test of the wizard's soul power. Therefore, for Eli's extraordinary soul, transformation is a simple matter. Perhaps because of the fusion of souls. His memory has almost reached the level of photographic memory. He can remember the appearance of a needle exactly. With the wand, he gently tapped the match, and the magic power like a stream of water covered the match. Under the transformation of magic, the match quickly turned into a silver needle with a threading hole on it. Although his current magic control ability is not enough to add some patterns to the needle, this level is already very remarkable for a young wizard. Professor McGonagall walked quickly to Eli's side, looking at the shining silver needle, very surprised. Oh! Mr. Hall has successfully turned the match into a silver needle. The other students looked at Eli in disbelief. Hermione even looked at the silver needle on his desk like she saw a ghost, and then turned around and pointed at the match in front of her with her wand. Draco looked at Eli enviously. Eli felt the eyes around him and felt very happy. Snap! A thin sound came. Eli looked at the silver needle on the table in surprise. Professor McGonagall was surprised at first, then regretful. It's a pity, Mr. Hall, you should control your magic. But I think you have understood the trick of transfiguration, so Slytherin plus 5 points. The little snake next to him smiled. Only Eli looked serious. Draco patted Eli, don't be like this, you have succeeded. Eli smiled at Draco. But the worries in his heart still remained. It's not that he had never tried transfiguration before. After he successfully controlled his magic, he never had magic again. Surging situation. But the broken silver needles on the table showed that his magic power was beyond his control again. He could actually feel the growth of magic power during this period, but he didn't expect it to reach this level. From now on, it is only a matter of time before the magic power gets out of control, and he is also facing life-threatening danger. He didn't even know how this class ended, and walked out of the classroom with a worried look on his face. Harry and Ron suddenly ran over. Eli. Eli ended his meditation, looked at the two people in front of him, and greeted them. But they looked a little serious. Draco was about to call Eli, but saw Harry and the others talking to Eli, and his face sank and he walked away. Eli, I think we should go to Professor Dumbledore together, the Sorting Hat must have made a mistake. Ron said seriously, and Harry nodded. They even wanted to pull Eli away directly, but Eli stopped them. Wait, I think I should calm down first. Ron and Harry looked at Eli. Eli shrugged and said to them with a smile, the Sorting Hat has been around for so many years, it's unlikely to make a mistake. Maybe I'm really suitable for Slytherin. But Ron was a little anxious. How could Eli, who is so friendly and good, go to a school of dark wizards? He didn't want Eli to go to a school that was said to be full of dark wizards. Eli patted Ron on the shoulder. Ron, Harry, I think we all had some misunderstandings about Slytherin before. Maybe he's not that bad. But even the rumor about the mysterious man came from Slytherin. Eli smiled indifferently. Bad people have their own reasons for being bad. You can't suspect that the rest of the people are bad just because of him, right? If Slytherin was really that bad, I don't think Dumbledore would let him exist. Perhaps out of trust in Dumbledore, or perhaps out of trust in Eli. Ron fell silent. We just want to be in the same school with you. Harry said silently. He didn't know how bad Slytherin was, he just wanted to be in the same place with Eli. Eli was the first person willing to stand up for him, the first person willing to be friends with him. He regarded Eli as his best friend. Eli looked at Harry, and didn't think of what to say for a moment. He put his hands on their shoulders. Are we still friends? Of course. The two said in unison. Believe me, as long as we are still friends, what does it matter if we are in the same college? We all belong to Hogwarts. Besides, we can still go to class together, play together after class, and even on vacation. I want to invite you to my house. After hearing Eli's words, Harry and Ron finally got rid of their grudges against Slytherin. They didn't make a fuss about changing colleges. It was like they had untied their knot. But Eli still had his own knot, a knot that threatened his life. Chapter 14 Night Tour. Make way, please make way. At this time, the herbology class was in progress, and Eli was squeezing towards Draco. Just now, when the transfiguration class was over, Eli saw Draco's gloomy face. Of course he knew why. Last night, they finally got along well, and they could be called friends. After all, Draco had never been so friendly to anyone. As a result, he saw his new friend talking and laughing with Harry Potter, the guy who had a grudge against him. This arrogant kid got angry. Eli breathed a sigh of relief. Alas, are all the kids nowadays like this? On one side is his own brother and good friend, and on the other side is his roommate and new friend. But the two sides don't get along with each other. Now Eli can imagine that when Draco and Harry, the two old enemies, quarrel in the future, he will stand by and don't know who to help. But how can I argue with a kid? So Eli planned to find Draco first to make things clear. After passing several people, he finally squeezed to the side of Draco. Who knew that this guy glanced at him and then pretended not to see him? Eli came closer. Hey, why did you walk so fast just now? Humph! Draco turned his head away arrogantly. Hey, I have a bad temper. I came to you to explain and you still acted arrogantly, right? I won't pay attention to you, who cares? Humph! Eli also turned his head away. Explain? Explain your ass. Goyle next to him didn't understand what was going on and secretly glanced at Eli. Who knew that Eli glared at him? What are you looking at? Be careful, I will eat you, one child at a time. Ah! Eli's sudden ferocious look scared Goyle and he screamed. Professor Sprout at the front looked over here in surprise. I'm in class, why are you screaming so loudly? Mr. Goyle? It's class time now. Please don't make any strange noises. Thank you. The greenhouse was filled with laughter, and Goyle's face turned red with embarrassment. After class, some of the young wizards went to eat, while others made plans to go out and play together. When almost everyone had left, Eli ran to the 8th floor of the castle. Tapestry, tapestry, found it. On the wall on one side of the corridor, there was a huge tapestry with a picture of a giant monster hitting a stupid Barnabas. It seems that a guy named Barnabas once tried to control a troll to dance ballet for him. Of course, the result was that he was beaten into a fool by the troll. But Eli didn't come here to find such a tapestry. His real purpose was the Room of Requirement. This is an extremely mysterious room, which is said to be built by the founder of Hogwarts himself. It will disappear at ordinary times and will only appear when someone who really needs it appears. What is the way to get in? It was a long time ago, and I can't remember the method to open the Room of Requirement. After trying for a long time, when he walked back and forth 3 times and silently said I need a magic laboratory in his heart, the Room of Requirement finally appeared. On the wall opposite the tapestry, a huge door suddenly appeared on the originally smooth wall. Many exquisite and ancient patterns were carved on the door. The door opened automatically. Eli walked in, and it was indeed a spacious laboratory. It contained various magic instruments that he had never seen before. There were also piles of unused parchment. Eli was very satisfied with this laboratory. I heard that this thing has everything you need. Eli suddenly wanted to play with it. He said to himself, I want a bathroom. A sound of flushing appeared, and a room really appeared in the corner. When he walked in, it was a bathroom. The Room of Requirement was indeed magical. Eli did not waste time. He came here for a matter of life and death. He sat down and calmed down to study Voldemort's memory. In fact, as early as when he discovered the hidden danger of the increase in magic power, Eli began to find a solution through Voldemort's memory. When it comes to the study of the soul, Voldemort dares to say that no one dares to say that he is second. Not even Dumbledore can do it. And he also found a spell. This spell was obtained by Voldemort when he traveled to Egypt and sneaked into a pyramid. Or it can be said that this is a modified version of Voldemort. Egypt is also a country with a very prosperous magic civilization, but it has a bad reputation in the magic world. Because it is rich in black wizards. Many internationally famous black wizards come from Egypt. The black magic there has also been greatly developed, and most of them are very vicious curses against the soul. In Egypt, these black magics targeting the soul are called necromancy. Making the dead stand up again and letting the soul revive again, this is the terrible thing about necromancy. They are good at using the dead. And the army of corpses that Voldemort later formed was achieved through necromancy. Back then, only the pharaohs could learn necromancy, and when they died, the books were naturally taken into the tomb. Voldemort attempted to form an army of the dead, and tried to study the soul to achieve immortality. So he entered the pyramid and got these necromancy inheritances. One of the magics can strip the souls of creatures. Voldemort took a fancy to this magic and improved it, making it a black magic that can strip the soul and devour the soul for his own use. The spell is Soul Devourer. According to Eli's understanding, the reason why Voldemort created such a magic is because of his Horcruxes. In order to achieve immortality, Voldemort split his soul to create Horcruxes. As long as the Horcruxes are not destroyed, he will never die. Does it sound great? But is immortality so easy to achieve? The human soul is originally a whole. If you split it, can it be good? And since ancient times, people who make Horcruxes have only split once. But this guy is different. He is particularly afraid of death and split 7 times. It made him moody and very irritable. Of course, he himself realized the danger of weakening his soul. So he invented this spell in an attempt to strengthen his soul. This is exactly what Eli needs. However, medicine is 3-point poison. This spell is not perfect. Other people's souls belong to others after all. Even if you absorb them, there will be hidden dangers. But there is no better way now. The growth rate of his magic power is already greater than the growth rate of his soul. If this continues, he will be finished sooner or later. There is no other way. Eli took out a bottle with a cockroach in it. Let me try this magic to see if it works. It was the first time to release black magic. And it was black magic targeting the soul. Eli was a little nervous. Pulled out the pale magic wand and aimed at the still alive cockroach. Soul devouring. A suction force invisible to the naked eye was stimulated from the top of the magic wand. It seemed that an invisible chain connected the cockroach. The cockroach, which was still alive and kicking, suddenly began to struggle violently. The chain uprooted its soul, and the cockroach completely stopped struggling. Eli was very nervous now, because this grey soul from the cockroach was about to enter his body directly. Although this soul was pitifully weak, he was still very worried. After all, it was a matter of the soul, no matter how small it was a big problem. But the arrow had to be shot. Eli waited for the soul to enter his body, but suddenly, the grey soul sank into the wand. Hey? Was it intercepted by the wand? This sudden situation made Eli a little unprepared. Unexpected. Isn't this situation in Voldemort's memory? Isn't this seriously beyond the scope? Eli, who is a newbie in magic, is at a loss. But after a while, the tip of the wand spewed out a pure white light. Although it was smaller than the pitifully small grey light before, the white light made people feel at ease. The light ball directly sank into Eli's body. He could feel a sense of satisfaction from his soul. The soul seemed to be a little stronger, which might not have been felt if he hadn't felt it carefully just now. It seems successful. The result is obvious, he succeeded. Eli successfully found a way to strengthen the soul. Eli raised the wand and rubbed it carefully. This wand is a good thing. If I guessed correctly, the wand should have removed all the impurities in the soul just now. Eli felt it, and there was no situation recorded in his memory that there would be distracting thoughts after absorbing the soul. It turned out that it was his wand that directly turned the soul into pure soul energy. In this way, the only side effect of this method is gone. Sure enough, as the younger brother of the Son of Luck, there are still benefits. After packing up his things, Eli returned to the dormitory. If nothing unexpected happens, Eli's future life will not only be about studying in class, but also about absorbing souls. Let's kill people. Start with the roommate, kill the arrogant Draco first, and then kill Crabbe and Goyle. Destroy the body, put the blame on others, and then go to Azkaban. Eli immediately gave up this dangerous idea. If he didn't want to experience a one-way trip to the wizard prison Azkaban, he'd better be honest. Absorbing the souls of animals is the safest. But where are there the most animals? Eli thought of the Forbidden Forest. Starting from today, I want to be the man who occupies the Forbidden Forest. What? School rules? I don't know, I've never heard of them. Night falls, the moon is dark and the wind is high. Eli slipped out of bed secretly. A voice almost scared Eli so much that he cast a killing curse. It turned out to be Goyle. Goyle was looking for a toilet in his dream. Seeing that Goyle was about to wake up, Eli pointed his wand at him to avoid being exposed. Sorry, little brother, I fainted. A red light hit Goyle, making him fall asleep again. At this time, he had found the toilet in his dream. In the dark castle, a sneaky figure. Next time, I must learn the disillusionment charm first. After a heart-pounding moment, Eli finally came to the Forbidden Forest. Hey! Finally relieved, he almost bumped into the Weasley twins just now. Those two guys are the little princes who wander at night and are professional pranksters. Now he is not afraid of being discovered. Eli walked into the forbidden forest. It seemed that there was no danger here except that it was a little dark. Apart from absorbing a few rabbits along the way, he did not encounter anything else. In this way, Eli, who was fearless and brave, went deeper and deeper. He didn't realize that he was approaching the depths of the forbidden forest. Suddenly, Eli heard a clicking sound above his head. He looked up and said, "Fuck!" The horrifying scene made Eli scream. A giant spider was slowly approaching him from above. Avada Kedavra. Strong fear can inspire strong anger. There was an unknown fire burning in Eli's heart, who was frightened. Looking at the giant spider, he had a strong killing intention. A fierce green light flashed, and the giant spider fell weakly. Hoo! Hoo! Eli was panting hard. He experienced fear and anger in a short period of time, and released a powerful magic. He was panting a little. Damn it, I actually met an 8-eyed giant spider. He didn't expect that he would have walked to the depths. He was really careless. If he hadn't reacted just now, he would have died here. It was really not suitable to stay here for long. Eli pointed his magic wand at the giant spider's body, ready to leave after sucking it out. Soul Devourer! Soul Devourer! Hey! Eli tried several times, but there was no response. It seemed to be an empty shell without a soul. Just when Eli was confused, the sound of fighting came from afar. Chapter 15: Forbidden Forest War. Quick, quick! Retreat! Be careful of these damn spiders! Eli moved over carefully and hid behind a tree. Not far ahead, two groups of people were fighting. To be precise, one side was the centaur in the forbidden forest, and the other side was the 8-eyed giant spider that Eli had just encountered. From the situation, it seemed that the 8-eyed giant spider had a greater advantage, and the centaur side was retreating in a panic. It's not that the centaur is not strong, it's just that the number of these giant spiders is too large and they move very fast. It seems that the centaur can't use magic, and can only use the primitive bows and arrows in their hands to defend. He was at a disadvantage for a while. Should he go to help? With his powerful spell, killing the giant spider would be a piece of cake. In such a melee, no matter which side has a wizard, the situation will become overwhelming. But, is it really necessary for him to help the centaurs? Eli, who had watched the movie in his previous life, knew that although the centaurs had a similar appearance to humans, they always insisted on recognizing because they belonged to magical animals, not humans. Moreover, the group of centaurs in the Forbidden Forest seemed to have no good feelings towards wizards. However, not all centaurs are like this. Eli hid behind the tree, and the centaurs were already losing ground. If he didn't go to help, defeat would be a foregone conclusion. If the centaurs won the battle because of him, they shouldn't be cold-eyed anymore, right? Eli wanted to take action. His goal was to gain the friendship of the centaurs. As an intelligent race in the Forbidden Forest, the centaurs were responsible for patrolling the Forbidden Forest. If he gained the friendship of the centaurs, it would greatly facilitate his future exploration of the Forbidden Forest. Thinking of this, Eli had made up his mind. Smash to pieces! A dazzling light pierced into the battlefield like a sharp blade, blasting a giant spider that was about to attack into slag. Little wizard! A silver-haired centaur looked at the small figure rushing over in surprise. Even with the mask on, one could guess that it was a little wizard. The giant spider that was killed just now wanted to attack him, thanks to the timely spell. If you don't want to become the spider's food, you'd better look behind you. The little wizard suddenly said. The centaur turned his head quickly, and a giant spider was rushing towards him with a ferocious face. He raised his bow and arrow and output, repelling the giant spider. Thank you. Eli glanced at him, his silver hair was very eye-catching. Fight well. Fall to the ground. Smash to pieces. Eli always stayed in the centaur group with his extremely coquettish movement, without worrying about being attacked by the giant spider at close range. One after another of the unreasonable and rude spells blasted the giant spider that threatened the life of the centaur warrior into slag. The centaurs who were trying to resist were stunned by these extremely vulgar spells. "Didn't you faint? What happened to the body that was broken into pieces? Why did you use all the expiation spells?" Looking at the giant spider that was killed and collapsed, the centaurs shut up immediately. As the person involved, Eli said that he didn't want to be like this. It was because his magic power was too strong and his studies were not deep enough, so he could only use spells as cannons. The expiation spell used on Goyle was his most restrained spell, otherwise Draco and the others would have had a feast now. It was also the first time for Eli to participate in such a melee. In a hurry, he didn't care about magic or not, just kill him first. Anyway, no matter what he used, it was like a cannon, so he didn't choose it. What expiation spells, quick imprisonment, and expiation spells were all used. Now he just recited whatever he thought of, anyway, the effect was the same. "Disarm you." A red light came from behind the centaurs, passed over the centaurs and fell into the giant spiders. Boom! A shock wave suddenly swept out, and the centaurs squinted their eyes. For a moment, dust flew, and the giant spiders flew everywhere. When the smoke cleared, a deep pit appeared on the ground, and the giant spiders disappeared, or were everywhere. The centaurs were immediately shocked. Ronan, the chief of the centaurs, looked at the small figure behind him as if he had seen a ghost. "Are the little wizards now so strong?" Another centaur came up. "Are you sure this is a little wizard and not Dumbledore? If he hadn't shrunk, he wouldn't be so short." Eli was panting. He had really used too much force just now. Even his magic power couldn't stand such consumption. Ronan came over with a few centaurs and suddenly aimed his bow and arrow at Eli, who was panting. "Masked dwarf, please leave immediately. Wizards are not welcome in the Forbidden Forest." Eli was stunned by his words. "What did you say? I just fought so hard to help you fight the enemy, and now you are killing me?" Eli suddenly regretted his move. He didn't expect this guy who was neither human nor horse to be so ruthless. Although he was a little out of breath, it was still no problem to kill these guys who couldn't use magic. He raised his wand and pointed it at Ronan, and the threat was self-evident. The surrounding centaurs immediately surrounded him nervously, and the situation was tense for a while. "Wait. Calm down, don't be impulsive." The silver-haired centaur rushed in and blocked Eli with his body. The surrounding centaurs put down their bows and arrows slightly, but Ronan, the leader, still bent his bow and pulled the string. "No, no. Ronan, it was this wizard who helped us just now, we shouldn't do this." Ronan frowned, a trace of struggle flashed across his face. Yes, he just helped them a lot, but wizards shouldn't be trusted. "Go away, Firenze. You know our clan rules, wizards are not our friends." Eli sneered, not knowing whether to say this guy was ungrateful or pedantic. "Did the wizard steal your wife or something?" "Thank you, Firenze, but I'm not a person who likes to stick to a cold butt. If he wants to do this to me, he has to ask my wand." Firenze felt Eli's chill and trembled in his heart. He had seen the strength of this killing god. "No, it must be a misunderstanding. Let me tell my companions, okay?" Just as they were confronting each other, suddenly, a large group of eight-eyed giant spiders surged out like a tide. The number must be several times that of just now. The sound of clicking was endless. These giant spiders were ordered by their tribe leader to kill the enemies who harmed their compatriots. Not good. The centaurs immediately noticed the giant spider army rushing over, and they were so nervous that they opened their bows and arrows, sweating profusely. Just now, those few giant spiders had already forced them into that state. Now there is such a large group, they will definitely die. Eli looked at the group of giant spiders like a black flood, his face solemn. The giant spiders are worthy of being the uncrowned kings of the Forbidden Forest. With this number, they can already occupy the Forbidden Forest. Retreat quickly. We can't resist. Ronan immediately gave the order, and then said to Eli viciously, "It's all caused by your explosion." Eli widened his eyes. "Fuck? You are good at shifting the blame." Forenza was about to take Eli away, but Eli broke free. "Forenza, get out of the way. Since that ungrateful guy wants to put all the blame on me, let me solve this." Eli was furious. He was kind-hearted, but he didn't expect these guys to be so heartless. He couldn't stand this kind of grievance. "Don't be impulsive." Before Forenza pulled him up, Eli had already chanted a spell. Flames. This was originally an ordinary fire spell, but under the impetus of Eli's abnormal magic, everything will change qualitatively. The endless flames rushed out of the magic wand like a wild horse running away, carrying Eli's anger. The flames rose in the wind, covering the sky and the earth. The terrifying heat wave made the hair of the people who didn't have time to react curl up, and they retreated in fear. At this time, Ronan didn't think about wizards or not, and stared blankly at the giant snake transformed by the flame. "Kill it! Don't leave any alive!" The flame slapped the giant spider like a raging wave. The black tide and the golden waves collided fiercely. The result was crushing, and the flames devoured all life mercilessly. The aggressive giant spider was completely burned to ashes before it could react. The huge waves continued to rush forward. The entire Forbidden Forest was as bright as day. Eli, who was extremely angry, didn't care about so much, and frantically squeezed out the last bit of magic power. The sea of fire burned the black waves to ashes. Giant spiders, not a single one was left alive. Eli dropped his arms weakly, his face was terribly pale. He forced the last bit of strength to squeeze out a mocking smile at the dazed Ronan. "I have solved the trouble I caused, what else can you do?" Eli fell backwards weakly, and Forenza quickly helped him up. Ronan's face was extremely ugly, with shame and anger intertwined. He lowered his head, as if he had given up resistance. He slowly bowed down and knelt respectfully to Eli. The centaurs apologized to the most distinguished guest. The centaurs around him also knelt down slowly. "Hurry up and take me." Before Eli finished speaking, he fainted completely. Forenza had to put Eli on his back. Suddenly, there was a crackling sound in the air. A thin and tall old man with a long silver beard came over, holding a strangely shaped wand with small balls like bone joints on it. "Ronan, what's going on here?" Ronan saw the person clearly and restrained his expression. "Dumbledore." He looked at the still blazing sea of fire. "We had some conflicts with the giant spider." Before he finished speaking, Dumbledore interrupted him. "I think we should put out the fire first, if you still want to survive here." He slowly waved the slender wand in his hand. If Eli was still awake, he would definitely feel the terrible magic fluctuations. The arrogant flames seemed to be drawn and absorbed into Dumbledore's wand without any resistance. After a while, the Forbidden Forest darkened again. If it weren't for the terrifying high temperature, no one would know that there was a terrible sea of fire here just now. Looking at the deep Forbidden Forest with only dead trees and ashes left, Ronan's heart was bleeding. Dumbledore didn't know what to say because of this scene. After a long silence, since the magic was released by my students, then, maybe, I can compensate part of it." Looking at the Forbidden Forest that suffered heavy losses, Dumbledore's mouth twitched. Now he had to pay for the coffin. "Should I collect another wave of textbook fees?" Ronan pointed at the ruins with a sad face. "Compensation? How can I compensate? What can you use to pay me back what you owe me here?" "I don't want your compensation." Dumbledore breathed a sigh of relief. "No compensation is fine." Chapter 16, Insultable Development. After solving the problem of the Forbidden Forest, Dumbledore looked at Eli on Firenze's back. "If you don't mind, I hope to take my students back." Eli had his face covered, so he couldn't see who it was. Firenze took a few steps back. Although he didn't hear what Eli said before he fainted, judging from his face covered, Eli didn't want his identity to be exposed. Ronan suddenly stepped forward and stood between Dumbledore and Firenze. "I'm sorry, Professor Dumbledore, I think we have an obligation to ensure the privacy of the identity of the most distinguished guest of the Centaurs." Although it sounds plain, Ronan's solemn expression shows his nervous heart. Rejecting a contemporary strong person needs a certain amount of courage. The Centaurs all leaned towards Firenze. Dumbledore was a little surprised by the Centaurs' reaction. He didn't expect that these guys who always hated wizards would defend a person so much today. Fortunately, it was Dumbledore who was here. As a white wizard who upholds justice, he rarely chooses to force it. If it was Voldemort, it wouldn't be so peaceful. He pursed his lips helplessly. This action looked so awkward on the face of a 100-year-old man. "Well, since you insist so much, I'm proud of my student. He can gain your friendship." After saying hello, Dumbledore operated away. Ronan and the others were relieved immediately. The oppression of this legendary wizard was too strong. Although he was a decent person, the deterrence came from strength. No one could ignore Dumbledore's terrible magic. Ronan turned around and faced Firenze. "Firenze, you are responsible for sending the distinguished guest out, remember to bring back his name." He looked at Eli, who was unconscious on Firenze's back, with a complicated expression. He handed Firenze a bottle, which contained some recovery potions. With the unconscious Eli, Firenze came to the edge of the Forbidden Forest, and the castle was right in front of him. "This is... Firenze? Where is this?" Firenze put away the bottle and replied with a smile, "I have brought you to the edge of the Forbidden Forest, very close to the castle. How about it, do you feel better?" Eli stood up, and a burst of soreness almost made him collapse to the ground again. It must be said that the effect of the centaur medicine is really good, at least it saved him a lot of suffering. Recalling the scene just now, Eli couldn't stop sweating. It was really too impulsive, releasing magic so crazily, leaving no spare energy. Such overdraft is very damaging. Fortunately, Ronan no longer had the intention to kill him. Otherwise, he would have been on the road to rebirth when he fainted. In short, this incident taught him a great lesson. That is, never act on impulse. "Thank you, Firenze. I feel much better." Firenze told him what happened after he fainted. After listening, Eli was already sweating coldly. "Old Dumbledore is here too. But it's not surprising. After all, he made such a big noise. If he still can't detect it, then old Dumbledore is really a vain name as the greatest white wizard of this century." But fortunately, Ronan and the others didn't reveal his identity. Thinking of this, Eli was quite surprised that Ronan, the stubborn guy, actually chose to protect him in the end. This can be regarded as the biggest gain of this trip, the friendship between centaurs. "My name is Eli, Eli Hall." He pulled down the mask. Although he had some psychological preparation, Firenze still exclaimed incredible when he really saw Eli's young appearance. "My name is Firenze, the next chief of the centaurs." He looked quite proud. Eli smiled and suddenly asked, "By the way, Firenze, how did you fight with those acromanthus?" Hearing the acromanthus, Firenze's face showed some anger and resentment. "As the guardians of the Forbidden Forest, we centaurs are naturally responsible for maintaining the stability of the Forbidden Forest. But since Aragog, the chief of the acromanthus, came to the Forbidden Forest 60 years ago, all creatures in the Forbidden Forest have been threatened by them." Firenze turned around as if he remembered something sad. They relied on their extremely fast reproduction speed to develop their tribe to a very large scale in a very short time. Their living space is getting bigger and bigger, causing other races to be forced to leave. We sacrificed a lot of our people to fight against the Acromanthus. Eli patted Firenze's horseback with a heavy face. Forgive him for not being able to reach Firenze's shoulder. You are all great. Firenze turned around, with a solemn face. Thanks to your help today, you will be our centaur's permanent guest. He bowed deeply to Eli. Now it was Eli's turn to feel embarrassed, and he quickly helped Firenze up. Oh, don't say that, everyone has the responsibility to protect the forest. This guy may have forgotten who just set a big fire in the forbidden forest. Seeing Eli's playful look, Firenze also smiled. I have to say, that is indeed a wonderful magic. Eli was even more embarrassed. Don't praise me, I will be proud too. This guy was a little shy. Firenze was amused and laughed. The two chatted very well, and Eli liked this friendly centaur very much. It was late at night, and Eli should return to the castle if he didn't want to be late tomorrow. Firenze looked at the sky, his face heavy. Go back quickly, everything will become unsafe, Mars is brighter. Eli was confused by his sudden sense of mystery. However, Eli still trusted the astrological prediction ability of the centaurs. This was what Firenze said to Harry in the movie. Eli also looked up at the sky. It seems to be cloudy today. The mysterious atmosphere was destroyed, and Firenze was embarrassed. Ahem. It's getting late, you should go back to the castle. Eli did not stay any longer, he suddenly thought of something, turned around and asked. By the way, what is that medicine you just gave me to drink? That medicine is indeed effective. He was overdrawn like that, but it could still help him recover so quickly. If there is a need in the future, it will be of great use. Firenze suddenly said mysteriously, unicorn blood. Oh, what? What did you say? Eli's eyes almost fell out of his head. My friend, this thing is not good to drink. Whoever drinks that thing will be cursed and will definitely die a miserable death. Unexpectedly, Firenze suddenly laughed, ha ha ha, I'm kidding you. This is the magic potion we brewed ourselves. We will send you some next time you come. Looking at Firenze, who looked like he had succeeded in his prank and revenge, Eli was full of black lines. Now even centaurs can scare children? Okay, I'm leaving. Eli turned around and left, and Firenze also laughed and returned to the forbidden forest. Back in the castle, Eli looked like a thief and quietly went back to his bedroom. Don't shoot. I reiterate that I must learn the disillusionment charm well next time. Just as Eli was sneaking back timidly, the sudden noise from the front almost scared him to death. Peeves, you can't do this. Eli listened carefully and it seemed to be the voice of the Weasley twins. These two guys actually met Peeves. You should know that Peeves likes to play tricks on students the most. Unlike other ghosts, he can touch entities. In the whole castle, he is afraid of Dumbledore and the ghost Bloody Baron. These two unlucky guys actually met Peeves during their night tour. If they are informed by this guy, they will be in trouble. For the sake of you two, I will help them. Eli quietly walked over, put his wand against his throat, and made a hoarse voice. Peeves, you are making trouble again. Peeves, who was still arrogant a second ago, instantly became as timid as a dog when he heard this voice and disappeared in a flash. Eli came out, and the twins saw him in shock. Oh, I thought it was really Dumbledore. We were almost dead. Eli was amused by the way these two people spoke in unison. Okay, go back. The twins looked at Eli expectantly. That move you just made was so cool. Teach us. Eli was overwhelmed by these two careless guys. Because of Ron, they also knew each other. Eli also had a good impression of these two interesting guys when he watched a movie in his previous life. Okay, I'll teach you tomorrow, and it's time to go back to bed today. Seeing Eli agreed, the twins ran away excitedly, not knowing whether they were going back to the dormitory or what. Finally returning to the dormitory, Eli lay weakly on the bed. He was so tired that he didn't want to move at all, and fell asleep as soon as he closed his eyes. No one knew about the adventure that night, but he looked very listless during the day. During this period, he basically lived in seclusion, and there was nothing but magic. Eager to become stronger, he put all his thoughts on studying. He had never been to the library. What library did he need to go to with Voldemort's memories? He benefited a lot from Voldemort's experience in magic. So, apart from classes, he went to the room of requirement to study memories and practice magic. At night, he sneaked into the Forbidden Forest to absorb souls. It is worth mentioning that his main target for absorbing souls now is the Acromanthus. Since that night, they have become very cowardly, and Eli often chases them to kill them. Not only did he provide him with a lot of souls, but also a large number of giant spider corpses. You know, this magical animal with a dangerous level of 4 stars is full of treasures. The venom alone can be sold for 100 gold galleons per pint. Eli, who hunts Acromanthus every day, is now an invisible tycoon, waiting for him to sell these materials. These days, even Draco, his roommate, has rarely seen him except in class. Of course, since the unpleasant incident that day, the two have not spoken much. Draco is still the proud nobleman after all. The relationship between the two seems to have returned to the time when they first met. He and Harry Ron have been at odds with each other recently, just like in the original book. But what Eli didn't expect was that Hermione suddenly stopped him. He was about to go to the room of requirement on the 8th floor. Hermione? What's the matter? Hermione was holding a pile of books, with a look of disappointment on her face. Eli, I mean, you obviously have such a good talent, why don't you make good use of it? Eli was stunned for a moment, not quite understanding what Hermione meant. Seeing that Eli didn't speak, thinking that he felt ashamed, Hermione continued. I haven't seen you in the library recently. Eli suddenly realized, I already have the big boss's notes, why do I still go to the library? But he didn't blame Hermione, she was well-intentioned, wasn't she? Oh, I've been busy lately, so I'll explain it to you later. Knowing how clever and difficult this little witch was, Eli ran away in a flash, fearing that he would be tricked into saying something if he continued. Hey, you! Hermione looked at Eli, who was riding away, and stamped her feet angrily. Am I so scary? Chapter 17 Potions Class. Today is Friday, and Eli will have his first potions class. I don't know if it was intentional, but Slytherin and Grammarly were both very close. Gryffindor has been disliking each other for so many years, and even fighting is not uncommon, but the school puts these two rival houses together in many courses. This is also the case with potions. Eli dares to guarantee that from today on, the first-year Gryffindor wizards will hate potions. Not for anything else, just because the professor of potions is Snape. Eli knows a little about Snape's miserable childhood. Not only was his sweetheart robbed by Gryffindor, but he was also humiliated by those people every other day. It seems that once he took off Snape's pants in public. With Snape's vengeful character, as long as he is still a professor in this school, Gryffindor will not have a good life. Fortunately, he is still the head of Slytherin. His reputation for partiality and protection of his children is well known throughout Hogwarts. It was such a fierce god. The person who humiliated him was Harry's father. It was so strange that Harry had Lily's eyes but his father's face. It can be imagined that Harry might lose a few points today because he entered the classroom with his left foot. Eli was also very nervous because he was really afraid that Snape would do something unexpected with his face that looked very similar to Lily. If you want to say who is the most infatuated person in the entire Harry Potter series, it must be Snape. So, in order to reduce Snape's attention to him, he didn't bring the chemical equipment. The environment of the potions classroom is as dark as Snape's face. It is a basement, dark and damp. Normal people will never take classes here. Eli, where have you been these days? We hardly saw you. Harry sat next to Eli before Snape came. Fuck, brother, can you stay away from me? Eli almost kicked Harry away. He was afraid of being noticed by Snape. This guy was like a target in Snape's eyes. Wouldn't it be a trap to sit next to me? Of course, Eli thought he was still a very calm person, and he didn't do anything inappropriate. But he still moved a little to the side secretly. I've been studying recently, so it's normal that I can't see. Harry and Ron both cast questioning eyes. Eli got anxious as soon as he saw it. What, do you look down on me? I'll envy you to death when I become a master. Just when they were chatting happily, there was a loud noise at the door, and the old bat, no, Snape made a brilliant appearance. From head to toe, it was all black. Wearing a black cloak that could be dragged to the ground, swung high when walking, and with his empty dead fish-like eyes, he looked like an old bat. The classroom was instantly quiet. Students including Slytherin were so shocked by Snape's horrible appearance that they dared not breathe. I can guarantee that this professor is definitely not easy to mess with, Ron whispered. Snape walked to the podium in a few steps, and his empty eyes swept around the classroom as if he was looking for prey. The prey was found, and Snape's eyes immediately stayed on Harry. To be precise, on his eyes. After taking a quick look at Harry's face, Snape immediately showed a disgusted expression as if he had eaten a fly. When his eyes glanced at Eli next to him, his pupils shrank immediately, and his eyes could no longer move away. Eli lowered his head slightly the moment Snape came in, and he didn't dare to look Snape in the eye at all. His eyes stayed on Eli for a long time, and when he glanced at Harry, who was standing there with a dull look, his expression was like he found a pile of foliage next to his rice bowl. Mr. Potter. Harry, who was suddenly called, looked up blankly. The poor child didn't know what would happen next. Eli had already started to mourn, but he didn't expect Snape to target Harry so quickly. That voice without any emotion but full of magnetism echoed in this dark underground classroom. Didn't you Gryffindors reserve a seat for you? At this time, the place where Harry and Ron sat, plus Eli, was full of little snakes. Although there was no explicit rule, it was customary for wizards of the same college to sit together during class. Professor. Harry wanted to struggle, but was interrupted mercilessly by Snape. I don't want to say it again, Mr. Potter. Seeing Snape's scary expression, Harry and Ron had to return to their seats in Gryffindor in disgrace. After driving Harry and Ron away and looking at Eli sitting there alone, Snape suddenly felt refreshed, and the whole world became beautiful. Snape, in a good mood, began to make his declaration of potions class. You are here to learn the precise science and strict craftsmanship of potion preparation. His voice became slightly higher. Since there is no foolish waving of wands here, many of you will not believe that this is magic. I don't expect you to truly appreciate the beauty of the simmering pot with white smoke and bursts of fragrance. You will not really understand the magical power of the liquid flowing into people's veins, which makes people excited and confused. I can teach you how to improve your reputation, brew glory, and even prevent death, but there must be one thing, that is, you are not the kind of idiots I often meet. Eli sat there alone, feeling uncomfortable, and now he was completely exposed under Snape's eyes. Snape's speech was very tempting, and the little wizards in the classroom were attracted. Especially Draco, his eyes lit up when he heard about improving his reputation, and when Snape talked about immortality, his expression was almost like he was about to run up to Snape to show his loyalty. And Eli, who heard this, began to mourn for Harry again, because the poor little guy was about to receive Snape's first wave of attacks. Mr. Potter. Harry, who was suddenly called again, raised his head blankly, and he already had a bad premonition in his heart. Sure enough, Snape said lightly, tell me. What will you get if you add narcissus root to wormwood infusion? Harry didn't even turn a few pages of the textbook, How could he know what he would get? I don't know, Professor. Snape didn't react, because when he asked this question, his eyes were fixed on Eli the whole time. There were a few sneers around, all from the little snake, mainly from Draco and his little followers. Hermione raised her hand high, indicating that she could answer, but Snape turned a blind eye. Don't know? Well, where can I find Bezoar? I don't know, Professor. It was the same answer, and the sneer was louder. Hermione still raised her hand high, and Snape still turned a blind eye. What is the difference between Aconitum naviculatum and Aconitum davidianum? I don't know. At this point, Harry's voice became much quieter. Snape's 3 death questions really caught him off guard. Snape slowly moved his eyes away from Eli and glanced at Harry. Oh, it seems that extraordinary fame doesn't mean anything. You can't even do pre-class preparation. Gryffindor deducts 10 points. Immediately, there was a wanton mocking laugh from the little snakes, and Draco looked at Harry with a blank expression with pride. Snape glanced around. So why don't you write down all the questions I just asked? It seems that only Mr. Hall knows that the quill is used to take notes. Slytherin will get 10 points. Eli. Looking at the quill that was not even stained with ink, Eli slowly typed a question mark. Hermione looked at Eli with dissatisfaction on her face. She could have answered it just now. Even the little snakes were confused by this sudden extra point. Dean, it's not good to be so blatantly partial. But you can have more. Eli was a little emotional. Snape was really affectionate. Those questions just now seemed to be difficult, but in fact they were expressing his debt to Lily through words. It's just that this unique way really makes it difficult for our Harry. Next is the practical class of potions. Snape assigned to complete the potion for treating scabies, in pairs. But Eli was divided into a single group, and I don't know if it was intentional. Such an entry-level potion is absolutely easy for Eli. Even without those scientific instruments, he can make a very good potion with his previously practiced hands. He moved very quickly, because he didn't know how many times he had practiced this potion. Cut the medicine, squeeze the juice, heat it. A set of movements are smooth and flowing, with the momentum of a master. All this was seen by Snape, a true master, and his eyes were shining. Walking slowly to Eli, Eli had almost finished it, while the other groups were still stumbling while flipping through the book and cutting the medicine. Snape scooped up a spoonful of potion with a spoon, smelled it a little, and the expression on his face was like he had found a treasure. The book says that 3 drops of the juice of the hellebore should be added. I think you did it a little differently just now. Snape's voice was surprisingly gentle. Although he was uncomfortable with Snape's sudden gentleness, Eli was still a little proud that his potion had attracted the attention of the potion master. In fact, I found that the dosage in the book is only the most common and stable, but it is not accurate enough, so I collect the juice and pour it along the stirring rod, which will be more accurate. Eli said it quite easily. This is the result of his experiment after wasting many galleons. The light in Snape's eyes was about to overflow. He seemed to have found a confidant. Yes, the dosage in the book is not accurate. You should have your own ideas. He suddenly stood up. Slytherin plus 20 points. He picked up Eli's potion and showed it to everyone. I think you really should see what a real potion is. Hermione had just finished heating it at this time, and Eli had actually finished it, and the quality was so good. She looked at Eli with an expression of seeing a ghost. Is he really learning? The class ended quickly, and most of them made potions, but they were definitely not comparable to Eli. Perhaps because of Eli, Snape was in a particularly good mood, and even gave Harry a few pointers, which almost made Harry flattered. Even Neville was only yelled at for spilling the potion. Write today's experiment on parchment and give it to me next time. Also, Mr. Hall, stay for a while. Chapter 18 The Dead Unicorn. Are you looking for me, Professor? When all the other little wizards had left, only Eli and Snape were left in the classroom. "Fuck, why are you looking at me like that, old bat? My name is Dumbledore." It's impossible for Eli to say he's not panicking now. Of course, Snape will never do anything to hurt him. But what he fears most is to kill himself in advance as identity was exposed. Now Snape is paying so much attention to him, has he discovered his identity? Snape sat down. "Mr. Hall, can you tell me what you think about potions?" "Hey? You kept me here just to ask me this?" Eli was still relieved, at least it was not because of his identity. Speaking of this question, although Eli is definitely not as good as the potion master in front of him, as a New Age wizard who integrates scientific thinking into magical thinking, Eli is confident that his answer will definitely impress Snape. Potions are actually achieved by stimulating and combining the magic of different drugs through specific methods to achieve specific effects. After saying that, Eli looked at Snape calmly. "Surprised? Incredible, right?" Eli almost wrote the 3 words "praise me" quickly on his face. Snape was silent for a while, and the scene where he took a breath and said "you are really a genius" did not appear. "You have some insights, but you haven't fully explained the essence of the potion. You are somewhat restricted by the book. But it's good enough for a first-year wizard, but not for you." Eli's expression froze. "No, it's a compliment. This is not what I imagined. What's the matter with praising and criticizing? What do you mean it's not good enough for me? Old bat, please explain it to me." But in reality, Eli showed a very humble expression. "Please teach me. Alas, before I become a big boss, I must bow to the current big boss." Snape glanced at him. A talented person doesn't need to be so forced to be humble. "You are not the arrogant fool Potter." Eli was a little embarrassed by being exposed. "Old bat, can't you be more tactful? Isn't pretending to be humble something that every academic master should do?" Although I knew that this guy's mouth was more smelly than a septic tank, Eli has now learned his lesson. When he praised the students of his own college for their talent, he also dragged out his enemy's son to ridicule them. However, it was quite pleasant to be praised by Snape. After all, he rarely praised anyone in the entire series of movies. Just when Eli was smiling on his face but complaining in his heart, Snape waved his hand. Some potion ingredients flew out from the cabinets around. It must be said that Snape's magic control really showed Eli a lot. Snape's strength should not be underestimated. Dumbledore may be the only one in Hogwarts who can firmly suppress him. But in fact, no matter who it is, except Voldemort, they will be firmly suppressed in front of Dumbledore. The boss is so terrifying. The potion ingredients stopped between the two of them. Eli basically knew what was in it because he had memorized the whole book a long time ago. "You know nothing about the power of the academic bully. Tell me, what are these raw materials used for refining?" Snape said lightly, and the magnetic voice made people listen carefully subconsciously. Eli looked carefully. Bone water. He easily recognized it. This was the raw material for refining bone water, a common poison that was corrosive to biological tissues. The reason why this poison can only be regarded as an ordinary poison is that it is not colorless and odorless at all. It even needs a special container to contain it. It will not only react to biological tissues, but also have a certain corrosive effect on other substances. Snape was not surprised that Eli could answer it. This was just a convenient test. He saw his fingers move slightly, and some of the raw materials were left with only juice, and some became powder. If the hand that just took things from the air made Eli look at Snape with a new look, then this hand definitely shocked Eli. Worthy of the name of a master. These processed raw materials began to slowly merge in different proportions and different orders. Eli could clearly feel the fluctuations of magic power emanating from Snape. Gurgle. The juices actually began to boil in the air, and Eli wanted to kneel down and call him the boss. This was something he had never seen in movies in his previous life. Even he had never seen it in potion books. He always thought that making potions was just standing in front of the crucible and stirring it constantly. Is this the power of a boss? If so, wouldn't it mean that potions can be made at will without even using tools? It seems that potion masters are not only wealthy, but also powerful wizards. Soon, the potion was made, transparent in color and completely odorless. Snape separated a drop and dropped it on the table. The bone-dissolving water, which was originally corrosive, did not react at all like clear water. But if you really think this is clear water, you will suffer a great loss. A piece of mouse carcass was taken out, and another drop. The water drop that was as gentle as clear water just now corroded the mummy in the blink of an eye as soon as it touched the mummy. This is a must-have medicine for destroying corpses. Eli was stunned watching from the side. Snape still had that expressionless dead fish face, as if he had not done anything just now. It can be said that he put money in an invisible way. Ignoring the stunned Eli, Snape waved his wand, and the potion just now disappeared completely. The real potion is to turn decay into magic. Come to my office every Saturday afternoon. Hey! Just now, he was still in a daze. Eli didn't react for a moment after hearing this. Is this the legendary special treatment? Anything else? This was Snape's order to expel him. Eli immediately restrained his expression and said goodbye respectfully. Walking in the corridor, Eli still had a strong sense of unreality. What? The old bat started to give him special treatment? He was so excited that he couldn't express it. This was the special treatment given by the potion master. No, this couldn't even be called a special treatment, this should be called a full banquet. He also had plans for a potion factory. Now that he had Snape's personal guidance, was he still worried about not having a good potion formula? Now, the potion aspect of the factory had basically been resolved. The only thing missing was the assembly line. This was the key to his dominance of the potion market in the future. This might involve transfiguration and alchemy. As for transfiguration, should he take some time to visit Professor McGonagall? Professor McGonagall was an authority on transfiguration. It was definitely right to find her. It's just that this alchemy is a bit troublesome, and Voldemort doesn't have much knowledge about alchemy in his memory. It seems that he can only go to the library. The library of Hogwarts has a rich collection of books, which can be said to be another great treasure. In this case, I still have to find time to go to the library to practice. Thinking of this, Eli couldn't help but feel a headache. At such a young age, he was carrying a heavy responsibility that didn't belong to this age. Just when he was thinking hard about the future, Harry and Ron found him. Well, there is also Hermione. Eli, can you teach us potions? Harry and Ron looked at him expectantly. What? You guys? Eli even suspected that these two guys were cast under the Imperius curse. When did they start to pay attention to learning? Ron ignored Eli's teasing. Eli, teach us, whether we can survive the old bat depends on you. Eli suddenly realized that he was afraid of death. How can I, Eli, not stab my brother in the back when he is in trouble? No, help him? He patted his chest and said, no problem, I will take care of your potions class. Then he looked at Hermione, who seemed to be hesitant to speak. This little witch has always been very smart, why would she come to ask for advice? Hermione, your potions level should be higher than these two idiots. Hermione's face was tangled for a long time, and finally she made up her mind. After seeing your performance in class, I think I still have a lot of shortcomings, so please let me study together. It was really difficult for the proud Hermione to say these words. Her efforts in studying are indeed too hard on herself, and coupled with her good talent, she will definitely be the best wizard of this class. Because of Eli's magical strength on the train, Hermione has been paying attention to him and regards him as a target. But after her observation, this guy has never studied, so there was the previous conversation of regretting that he could not make it. But Eli's performance today really told her what it means to be too young. Eli looked at the stubborn little witch unexpectedly. "Okay, welcome to join us to study." Hermione was suddenly excited. "How about this? Tomorrow is Saturday, if we have nothing to do, let's study every Saturday morning." Several people agreed. After the agreement was reached, Harry and Ron went to play somewhere else, and Hermione must have gone to the library with a book. At night, a figure appeared at the door of the Slytherin lounge. It was Eli, who was on his routine night tour. Aiming the wand at the top of his head, a mercury-like liquid slowly covered his whole body from the top of his head. Eli felt a little chilly. Eli's figure gradually became transparent and finally disappeared. This is the disillusionment charm, a must-have spell for Aurors, and many adult wizards may not know it. After mastering the disillusionment charm, Eli swaggered to the Forbidden Forest. He went straight to the depths. Soul Devourer. Another soul was devoured by Eli. After searching the corpse, taking away the valuable parts, he was ready to look for the next target. Firenze. Who else could the silver-haired man in front of him be Firenze? Eli walked forward, but Firenze's face was very solemn. Another unicorn died. Eli was shocked. Who else could kill the unicorn except Voldemort? In order to maintain his life, he had to hunt unicorns and absorb their blood. There have been several unicorn attacks recently, and this is the second one recently. Eli tightened the wand in his hand. It seems that Voldemort has started to move. Chapter 19 Little Hall's class opens. Saturday is really a pleasant day. Today, Hall's little class finally opened. Mornings are always relaxing, and an empty classroom in Hogwarts is also filled with a harmonious atmosphere. "Harry, can you read?" Eli pointed to the textbook, and Harry looked a little bad. "The third item on this page tells you to add hellebore juice. Did you do it?" "No." "Why didn't you? Do you think your steps are better than the ones in the book?" "Oh look, Ron, if you hadn't told me I would have thought this pot was made of troll shit." For some reason, Eli, who was teaching others for the first time, seemed to have awakened some incredible talent. It was like he was possessed by Snape in the morning, and his mouth smelled worse than a toilet. Harry and Ron's faces were horribly dark. They thought they would hear less swearing if they left the old bat. Unexpectedly, Eli was no less bad. However, as the person involved, Eli said that it was really cool. Now he really understood the pleasure Snape felt when he scolded people in class. Who did he inherit this talent from? Could it be his biological father? That's not right. James Potter mainly liked to play pranks on people when he was young. He was very bad. Biological mother? That's absolutely impossible. If Snape knew what Eli was thinking, he would have called Avada Kedavra. Could it be? Pa. He was thinking wrong again. Snape's greasy long hair appeared in Eli's mind. He shook his head in horror. It didn't look like him at all. After getting rid of the strange thoughts that suddenly popped up in his head, Eli turned around and started bombarding Harry and Ron again. Only the little witch on the side was not poisoned by Eli. But to be honest, there is really nothing to criticize about Hermione. She had memorized the entire textbook before the start of the school year. She was really crazy. Eli had also observed Hermione mixing potions. Although he didn't have any opinions of his own, at least it was exactly the same as in the book. This level may be something Harry and Ron can't catch up with. After all, even if these two guys follow the book step by step, they may make mistakes. Oh my god, you must not have put porcupine quills, right? I'm not wrong, right? Eli's roar came from the side again. The little witch who was mixing the potion seriously shook her head helplessly. Yes. Ron seemed timid. Harry, who was careless, was still laughing beside him. Harry, you are so embarrassed to laugh. I guarantee you don't even know what porcupine quills are. Harry, who was criticized again, lowered his head with a sullen look and pretended to stir the potion. Ron seemed to have completely collapsed, and he sat down on the ground with his hands loose. With a sad face, "Eli, I think I'm going to give up. I just don't like potions. Yet, I feel like no matter how hard I try, I can't be as good as you talented people." Harry's face fell, and he also echoed the side. He had lost hope in the potion course. He seemed to have seen the old bat grinning and waving at him. Are all talented people so vicious? I even thought I was taking Snape's class just now. Ron looked at Eli with resentment. He was the one who was scolded the most just now. These two first-year wizards learned almost all the swear words they had never heard of in their first half of their lives in just this morning. "I say, I think you are simply not interested in this course." Hermione, who had been silent all the time, suddenly spoke righteously. Ron glanced at her. He had disliked Hermione for a long time. This might be the traditional grudge between a poor student and a good student. "Yes, our Miss Doe is interested in almost all courses." This nickname was given by Snape in class because Hermione was keen to raise her hand to answer all questions. "You?" Hermione naturally didn't like this nickname. When Ron mentioned it sarcastically, her face flushed. Okay. Seeing that the two were about to quarrel, Eli quickly spoke out to stop them. Then he looked at the two helplessly, as if they were born with incompatible personalities. Looking at the tired Harry and Ron, Eli knew that too much is as bad as too little. "Let's stop learning here today and continue learning next week." Harry and Ron were relieved when they heard it. Looking at the two guys' lazy appearance, Eli sighed. They may not know what dangers they will face in the future, and they have no desire to become stronger at all. Maybe, but they are definitely not as good as the heart of a lazy fish. Learning is something that needs to be done slowly. There is no such thing as talent. The more you learn, the more you will naturally understand. Eli was a little earnest. "Then we didn't see you studying much, but you are better than us." Eli looked at Ron and sighed that he was still too young. "You just didn't see it. I lived in the leaky cauldron for a month before school started, and I studied hard every day." Harry and Ron looked at Eli as if they had seen a ghost. Even Hermione couldn't help but look sideways. "This guy is even more cruel than me." Seeing that even Hermione was surprised, Eli couldn't help but feel a little flattered. It is indeed not easy to show off in front of this university bully. So, there is an old saying in the East, "Where there is a will, there is a way, there is nothing difficult in the world." Before Eli finished shaking his head, a voice that made Eli a little creepy suddenly came from behind. "Well, that mysterious country in the East does have its own unique civilization. Professor Dumbledore." Harry and Ron quickly stood up. Even the little witch Hermione stood up a little straighter. Eli suddenly felt a little stiff all over. Oh my God! Why did Dumbledore come suddenly? He had no time to hide during this period. Based on Dumbledore's wisdom, it was only a matter of time before his identity was discovered. With Dumbledore's old, yin, scheming, mao, and deep, gooey, calculation, he would definitely include him in the plan to fight Voldemort. By then, I'm afraid he will be led by the nose. He is just gifted. Even if he is a reborn person, he can't live as long as others in these two lives. 1,000-year-old turtle is a 10,000-year-old tortoise. This man is getting smarter as he gets older. Eli turned his head and said, "Hello, Professor Dumbledore." He bowed slightly. Do you think he bowed to the boss? Just avoid eye contact with Dumbledore. Dumbledore is a master of legilimency. He can spy on people's thoughts just by looking at each other. Dumbledore smiled and waved his hand. Don't be nervous, don't be nervous. I just came out for a walk. I didn't expect there is a small classroom here. I have to say that Mr. Hall's potion class is really good. What? How long have you been listening? You can't have heard all my dirty words. It's great to be young, and friendship is great. I'm so happy to see you can learn from each other. 5 points for Gryffindor and Slytherin. He looked at Eli again, his eyes could not be read. For an excellent little teacher, 5 points for Slytherin. Yet? What's going on? Even if you use points to bribe me, I won't give in. It seems that I disturbed you, then I'll leave first. Before a few people reacted, Dumbledore was ready to turn around and leave. Eli was about to breathe a sigh of relief, but Dumbledore suddenly turned around. But Mr. Hall had better not learn other people's bad habits, even if that person is your professor. Dumbledore winked at Eli slyly and left the classroom. Eli was left with a chill all over his body. Chapter 20 A small conflict in the flying class. Eli also experienced the feeling of being taught alone by Snape. Although Snape treated him differently from other students, Snape was definitely a strict teacher in potions. Eli, are you already blinded by old age? If you keep dripping, I think my office will have to be renovated. Have you been infected by Potter's stupidity? You can't even tell the difference between the two. If you make this mistake again, you might as well not learn potions. Go feed pigs, and you won't have to worry about dosage. Eli's head is already full of black lines. This damn old bat, can you not talk if you can't? Snape is worthy of being the biggest troll in Hogwarts. He didn't even use swear words to spit out Eli, a little troll. Can I talk back? Sorry, Eli is a coward. But even though he stinks, Eli at least learned a lot of potion knowledge from Snape. Just this afternoon is equivalent to more than half a semester of normal courses. Snape's teaching is not much different from the so-called cramming teaching in his previous life. From the beginning, he has been asking Eli to accumulate a lot of potion preparation methods and the properties of different drugs. Fortunately, Eli had a photographic memory, otherwise it would take him a whole semester to memorize all this knowledge. Eli wanted to learn the easy-to-make medicine that Snape showed him at the time. Snape glanced at him and was silent for a while before suppressing the urge to scold him. According to Snape, Eli had to wait until he had a very deep understanding of the properties of the medicine and had a certain degree of control over magic before he could learn. But Snape also took the time to teach Eli how to control magic. This was much faster than when he practiced in the leaky cauldron. But the greater the gain, the greater the sacrifice. After a set of continuous training, he felt a sharp pain in his head. This was the consequence of overusing soul power. Luckily, he had been committed to improving his soul, so he trained longer and more intensively than ordinary people, and naturally improved faster. It can be said that Snape had definitely used all his skills, and Eli benefited a lot. If this is because Snape judges people by appearance, then I hope there will be more. Ron, why are you so excited? On the way to the flying class, Ron's face was filled with visible joy, and he almost jumped up. Do you know what flying class means? Ron said mysteriously, with a little expectation. It can be seen that he really wants to recommend it to his friends. Quidditch. Eli blurted out, little guy, you have already pretended to have coins, why should I pretend to have coins? Eli, just said this, I am the coin king of the whole Hogwarts. Ron's expression froze on his face instantly, and the little wizards around him laughed when they saw Ron being embarrassed. Ron blushed, Eli, you are so boring. Then Ron, why don't you introduce us to what Quidditch is? Sure enough, Harry was the kindest and gave Ron the opportunity to express himself, if the smile on his face could be ignored. Eli did not interrupt. He knew Ron's love for Quidditch. In fact, Ron had been telling them all kinds of Quidditch news before. Which team won the championship this year? Which potential player emerged? Eli felt that if Ron had devoted a little of his love for Quidditch to potions class, he would not be scolded every Saturday. Ron finally got the chance. He cleared his throat and pretended to be profound. The group walked towards the flying field, talking and laughing. A Slytherin mixed with a group of Gryffindors. This was also a strange sight. At first, the little lions might have some grudges against Eli because of the differences between the schools, but when they really met. After meeting Eli, he quickly put aside the school prejudice. So, the so-called school prejudice is nothing but the flattery of some busybodies. However, there are always people who regard it as a criterion. For example, our Draco, followed by a group of Slytherins, looked at Eli coldly from a distance. As the heir of the top pure-blood family Malfoy, Draco has a high status in Slytherin, who values reputation and is keen on forming factions. And Draco, who has always grown up in the spotlight, is also used to being sought after, and he doesn't even have an equal friend. The flying class is still taught by Slytherins and Gryffindors together, which is bound to spark sparks. The flying class professor, Mrs. Hooch, came over in a hurry. Her grey hair and hooked nose made her look like an owl. Now there are brooms next to you. You just need to put your hands on them and say "get up," and the broom will automatically come to your hands. Remember, say it with emotion. Mrs. Hooch gave an order, and suddenly the field was filled with strange voices and strange tones of "get up." Say it with emotion, not in a strange tone. "Get up!" Harry shouted softly, and the broom flew into his hand immediately, obedient like a pet. Good guy, the protagonist is the protagonist, this talent is unmatched by others. For example, Hermione, although she is very good at studying, the flying broom doesn't seem to give the academic master face. Get up, get up, get up. Eli saw that Hermione seemed to be trying hard with her face, and she was about to sing the two words "get up," but the broom just didn't work. Hey, let me, the enthusiastic Eli, help you. Eli's mind moved, and the broom next to Hermione was forcibly pulled up by Eli with magic and flew into her hand. Hermione thought it was her fault, and proudly raised her chin again. The dignity of a top student is more novels and Q Group, 2285-70750. Ah, and Ron, he didn't seem to succeed either, do you want to help him? Eli did the same thing, preparing to send Ron's broom to him. But just as he activated the magic, the broom seemed to respond to Ron's call and flew up on its own. Eli didn't react at all. The effect of the magic plus the power of the broom made the speed very fast, at least Ron couldn't catch it. A crisp sound came from the field. Ah, my head! Eli turned his head away embarrassedly, pretending that nothing happened. Fortunately, Ron was fine, just a small bump. Eli waved his hand lightly, and the broom flew into his hand. Wow, awesome! The little snake on the side exclaimed. No, no, it's just a small scene. Am I proud? Am I proud? Actually, there is nothing strange about this. It mainly depends on will, that is, the soul. People with strong willpower usually have stronger souls, and people with strong willpower are also adaptable to sports, but not entirely. So, this method cannot explain the quality of talent. After a while of shouting, most people present took up brooms. Mrs. Hooch nodded with satisfaction. At least no one picked up the objects with their hands this time. Okay, now I'll count 1, 2, 3. When the whistle blows, you will jump up lightly and try to circle around and then return to the original place. Then, 1, 2. Before she counted to 3, a poor guy had already flown up. Mr. Longbottom! Please come down. Obviously, this was not something Neville could control. He was so panicked that he could only grab the broom to ensure that he would not fall. Mr. Longbottom, Longbottom! Ah! With a cry of surprise, Neville was carried away by the broom. The young wizards present all looked at Neville flying out nervously, only Draco and his little followers gloated over the misfortune. Eli had already taken the wand in his hand. The professor's reaction ability really disappointed him. He couldn't stop Neville from taking off. Neville was so scared at this time, okay? The out-of-control broom made him do several death rolls in the air, and it was also fortunate that he held it tightly. Otherwise, he would be thrown off the broom and fell to death. Oh, he's there! Everyone rushed over immediately. Neville was hanging on the tip of the roof statue at this time. There was a hissing sound from the clothes, and it was already unbearable. Oh! Neville suddenly fell down, and some of the young wizards below covered their mouths in fear. Stop! Madame Hooch waved her wand, but failed to make it float. Wingardi Leviosa! A firm shout came from Eli. He held the wand and pointed at the falling Neville. The huge magic power quickly caught him, who was still screaming. As Eli's wand fell, Neville also fell gently to the ground. Mrs. Hooch immediately rushed forward to check. The little wizards around looked at Eli in surprise as he calmly put away his wand. Aren't we all first-year students? Why does he know this trick? Professor, I want to learn this. The Gryffindor students looked at Eli in admiration. It was so cool. Look at how Eli put one hand in his pocket, so cool. Harry and Ron's eyes almost had little stars. I want to do this to hold coins in the future. The little snakes in Slytherin also cast admiring eyes. Only Draco, with regret for not being able to eat melon on his face, a little bit unhappy. I'm going to take Mr. Longbottom to the infirmary now. He has some scratches. I don't want to see anyone in the sky when I come back. Otherwise, you will be kicked out of my class before you even hear the word Quidditch. She supported Neville and came to Eli's side. Mr. Hall showed a wonderful spell, Slytherin plus 10 points. After Madame Hooch left, Draco picked up a ball. It was Neville's memory ball. He intended to hide it, but Harry stood up to stop him. Draco flew into the sky, and Harry, who was riding a broom for the first time, was not to be outdone. Hermione couldn't persuade him at all. Eli didn't stop him. It was because of Draco's prank this time that Professor McGonagall saw Harry's superb flying talent. Harry will become the youngest Seeker. Okay, Draco, there's no need to keep holding on to him. Eli couldn't stand it, and persuaded Draco after Harry got the ball back. Draco, who was slapped in the face in public, couldn't hold back when he heard Eli's words. He held the broom and said to Eli with disgust, "What did you say? How can you, a Slytherin, help those stupid Gryffindors? You are a shame to Slytherin." This sentence was echoed by the little followers, and the other little snakes nodded as if it was a matter of fact. Many of them also couldn't stand the fact that Eli was always so close to Gryffindor. To Slytherin, Gryffindor was a group of reckless and stupid fools. Malfoy, shut up! Ron immediately stepped forward and spit at Draco, and other Gryffindors also came up. This is absolutely in line with the style of Gryffindor, who would go up and fight if they disagreed. What's more, these guys not only insulted their friends, but also scolded Gryffindor. No Gryffindor could tolerate it. The smell of gunpowder between the two groups became stronger and stronger, and a school war was about to break out. If a fight breaks out, it will definitely be a huge news. A fight between two major colleges is a rare event in the history of this college. At this time, a faint voice stopped the tension. Eli played with the pale wand with a nonchalant look on his face. "Thank you all for your kindness, but today's matter will be solved by myself. I am enough." Slytherin exploded immediately. "Too crazy. You are looking down on me, Theodore Nott." Eli smiled softly, a little cold. He was indeed a little angry. Being kind to others does not mean that you can tolerate repeated insults. I am not targeting you, I mean, everyone here is a loser. Wow! The little snakes were stunned. This is too crazy. Eli looked at Draco and pointed his wand at him. "I think I must teach those who dare to speak rudely a lesson." Draco stepped back in fear. When had he been pointed at with a wand? "If you dare to mess around, I'll tell my dad." Eli sneered, "Then maybe as your father I should teach you how to solve problems in a wizard's way." Someone in Slytherin had already raised his wand to attack. Eli waved his wand vigorously, and a strong magic burst out. The little snakes were forced to retreat again and again. The little lions were stunned. Eli did not use any spells, just the use of magic. The little snakes who were shocked back looked very ugly. They were outnumbered, but they didn't even last a single move. The smart little snakes began to calculate, is it really necessary to fight against this terrible guy? I don't think we need to do this at all. The speaker was a Slytherin. As soon as he spoke, the little snakes around him responded one after another. For a moment, the attack fell apart. Draco's face was particularly pale, and he felt that he might die. He could indeed ask his father to solve the problem, but if he angered this person, could he really hold on until his father arrived? Now he regretted his bad mouth very much, and he was bad-mouthing the person he shouldn't have provoked the most. Eli, forget it. If you continue to make trouble like this, it will attract the attention of the professors. Hermione grabbed him. Harry and Ron also came up to persuade him. They didn't expect Eli to be so fierce. It's okay to fight in a group, but if Eli fights alone, he may be expelled. Eli looked at Draco, who turned into a chameleon again, indifferently. Do you know how to talk in the future? Draco nodded tremblingly. What are you doing? Chapter 21 The Giant Monster Attacks. The little wizards of the two colleges looked at Professor McGonagall, who came over in horror. If we were to ask which professor has the greatest deterrent power, it would definitely be Professor McGonagall. Unlike Snape, Professor McGonagall is extremely upright. As the head of Gryffindor, she would punish students from her own college mercilessly even if they made mistakes. The points that should be deducted would not be reduced at all. Professor McGonagall usually shows a serious face, and the little wizards dare not act unruly in front of Professor McGonagall. Hermione was already panicking and didn't know what to do. What she feared most was to hear Professor McGonagall say that she failed all the subjects, but violating school rules was equally terrible. Everyone present, except Eli, secretly thought that it was not good, and a punishment was definitely inevitable. What are you doing here? If I remember correctly, it should be flying class time now. Professor, Neville is injured. Madam Hooch has taken him to the infirmary. We are practicing here. Eli was not panicked at all. He was as steady as an old dog. He knew what Professor McGonagall was here for. He looked at the students on both sides with some suspicion. They were indeed fine and not injured. I hope you can be honest before Madam Hooch comes back. Professor McGonagall looked at Harry. Mr. Potter, come with me. Harry looked at Eli and the others in surprise. He was a little confused about what was going on. Why did he suddenly get called? Go, Harry. If Professor McGonagall wants to punish you, she won't choose a place. Eli patted Harry and signaled him not to be too nervous. Harry followed Professor McGonagall doubtfully. Eli knew that he would hear that Harry became the Seeker of the Gryffindor Quidditch team soon. The youngest Seeker, in fact, their father, James Potter, was also a Seeker, and a very good Seeker. James Potter's medal is placed in the award display room of Hogwarts. The first flying class ended in such a bad mood. What happened today was beyond their expectations. Draco's face was still ugly. Eli didn't approach him to get close to him. His patience was limited. At the beginning, he deliberately showed his goodwill to Draco even though he had provoked him. He was already considering his roommate's face. But Draco repeatedly put on the airs of a young master. He, Eli Hall, was not his follower. Today is to teach him a lesson. Let him understand that in the face of absolute strength, everything is nothing. Eli. Ron and Harry ran over excitedly. Eli swallowed the cake in his mouth in one gulp, but he couldn't swallow it all at once, choking him and rolling his eyes. Oh Eli, what's wrong with you? Harry and Ron quickly handed Eli a glass of water and patted his back slowly. After a while, Eli finally recovered and looked at the two guys who almost choked him to death with resentment. What's the matter? Guess what? Okay, I won't guess. You can say it or not. If you don't want to say it, forget it. Ron didn't keep it a secret anymore. He whispered to Eli. The little snakes next to him were very puzzled. Why did these two Gryffindors come to their long table? They also listened quietly sideways. Pa! Can you be more restrained when eavesdropping? You're almost lying on me. Eli slapped the guy next to him in annoyance. This guy was eavesdropping so openly. The little snakes who were exposed lowered their heads and pretended that nothing happened. The guy who was slapped blushed, but didn't say anything. Eli's reputation for being fierce has long been spread. To provoke this fierce god, you must be tired of living. He rolled his eyes at the guy and motioned Ron to continue. Harry has become the Gryffindor seeker. Ron rubbed his hands expectantly, wanting to see Eli's shocked expression. Harry was similar. He looked a little shy, because he didn't quite understand what it meant, and felt embarrassed to be praised by so many people. Eli looked at Ron strangely. That's it. Hey! Ron was stunned. Surprise? Surprise? Come, let me show you something. Eli dragged the two stunned guys out. Are you here, Eli? Eli took them to the award display room and pointed to one of the medals. Wow! Harry, you didn't tell us that your father was also a seeker. Ron said in amazement. Harry stared at the still shining medal, as if he saw his father's youthful figure. I don't know. He said blankly, with some sadness in his voice. Eli quietly looked at Harry, who was in a state of sadness. He had lived with the death of his family for so long. It was really hard for him. Eli patted his shoulder, and Harry felt very warm. Well, I believe you must have the confidence to be a seeker. Although I am not very willing, I still wish you victory in the game. Eli's joke made the two laugh, and Harry also said with a smile, in that case, I must win. Ha ha ha. Halloween is here, and the school has arranged a sumptuous dinner. But on this happy day, a little unpleasant conflict occurred. There is a troll. There is a troll in the dungeon. The door of the auditorium was violently knocked open, and a man with a big turban ran in. This is the defense against the dark arts professor, Quirrell. I think you should know. As soon as he finished speaking, he fainted on the ground inexplicably. Boom! A thunderous sound rang out from the ceiling at a very appropriate time. Suddenly, the hall was filled with earth-shaking screams from the students. Eli had to cover his ears, or he would have been injured. Eli saw Draco, who was so scared that he almost jumped onto the table, and pulled him to sit down. Shut up, stop screaming. This guy was the loudest just now. Quiet. The huge voice instantly quieted the hall. It was Dumbledore. The heads of each college will take the students back to the lounge in an orderly manner. Teachers, follow me. Dumbledore made the young wizards feel a little safer, and the heads finally stood up and led the heads of each college to the hall. Students returned to the lounge. Eli's attention was always on Harry and Ron. Sure enough, the two ran to the dungeon. Eli immediately followed. He was very familiar with this part. Because of Ron's sarcasm, Hermione cried alone in the bathroom. As a result, the troll somehow wandered here. Harry and Ron were worried about Hermione, so they ran over and ran into the troll, making trouble in the women's bathroom. Sure enough, Hermione's screams came from the bathroom in front. Eli! You stay here, I'll save Hermione. Ignoring the two, Eli rushed into the women's bathroom. The troll was smashing everywhere with a big stick, and Hermione hid under the sink in fear. Shatter into pieces. The spell hit the troll's back. This intensity of the spell would definitely kill an adult eight-eyed giant spider at once. But when it fell on the troll, it seemed to be weakened countless times. Roar! Feeling pain on his back, the troll turned around angrily and smashed down on the little thing holding the small wooden stick. The troll is a very stupid creature, with a small head like a chocolate bean on the huge body. But his magic resistance is extremely high, which is why Eli's spell did not cause much damage. The troll's anger was immediately attracted to Eli, at least allowing Hermione, who was shivering in the corner, to breathe a sigh of relief. Eli! Hermione was crying and suddenly saw Eli. Don't make a sound! Smash to pieces! Eli signaled Hermione not to speak rashly to attract the troll again, and then released the spell again to completely lock the troll's attention on him. Bang! The huge stick smashed a big hole in the ground. Eli looked at the current state of the floor and took a breath. Fortunately, the troll was not very flexible, and he could show off his snakeskin movement. Eli dodged hastily while casting spells. Although the magic resistance was high, the troll still drew blood under Eli's powerful output. The injured troll became even more angry, and Eli was in greater danger for a moment. Bang! A stone came from nowhere and hit the troll's head. This time, the troll couldn't handle it anymore. Why the hell are you here? Seeing the two idiots throwing things at the troll, Eli was almost so angry that he vomited blood. This is just a drag. The troll didn't care about that. Seeing that these little guys dared to throw things at him, he raised his big stick and hit the crowded place. The place was originally quite cramped, and it was troublesome for Eli to hide alone. Now there were two more burdens, and it was even more unavoidable for a moment. Eli used magic to push Harry and Ron away, and he took advantage of the recoil to get behind the troll. Bang! The big stick hit the place where the three had just stood. Harry and Ron were pale. If it weren't for Eli, they would have been turned into meat patties. Smash to pieces! A spell attracted the troll to Eli again, but Hermione was still behind him. Damn it! Eli pulled Hermione and tried hard to avoid the falling stick. The two were forced into a corner and were in danger. Eli! Seeing Eli and Hermione in danger, Harry rushed up and hugged the troll's head with the troll's stick. The troll struggled in panic after being attacked on the head, and Harry inserted his wand into the troll's nostrils. The scene was very delicious for a while. Harry, who had nothing in his hands, was lifted up by the troll and raised the stick to hit him. Wingardium Leviosa! In a hurry, Ron finally used the levitation spell to fix the troll's raised stick in mid-air. Bang! The big stick hit the troll's head, and the troll seemed to be knocked unconscious, and his steps were a little shaky. It's finally over. No way! The troll shook his head vigorously and became sober. Eli's eyes widened instantly. No, the troll fainted at this point in the original book. How could this happen? I don't know if it was because he, an outsider, flapped the butterfly wings and changed something. The troll didn't faint at all. Harry is in danger. The troll looked at the little thing in his hand, and a trace of humanized grin flashed across his face. He lifted Harry high and wanted to throw him to death. No one could stop him. Harry was doomed to die. Eli's eyes were bloodshot, as if he had seen the tragic scene of Harry's head bursting. Ron stood there bloodless. Hermione's tears filled her white eyes, and death was about to come. Murderous intent surged wildly, and bloodshot filled her pupils. Ultimate death! A grey light collided with the troll, and the world seemed to be cut off from life. No, it was the troll that was cut off from life. Boom! The troll's body fell heavily to the ground, and there was no sign of life. Chapter 22 Conversation with Dumbledore. Eli, Eli! The voice became smaller and smaller, and Eli, who had overdrawn his magic power, gradually lost consciousness. This seems to be the second time, right? He has fainted twice due to overdrawn magic power in a short period of time since the start of school. I really don't know what dangerous things will happen next. Several people watched the troll fall in the grey light, and Harry, who thought he was going to die, stood up tremblingly as if he had survived a disaster. Harry! Ron ran over and hugged Harry. He really thought that this good brother who had known him for a month was going to die. Shocked Harry nodded blankly, and the two saw Hermione shaking Eli, who seemed to have lost consciousness. Eli. Harry regained consciousness in an instant, and rushed to Eli's side, looking at Eli with his eyes closed and pale face. What's wrong with him? What's wrong with Eli? He was panicking now, he was really afraid of losing another good friend. Just now Eli had clearly told him not to come over. If it wasn't for him, would Eli be fine? Guilt spread in Harry's heart, and Ron also closed his lips. He should have just fainted, not injured. Hermione checked in a hurry, and finally felt relieved when she saw that Eli had no scars on his body and his breathing was still stable. They didn't have to come here in the first place. If they hadn't come to the bathroom to find her, Eli wouldn't have covered her up. She just saw the spell clearly, it was clearly released by Eli. She dared to guarantee that she had never seen this spell in a book. The spell that could kill a troll in one blow was definitely not something a young wizard could touch. When the grey light was released, she even felt her life slipping away. A terrible spell. Ah! How dare you! There was a scream at the door. Professor McGonagall covered her chest with a look of horror, followed by several teachers such as Snape and Quirrell. Professor McGonagall was almost frightened by the terrible scene in front of her. A troll lying on the ground, and there were several students next to it. Explain to me what happened. Professor McGonagall was surprisingly angry because her students almost died at the hands of the troll. Harry and Ron hesitated and didn't know what to say. Would they be beaten to death if they told Professor McGonagall that they had angered their friends and then ran to play with the troll? It's all because of me, Professor Granger. Professor McGonagall looked at the well-behaved little witch in surprise. She was usually very optimistic about this diligent and studious student. Hermione didn't dare to look at Professor McGonagall's disappointed eyes and lowered her head. I learned about trolls in books. I think I can deal with him, so. Professor McGonagall didn't hide the disappointment on her face. Snape seemed to have heard an extremely ridiculous joke. Miss Granger. Oh, that's Eli. Professor McGonagall saw Eli lying next to Hermione, her face suddenly turned pale, and she stumbled over. Snape's face changed drastically, and he rushed over like crazy, pushing Harry aside very roughly. Madame Pomfrey from the school infirmary hurried over. Professor! Eli should have fainted. Hermione reminded in a low voice, but no one answered her. Madame Pomfrey extended her wand and checked carefully. Mr. Hall is indeed just in a coma. It seems that he has overdrawn his magic power in a short period of time. Professor McGonagall's face was slightly relieved. Snape took out a bottle of potion. After Madame Pomfrey fed Eli, Eli's face began to turn slightly red. I have to send this child to the school infirmary first. Madame Pomfrey waved her wand, Eli slowly floated up, and was taken to the school infirmary. There were only 3 iron-headed kids left here, trembling under the gaze of the professors. Miss Granger, I always thought you would be smarter than others, but you really disappointed me this time. Because of your serious misjudgment, Gryffindor will be deducted 10 points. Professor McGonagall looked at the 2 idiots next to her, and you. Harry and Ron shuddered together. You should know how lucky it is for a few first-year wizards to survive the troll. 5 points for each of them. The 3 looked a little better. Although there were no extra points, it was good that the increase and decrease offset each other, right? Professor McGonagall glanced at the motionless troll on the ground. Mr. Hall overdrew his magic for his friend, I will give him 15 points. Professor McGonagall looked at the 3 people deeply, as if saying, if I catch you again, you will be in trouble. Celebrate your shitty luck. Professor McGonagall and Snape, whose eyes could kill, left in a hurry, and the 3 followed them. Only Professor Quirrell was left. Professor McGonagall and Snape walked in the corridor. Can you tell what the spell is? No. But it is certain that it is a spell similar to the killing curse. Snape's face was a little solemn. The bizarre spell and Eli who overdrew his magic, this simply laid out the answer. Eli's memory stayed at the moment before he fainted, and he could still feel the crazy release of magic. The grey light was suffocating. Is this a dream? A jungle, nothing special, no birds or beasts, no leaves rustling. Is there a sound of water? Eli followed the sound and found a small river in front. What is that? There seemed to be 3 men by the river, and the water blocked their way. Eli thought they were at a loss, but they took out their wands. Wizard? With the waving of the wand, a bridge extended from the river, and the river could no longer block their way. Several people walked onto the bridge happily. A man in a strange cloak appeared. Eli tried hard to see the man's face, but it seemed that there was always a layer of fog between them and he couldn't see it clearly. The world suddenly he began to collapse, and his consciousness finally returned to reality. The smell of the potion stimulated his nose, and his body felt familiar weakness and tingling. He simply gave up moving, because he saw clearly that this was the school infirmary. Alas, I'm overdrawn again. Eli could only lie on the bed board, which was a rare rest after studying. Want to try this? It might be of some use to you. Eli turned his head. Dumbledore. He didn't know when he sat by Eli's bed, picking and choosing from a box of candies. Tisk, eat if you want to, don't pick and choose, this old man is really uncultured. Professor. Actually, I just came here too. I heard that a first-year wizard dealt with a troll. He was really young and frivolous. Come, try this. Dumbledore picked one out of it and handed it to Eli. BB multi-flavor beans, I tasted dog shit when I was young, and it made me sick. Eli took the candy with a look of disgust. So why do you know it tastes like dog shit? Eli didn't dare to eat this candy. Dumbledore was stunned and said, eat it quickly, you may feel better after eating it. Eli, who was curious, began to pester him, in fact, I still want to know why you know the taste of dog shit. That innocent expression and those eyes full of innocence made Dumbledore want to give him 2 big BB pockets. Kids nowadays are so annoying. This topic can't be avoided. Dumbledore tactically adjusted his glasses and said a little shyly, you know, when you are young, you will always be more curious. Looking at Dumbledore's embarrassed look, Eli slowly gave a thumbs up. The boss is still the boss, and he is really the first to dare to take the lead. Eli didn't dare to pester him anymore. He was really afraid that Dumbledore would kill him to silence him in anger. He swallowed the multi-flavored beans handed over by old Dumbledore in one gulp. You! Eli almost vomited on the bed. Is this a stinky sock? Ah, it doesn't look very good, but that's normal. Dumbledore explained lightly, but Eli clearly saw him laughing. Eli looked at him resentfully, and didn't dare to make a sound or speak. Little Eli was very humble. The two chatted casually. But Eli was anxious. Of course, Dumbledore couldn't have come to chat with him on purpose. It must be the spell from yesterday. But Dumbledore didn't ask, and he didn't say it first, so as not to be led by the nose. But now why does Dumbledore not seem to be anxious at all? You have to ask. Old Dumbledore, are you really free? Watching Dumbledore opening the snacks sent by his friends while chatting, he almost ate them all. Are you here to ask questions or to get the snacks from the children? The old man is very bad. In the end, it was Eli who couldn't help it first. What should I eat if you keep eating? Professor, I want to ask a question about the troll yesterday. Dumbledore seemed to be reminded suddenly. Aha! I was just about to ask you, that was a really powerful spell. I'll just look at you and see your actor-like acting skills. Come on, give me a cup of cappuccino. So, what kind of spell was it? Eli was too lazy to argue with this old bastard. He still had to figure out the spell he released yesterday. Dumbledore put down the snacks in his hand. Actually, I have to ask you, Eli, can you still remember how you released the spell at that time? Eli thought carefully. I still remember that the troll wanted to kill Harry at that time. I was very anxious and wanted to kill the troll to save Harry, so I released that spell. The fact is indeed like this. Even Eli himself feels terrible when he recalls the murderous intent at that time. A sharp light flashed under the half-moon glasses. Do you still remember the spell at that time? Ultimate death. Dumbledore pondered for a moment, and his eyes that seemed to be able to see through everything instantly met Eli's eyes. I think I should congratulate you on creating a new spell. As soon as he met those deep pupils, Eli's heart was shocked, and it seemed that something wanted to get into his mind. He subconsciously resisted, and his extraordinary soul began to fight against that power. But it seemed that the power had no malice. And it retreated after being resisted. Sorry, child, please understand the worries of an old man. Eli looked at the frank Dumbledore with a complicated expression. He really didn't expect that he would directly admit his intention to spy on his thoughts. Professor. Dumbledore stood up and smiled at Eli. Your talent really surprised me, whether it is spells or souls. But I think I have to give time back to your friends now, they seem to be impatient. He winked at Eli and turned to walk out. Just go, and grabbed a handful of multi-flavor beans. Dumbledore opened the door of the school infirmary, and Harry and the others came as expected. He greeted them and walked out. It seems that he also ate a multi-flavor bean. You. Dumbledore vomited outside the door. Chapter 23 Quidditch Turbulence. Eli. Harry and the other two ran to Eli's bed. How do you feel? Not bad. Eli handed the last box of multi-flavor beans to a few people and took out a box of chocolate frogs. It just feels like I was hit by a troll. Eli moved his body, mainly because he was weak. He missed the centaur's recovery potion so much, otherwise he would have been able to get out of bed and move around at will. No, Eli, I think you might not feel it if you were hit by a troll. Oh, what a bad joke. Ron subconsciously said something to Hermione, but it was not very funny. However, Hermione just rolled her eyes at him, and the two of them were not as confrontational as before. Eli was very pleased to see the trio become more harmonious. It seemed that after the life and death test of the troll, they had established enough friendship. Hermione walked to Eli's bedside with a serious face and pursed her lips. Eli, I want to formally apologize to you. I shouldn't have been so willful yesterday, I shouldn't have, blah blah blah. Seeing that the little witch was about to start a formal apology speech, Eli was overwhelmed. Okay, that's a bit too formal, isn't it? Come on, give me a shoulder massage. Eli said arrogantly. Hermione blushed, and the speech she had written all night yesterday was completely forgotten. Hermione, you don't have to be like this. We are all friends. We were wrong yesterday, but now everyone is fine. We should talk about something happy. It was the kind-hearted Harry who saved the situation in time, and Ron, the steely straight man, also agreed. That's right, as long as you don't give a speech, we'll be happy. Eli glanced at him strangely, and he was indeed a steely straight man. Hermione glared at him fiercely and didn't want to pay attention to him. Eli, you know, you are now a hero who fights trolls. Ron was so excited that his saliva almost sprayed Eli's face. Yes, Ron tells everyone that he is almost a hero who fights trolls. Harry ruthlessly exposed Ron, making him blush. Eli wiped his face. Ron, who was such a big mouth, must have become famous now. If it wasn't for saving them, he wouldn't have been so ostentatious. But now that things have come to this, let's just let it go. Eli opened the chocolate frog, and the wizard card inside was Dumbledore. Oh look, I got Dumbledore. He handed the card to a few people. In fact, I have several of them. Ron is also a card collector, and he has shown his collection before. I didn't even know Dumbledore was so powerful, defeating the dark wizard Grindelwald, discovering the 12 uses of dragon's blood, and being a friend of Nick Flamel. Harry, read the achievements of Dumbledore recorded on the card. So what are the 12 uses of dragon's blood? Fried, deep-fried, boiled. Eli opened his mouth and attracted a wave of eye rolls. Ron was attracted by the pile of snacks and picked and chose like Dumbledore. Hey, Draco also gave you a gift. Ron was holding a beautifully packaged box, which looked expensive. Eli took it, and there was a note on it. There was no blessing, only a name, Draco Malfoy. This is really the style of that arrogant kid. The gift has been delivered, and he still wants to play a arrogant hand and specially put a name on it. Eli couldn't help but smile. This guy is still kind. Open the box, it's filled with chocolate, it doesn't look cheap. Tasted it, well, it tastes really good. Is Madame Pomfrey not here? Don't you think it's a bit disturbing to the patient's rest? Harry and Ron were startled when they heard this magnetic voice. Hello, Professor. Eli propped himself up. If it's not convenient, there's no need to be so deliberate. Snape took out a bottle and handed it to Eli. This is a recovery potion, drink it. Eli took the potion angrily and drank it. This Snape, even when doing good things, has to be venomous. Snape looked at the 3 trembling iron-headed kids, and his impatience was all written on his face. Does Mr. Potter think he has already defeated the Slytherin team? Oh, you are always so arrogant. Harry stood there, feeling uncomfortable, wanting to refute, but not daring. For a while, the atmosphere in the entire school infirmary became much more depressed because of Snape's arrival. Is Quidditch about to be held? Eli couldn't figure out the situation. Why did he faint for a whole night as if he had missed a century? Start today, Hermione replied. Thank you for Miss Dowd's reminder, then, I wish you good luck. Snape didn't want to say a word of nonsense, and turned around and left. He came and left in a hurry, leaving 4 little heads looking at each other. So Harry, you are going to play today? Eli was the first to break Snape's low pressure. Ah, yes, yes. Eli threw the quilt and got out of bed. Then I can't miss today's game, although I don't know who to cheer for. Harry and his friends were frightened by Eli, and they pushed Eli back to the bed. Eli smiled bitterly. Please, you have to believe in Snape's craftsmanship. I can move normally now. As a potion master, Snape must have made the potion by himself, otherwise it would not have such a good effect. I couldn't resist Eli, so I prepared to leave the school infirmary with Eli. Oh my God, who allowed the patient to get out of bed? Several people were instantly awkward. Madame Pomfrey, I'm fine now. Don't you think I don't know how badly you've been overdrawn? Please go back to the bed immediately. Eli had a headache. This school was full of people who were not easy to mess with, and this Madame Pomfrey was one of them. She was famous for her superb medical skills, but she was most famous for her almost paranoid attitude towards caring for patients. Eli had no choice but to take out the potion bottle sent by Snape. In fact, Professor Snape just came to give me medicine, and the effect was very good. Madame Pomfrey took the bottle with a suspicious look on her face. Snape? His potion is really powerful. She put it to her nose and smelled it, and a look of shock flashed across her face. And then she used her wand to check Eli's body. Indeed, I have basically recovered, but I still need to pay attention to rest. Okay, Madame Pomfrey, I will go back to rest as soon as I finish watching Quidditch. After several people made great efforts to ensure, Madame Pomfrey reluctantly let them go. Harry went to prepare for the game, while Eli, Hermione, and Ron came to the stands. Oh! Look who is this, our hero who fought the troll. In the stands, the Weasley twins pointed at Eli and shouted exaggeratedly. Instantly attracted a large number of Gryffindors. It's Eli, that's Eli. Didn't he say that his leg was injured by the troll? No, didn't he say that he was beaten to death? Eli listened to the discussions around him, and his head was full of black lines. What the hell is this? When did my leg get broken? And that guy, how come I died? Don't run away after school. Ron, what on earth did you say? Eli gritted his teeth and said to Ron next to him. Ron was so embarrassed that he couldn't raise his head. George, put away your big horn. Eli quickly stopped George, who was about to shout with the horn. No, I'm Fred, he's George. Eli walked directly to the twins. George, this trick doesn't work anymore. The twins looked at each other in surprise. Eli, how did you do it? Even Mom can't. Don't tell anyone. The two of them were like crosstalk, talking back and forth, cooperating so well. Eli even suspected that they had practiced in private. The twins put their arms around his shoulders and started whispering. Tell me how you found out. They said in unison. Eli glanced proudly, want to know. Yet. Magic. The twins looked at each other, magic? What magic? Eli even suspected that they were fake wizards. Your magic is different, so I can find the difference between you two. The twins were even more confused, and they winked for a long time. Can you feel it? I might be the same as you. I didn't feel it. Eli had a question mark on his face. You can't feel the magic of others. The two nodded. They don't look like they are lying. Can they really not feel it? I heard that their mother, Mrs. Weasley, often confuses them. Can she not feel it either? Forget it, if you can't figure it out, just don't think about it, at worst ask Snape. Okay, anyway, I've told you the method, I'm leaving. Eli broke away from the twins, said hello and went to the Slytherin stand. The little snakes had already noticed the movement from Gryffindor. Although they were not as adventurous as the little lions, a wizard who could fight against a troll in the first grade was definitely worthy of their attention. Hello, Eli, welcome back. Hello, I am. The little snakes seemed to be much more restrained, and they all shook hands with Eli like little adults. Eli also politely returned their greetings. His face was frozen with laughter along the way. Walked to Draco. This guy had obviously seen him, but he pretended not to see him. Hey, Draco. Eli patted him on the shoulder, and Draco trembled visibly. Am I so scary? Oh, Eli, congratulations on your discharge. Thank you, the chocolate you sent tastes good. Draco's face showed pride again. I asked my dad to get it. Then the atmosphere was awkward again. After a moment of silence, so you really killed the troll? Draco couldn't help asking. Eli shrugged and smiled, if he didn't fall to his death. Then I killed him. Draco's eyes flashed with envy, but when he saw Eli with one hand in his pocket and looking up at the sky at a 45-degree angle to put coins, the corner of his mouth twitched. After many days, the two finally began to get familiar with each other again, and they chatted quite speculatively. Draco kept asking questions around the troll. The team soon took the field. This time it was Slytherin versus Gryffindor. Two traditional strong teams, and also two colleges with conflicts. Everyone was looking forward to this dispute. Harry Potter brought the latest Nimbus 2000 into the field as Gryffindor's Seeker, which attracted cheers. Only Slytherin was relatively quiet. Harry had the best equipment, and the Nimbus 2000 was equivalent to a top sports car, which had an absolute advantage over these old-style brooms. The game started soon, and the team seemed to have accumulated anger and it burst out in an instant. The players on the field rode their brooms recklessly. It seemed that Gryffindor had the advantage in technology and had the advantage from the beginning, scoring goals one after another. The Slytherins were very annoyed, and Draco sighed and sighed beside them. Soon, the Slytherin team seemed to be unable to bear it anymore and started their traditional tactics. The Slytherin captain Flint, whose shot was blocked, was furious and knocked Gryffindor captain and goalkeeper Wood off his broom with one ball. There were bursts of exclamations from the stands. The Slytherins then played their true tactics, using any means. Two people sandwiched the Gryffindor female player and made her hit the wall. There was also the ability to knock people off their brooms. Slytherin scored one after another. There were bursts of abuse from the stands, almost all of the other 3 colleges were cursing together. But the little snakes were very pleased with themselves, and only Eli covered his face when he saw it. It was so embarrassing. You start to cheat when you can't win. Are you playing Quidditch? Or rugby? Although Harry was in a hurry, his duty was to find the golden snitch. Once he found it, the game would be over and they would win. But suddenly, Harry's broom began to shake wildly like a mad wild horse. Harry was in danger in midair and would most likely fall to his death. Eli looked at the professor's chair. Snape stared at Harry blankly, muttering to himself. Did Snape do it? Not necessarily. Quirrell, who was sitting behind Snape, was also muttering to himself. Eli ran out immediately. Draco was left puzzled. He quietly came to the bottom of the professor's chair. Hermione. Eli. The two smiled at each other and saw each other's intentions. Hermione pointed her wand directly at the corner of Snape's clothes. Oh no! Eli couldn't stop it in time. Hermione had already set Snape's clothes on fire. Alas, poor Dean, don't blame me for not helping you, it was just that Hermione was too quick. The two ran away. Snape, you're on fire. There was a commotion in the professor's chair. Snape stood up suddenly, knocking down Quirrell behind him. Harry's broom finally quieted down. The golden snitch finally appeared, and Harry turned to chase it. The Slytherin Seeker also found the snitch and chased after it. The two began to fight in the air, and the Slytherin Seeker kept trying to knock Harry off the broom. But Harry was not a pushover, and the two fought fiercely. The snitch turned and fell straight down, and the two also dived down. The ground was getting closer and closer, and the speed was getting faster and faster. The Slytherin Seeker looked at Harry nervously, but saw that he was very determined. It was about to hit the bottom. He finally couldn't hold on and flew up. Harry successfully turned before hitting the bottom with his superb skills and the performance of his broom, and the stands burst into exclamations again. Harry stood on the broom and reached for it with his hands. Ton! Harry fell down after losing his balance, and the audience exclaimed again. He seems to be vomiting. Harry covered his chest. You! The snitch was vomited out by him, including soup and water. Chapter 24 Harry's Night Adventure. Snape wanted to kill you just now. What? Ron said exaggeratedly, and Eli quickly covered his mouth. Be quiet, do you want others to know that we are talking about the professor? Harry seemed a little shocked. Of course, he knew Snape's hostility towards him, but he never thought that Snape wanted to kill him. Hermione's expression was very solemn. She had never seen a school professor murdering a student in a book. Snape is not a good person at all. What is he planning? Why? Eli wanted to listen to their judgment and sympathize with his dean in his heart. Although Snape did not look like a good person, Eli remembered that he seemed to have nothing to do with this matter. Harry began to analyze seriously. The last time we encountered a troll, Snape had scratches on his legs. Scratches? Hermione's eyes lit up, as if she thought of something. You mean Snape let the troll in, and then Snape took advantage of the chaos to run to the 3rd floor but was injured by the 3-headed dog inside. That's right. Ron and Eli were confused. Ron simply didn't understand, and Eli was pretending. Although he didn't know when they ran to the 3rd floor and saw the 3-headed dog, these were not things he should know logically. He was just pretending to be stupid. How can you say that he was influenced by what he saw and heard? After seeing Dumbledore's superb acting skills, Eli felt that he could also impact the little golden man one day. 3-headed dog? What are you talking about? Eli felt that his acting skills were already superb, and it was definitely an immersive performance. Hermione began to explain to Eli, we returned to the tower that night, but the spiral staircase took us to the 3rd floor. To avoid Filch, we ran into a room with a three-headed dog. There are 142 staircases in Hogwarts that can rotate randomly, and you will go to another place if you are not careful. In fact, Harry and Ron were late for the first Transfiguration class because they got lost on the stairs. So why did you come back so late? Ron was angry when he heard this. Don't mention it, that day Malfoy's Family guy proposed to duel, but when we arrived at the agreed place, we found that the coward didn't come. Eli looked at Hermione with some surprise. So Hermione, did you also go on a night tour with them? Hermione blushed and said anxiously, I wanted to avoid them being fooled, but they didn't listen to me at all. Hermione has always been very obedient, and violating school rules is something she would never think of. And the reason why Ron doesn't like Hermione is because Hermione often jumps out to stop them from doing this and that. But Eli knows that the reason why Hermione was assigned to Gryffindor is because she also has a heart that doesn't want to follow the rules. Violating school rules? Really good, hee hee. Eli stopped teasing Hermione. So now you suspect Snape is plotting the thing on the third floor. That's right. Harry was absolutely certain that Snape, the bad guy, was definitely not a good person. Eli did not argue for Snape, because if he was not familiar with the plot, he would have believed that Snape was not a good person. It's not that we didn't work hard, but that our teammates didn't live up to expectations. Hagrid. Hello, kids. Several people happened to meet Hagrid, and Harry told Hagrid his guess. Although Hagrid was not a professor, he was a school employee after all, and often worked for Dumbledore, so he hoped that Hagrid could report to Dumbledore. How is it possible? You are actually doubting Snape? Hagrid listened to Harry's speculation and felt it was ridiculous. He had been in this school for many years, and he believed that Snape was not a person who would do such a thing. But Harry had long believed that when the troll broke into the castle, Snape took advantage of the chaos to go to the third floor and was injured by the three-headed dog inside. Hagrid was very surprised. Flew away? How do you know flew away? Oh, Eli felt that Hagrid was a great helper and let the cat out of the bag. Flew away? Monsters have names too. Ron obviously didn't expect that the ferocious monster actually had a name that sounded very honest. Hermione immediately grasped the key point. Flew away? Hagrid, do you have any connection with the three-headed dog? Hagrid realized that he had let the cat out of the bag and was a little flustered, but when he heard flew away, he became energetic. Flew away, I bought him from the Irish. He was just a cute baby at that time. Later, Dumbledore borrowed him to guard Nick Flamel. Hermione. Harry. Ron. Eli, oh my. Now Eli was very suspicious. Could it be that Hagrid grew up drinking truth serum? He just blurted out everything without any pretext. Nicholas Flamel. Hagrid was stunned and immediately realized that he seemed to have said something wrong again. He seemed a little angry. No, no matter what it is, it's not something you little wizards should worry about. Ever since they heard the name Nick Flamel, Harry and the other two have been searching for Nick Flamel's information day and night. Eli was speechless. Didn't I show you the card last time I was in the hospital? It was on it. It's fine if Harry and Ron don't remember it, but why doesn't Hermione remember it? Hermione, why is your smart little head suddenly not working? Christmas is coming soon, and the school has arranged a Christmas holiday. Many young wizards will choose to go back and spend time with their families, and only a few will choose to stay in school, such as Harry. Harry now completely regards Hogwarts as his home. He never wants to go back to Privet Drive to be bullied by the Dursleys again. But Eli is still a little confused. Shouldn't Christmas be a Christian holiday? Why do wizards also believe in Jesus? Merlin, then I leave. But Eli is not in the mood to worry about these things now. He is sweating coldly at the letter sent from home. Just a few days ago, he wrote to his parents to tell them that he would not go back for Christmas. Fortunately, the Halls don't write howling letters. Otherwise, Eli dares to guarantee that his Christmas will be spent in howling letters. Looking at the extremely harsh letter, Eli sweated coldly on his forehead. I am afraid he will be beaten up when he goes back. But fortunately, the halls finally agreed to Eli's application to stay in school. Early in the morning, the castle was decorated anew. The atmosphere of Christmas was everywhere, and Professor Flitwick was decorating a huge Christmas tree. Professor, do you need help? Oh, Eli, it would be great to have your help. As the Dean of Ravenclaw, Professor Flitwick has expressed his desire to bring Eli into their college more than once. Of course, this was strongly rejected by a greasy-haired professor. He never hesitates to praise his students, especially an extremely outstanding student like Eli. Eli, let me put my hands on my waist, I am so proud of it. Eli took out his wand and waved it lightly, and the small balls around him floated up and hung on the tree. Professor Flitwick almost broke his wand with joy. Merlin's big pants, excellent levitation, Slytherin plus 10 points. At this time, the jar symbolizing the score, Slytherin's jar is already the highest. Many of the points in it are earned by Eli. If this trend continues, the college cup will definitely be in his hands. Far ahead of peers. Eli's move was also thanks to Snape. During this period, he has been learning from Snape, and his control of magic has improved greatly. His potion level is definitely not lower than that of 7th-year students. Harry and Ron were playing wizard chess, which is similar to chess, but it moves by itself and destroys the target chess piece when it captures. Eli also played a few games, but like Harry, he was defeated by Ron. It's okay to lose the game, but the key is that Eli's chess character is very bad. After losing several games in a row, he started to curse and even took out his wand. If Harry hadn't pulled him, Ron would have been dead. After that, Ron said he would not play with Eli no matter what. You'd better find information about Nicholas Flamel during the holiday. Hermione was ready to go home, and Ron was originally going to go home, but his family went to Romania to see his brother Charlie. We have searched for it 100 times. You haven't gone to the restricted section yet. Eli stared at Hermione's back in a daze. Who are you? Where did you hide Hermione? Where is my law-abiding Hermione? The next morning, Harry and Ron came to show off the invisibility cloak Harry received. This was originally their father's thing, and it finally fell into Harry's hands. Ron gave Eli a sweater with a big Y embroidered on it. He and Harry both had one. Eli loved Mrs. Weasley's craftsmanship and wore this sweater these days. And Harry couldn't wait to try his invisibility cloak. A terrifying scene appeared in the restricted section. A hand rushed in with an oil lamp. The cloak fell, and the left-behind child was Harry, who came to find Nicholas Flamel. Nicholas Flamel. He saw Nicholas Flamel's name on a book and took it down. As soon as it was opened, a human face suddenly appeared in the book and then a terrifying roar came out. Harry was so scared that his hair stood on end. Who's there? Filch's voice. If he caught Harry, he would be doomed. He hurriedly pulled off the invisibility cloak, but broke the oil lamp. No need to worry about that. His figure disappeared again. Filch came over tremblingly with the oil lamp. Come out. I see you. His trembling voice showed I'm scared too. Harry slipped out immediately. Snape, I. Harry was startled. This was Professor Quirrell's voice. Turning around, Snape was pressing Quirrell against the wall. You don't want me to go against you, Quirrell. No, I don't understand. I think you should understand. Suddenly, Snape looked at Harry. Harry held his breath immediately. Snape seemed to have discovered something, stretched out his hand, and slowly grabbed Harry. Chapter 25 Little Hall's class is open again. Eli, you should see what I found. Eli was browsing the Transfiguration books in the library. He wanted to learn more about Animagus. Harry suddenly ran in and hurriedly, panting and whispering to Eli. Eli looked at Harry strangely, but when he saw the people behind him, he lowered his head as if he was guilty. Eli! No loud noises in the library. The sudden voice from behind scared Harry. Mrs. Pants. Eli didn't even dare to raise his head, and turned the book over and over as if he didn't see it. Everyone knows that in Hogwarts, the professor is the boss in the classroom, Madame Pomfrey is the boss in the school infirmary, and no one will want to challenge the majesty of Madame Pants in the library. In the library, even putting books has to be done lightly, and making a little noise will be given a death look by Madame Pants. However, people like Harry who have rarely been to the library may not remember how to survive in the hands of Madame Pants. The angry Madame Pants waved a feather duster, and Harry was more scared than when he saw Snape. "And you, don't flip through the books so randomly." Eli's heart skipped a beat. "I'm already very scared, why are you still dissing me?" But running away is the best strategy. He quickly put the book back and ran away without looking back, dragging Harry, who was frightened by Madame Pants. "What do you want to tell me?" When the two came to the corridor, Harry finally breathed a sigh of relief. He, who didn't like to come to the library in the first place, had another reason to refuse the library. But thinking of coming to Eli, Harry was a little excited again. "Come with me tonight, I'll take you to a good place." Eli looked at Harry strangely and tightened his clothes. This guy wouldn't have any ideas. "I don't play this." Harry was confused when he heard it. What is going on? Eli's mean look must have led him to think wrong again. "I found a magical mirror." Harry lowered his voice. "Mysterious." Eli thought about it. Mirror? Could it be the mirror of East? If nothing had changed, Dumbledore would have hidden the Philosopher's Stone in the mirror of East. This mirror can see the deepest desires of a person. Eli wanted to see it, too, even he himself was not sure what he wanted most in his heart. At night, Harry and Eli huddled under the invisibility cloak. Eli was almost jealous. The youngest son has no human rights. This cloak is the legendary Deathly Hallows, and was eventually inherited by Harry. But I, Eli, am also a descendant of the Potter family, and he didn't get a penny. Look, the Deathly Hallows is on his head, but it doesn't belong to him. Harry didn't even know that Eli next to him was cursing in a low voice. He was just a little excited to share this magical mirror with his friends. At that time, he broke into the restricted book area at night and was discovered by Filch. Finally, on the way to escape, he met Snape and Quirrell, who were sneaking around and didn't know what they were doing. Snape seemed to have discovered him and reached out to try him. But in the end, Snape didn't find him. Maybe he made too much noise and attracted Snape? In short, it was a close call. Later, he accidentally discovered this mirror. He invited Ron to see it, and both of them saw different scenes in the mirror. They were the scenes they most wanted to see. So he also planned to bring Eli to see this magical mirror. That's it. Harry ran forward and lifted a huge piece of cloth, revealing a mirror as high as the ceiling. The quaint patterns on it showed that the mirror was quite old. This was the mirror of East, and it said, "I show you not your face, but your desires." Eli was looking forward to it, and he wanted to know what he wanted most now. Traveling back in time? Maybe a little bit, but on the first day of coming to this world, he was ready to start a new life. This didn't seem to be very important. Becoming the strongest and dominating the wizarding world? It was very tempting, and he did love magic. But he didn't seem to have any ambitions. Those development plans were just to protect himself from danger. Why would he have to go through so much trouble when he could live a peaceful and comfortable life? Now Eli had no idea what his goal was. Harry was standing in front of the mirror, looking happy. "What do you see?" Harry was still smiling foolishly. "Mom and Dad." Is he showing the future? He turned around, his smile froze, but they are already dead. He pulled Eli to the mirror. "What can you see?" Eli looked at the mirror quietly, where he was the only one. Gradually, images began to appear. In the picture, he was standing with the Halls, and there were Lily and James, and next to Harry. The picture suddenly disappeared, and a man in a cloak appeared again. He was like a god, supreme, and all people were just his slaves. He controlled the life and death of everyone. Isn't this the mysterious man in the dream? Eli tried to see his face clearly. But his vision was blocked by the fog, and he still couldn't see clearly. What do you see? Harry was a little expectant. And he saw Eli's face changing. Eli turned around. Family. Harry smiled a little reluctantly, and he walked to the mirror again. You are so nice, your family is here, but I can only see the illusion through a mirror of unknown origin. Eli really wanted to tell him at this time, no, you have a family, right behind you. I really want to take this mirror back, so that at least I can see them. Eli shook his head, stepped forward and held his shoulders, so that he would not face the mirror anymore. Eli's eyes were a little deep, and it was the first time Harry saw Eli so serious. Just like Dumbledore. Harry, illusions are just illusions after all, they can't bring us knowledge, they will only make us sink. Harry still glanced at the mirror, but I just want to see them, they are all dead. Eli took a deep breath, he knew how much of a luxury this was for Harry, who had lost his loved ones since childhood. But he couldn't just watch Harry sink in the illusion. Harry, don't pity the dead. The living need sympathy. Life must go on. Stagnation is not a good choice. Well said. An old voice suddenly came from behind. Dumbledore again. Eli felt a chill. Does this old man walk without making any sound? Dumbledore winked at him, as if to say, you little bastard stole my line. Eli stood there honestly. He knew that the old man was going to start ideological and political education. Mr. Hall's words have benefited me a lot. I think I shouldn't say anything more at this time. I think this mirror will have a better place. After saying this, Dumbledore slowly left the room, leaving Eli and Harry confused. I've already made my pose, and you don't want to say anything? Eli has already convinced this bad old man who doesn't play by the rules. Otherwise, why do they say that old ginger is still spicy? These old men have more tricks than one another. The mirror was also to be moved away, so the two had to go back first. Fortunately, Dumbledore did not deduct points for their night outing. Perhaps this was the blessing of the Savior? Harry suddenly grabbed Eli. Eli, can you teach me magic? Eli looked at Harry in confusion, not understanding what he wanted to do. Harry's eyes were somewhat firm. Yes, my family will never come back, but I at least want to avenge them. Do you know what you are going to face? Eli looked at him solemnly. But Harry remained calm. Voldemort. This name that frightened the entire wizarding world was just said out loud, from the mouth of a 10-year-old child. He is not the troll that was killed. But I still want to kill him. Eli didn't know what to say. No matter if he was just acting on impulse or just having some enthusiasm, at least he shouldn't be discouraged. Eli looked at him teasingly. Okay, from now on, you learn the same way I do. Can you hold on? Yes. Killing Voldemort is not just talk. The next day, Eli took Harry to the room of requirement. Harry was stunned by this magical place. First, you must master a spell, even if you only know this one spell. Harry didn't understand. Can you fight others with just one spell? Eli suddenly thought of a handsome liar. Of course, some wizards do rely on a spell that has been practiced to perfection to make a living. The room of requirement turned into a training ground, with several metal dummies in front of them. Expelliarmus. A red light shot out from Eli's wand, hitting the dummy and knocking its weapon away. Disarming spell, a very practical combat magic that can make the enemy lose their weapons and make them unable to attack. Harry saw Eli showing off his skills, and his eyes were full of stars. This is great, he began to imagine that he would abuse Voldemort with Expelliarmus in the future. A slap from Eli brought him back to reality. "We are in class, and you are still absent-minded." Eli rolled his eyes at him. "Come on, first you have to familiarize yourself with the spell. Read it with me. Expelliarmus. Expelliarmus, Expelliarmus." Harry read it a little haltingly. "Don't hesitate so much, be firm and decisive. When you read it, you have to imagine knocking the enemy's weapon away." The two began to teach magic like a toddler, and Harry's throat was about to smoke. "Expelliarmus." Eli nodded with satisfaction. "Come on, take the wand, remember the gestures and spells, and be decisive." Harry nodded confidently and pointed the wand at the dummy. "Expelliarmus." "Harry." "Eli, oh wow." The wand crackled with a few sparks, but there was no red light of Expelliarmus at all. Theory is one thing, and practice is another. When Harry actually picked up the wand to release the disarming spell, all sorts of problems arose. The irritable Eli had already started to curse, and Snape instantly possessed him. "Are you afraid of scaring the enemy by speaking so quietly? The gestures should be more forceful, not so soft. Are you afraid of hurting others?" In the end, the angry Eli directly pulled out his wand and chased Harry around the house. "The naughty child is so annoying. You have to be decisive. Casting a spell is not just about reciting a spell, you have to have a strong desire to make it happen." Eli grabbed the trembling Harry. "Come on, see this dummy, just imagine him as your uncle, Dudley, Snape, and Voldemort. Are you angry? Are you upset? Imagine knocking their weapons away and kicking them hard with your leather shoes. Expelliarmus." The dazzling red light knocked the dummy away, and its weapon flew out of his hand. Eli nodded with relief and patted Harry on the shoulder. "Not bad, it succeeded, come and rest." Harry suddenly rushed up like crazy and punched and kicked the dummy. Hey, all right, all right." Eli hurried to pull him, but he couldn't, the boy was completely into the role. Stop it, someone's going to die. If you break something, you have to pay for it." Harry stopped panting. Chapter 26 The twins join the gang. "Harry, Eli, I haven't seen you all day." Eli and Harry finished their practice for the day and went to find Ron, but he was not in the lounge, so they happened to meet in the hall. "Ron, we were just looking for you." Harry ran over. Actually they wanted to take Ron to learn magic together. This was also proposed by Eli. After all, these stubborn kids didn't know what risks they would face in the future, and it was always safer to improve their strength. "Looking for me? I've been learning magic with Eli just now, and I've really improved a lot, so I wanted to ask if you are willing to join us." Harry is really a warm-hearted person who is keen on recommending things, but Ron gets a headache when he hears about learning. Ron's reluctance is almost written on his face, which shows how much he resists learning. Let's not do it." Eli knew that Harry would never be able to persuade Ron like this. So he had to use coercion and inducement. "Ron, do you want to get a few PS in the O.W.L exams? Especially in potions, Snape is not a good guy, and you will get a low score if you are not careful." Eli was like a bad uncle who threatened a child. Ron was indeed frightened. When he thought about failing the exam and going back to be beaten by his mother and ridiculed by Fred and others, his face suddenly became ugly. Seeing that Ron began to waver, Eli quickly struck while the iron was hot. "Look, if you study with us, you don't have to look at Snape's bad face, you don't have to be afraid of making a fool of yourself in class, and you don't have to worry about exams. One bad grade, Harry will join." At this time, Eli looked more like a bad uncle, and Ron, the poor kid, quickly fell into his trap. Ron just didn't like studying, not that he didn't care about his life. He knew very well what would happen if he failed the exam. His brother Percy, as a prefect, was often used as an example by Mrs. Weasley to teach him a lesson. He was still carrying Mrs. Weasley's instructions to become a prefect. "Well, okay." Ron agreed, and it seemed so reluctant. He really didn't like studying. Isn't Quidditch good? Eli showed a triumphant smile. Harry was stunned on the side. There is such an operation? Harry may have to awaken such an incredible attribute. There is a conspiracy hidden from us. Intolerable. The twins made a brilliant appearance while speaking crosstalk. Come on, tell me, did you reach an unspeakable agreement just now? Or set up a secret organization? Eli was so confused listening to the two guys talking. What is this? How can it be a secret organization? Actually, it's not a big secret. Eli was trying to be mysterious, and the twins really fell for it. What secret? Tell me quickly. Eli looked profound. Want to know? You have to agree to one condition. The twins looked at each other. What condition? That is, it must be kept secret. You must promise not to reveal our secret to others. The twins like this mysterious tone, and their curiosity is about to jump out. We promise to keep it secret. Eli nodded with satisfaction and lowered his voice. Our secret is. What is it? Harry and Ron want to learn from me. The twins were stunned, and then showed a look of disgust. I thought it was something else, just this? How about joining us? The twins seemed to have heard a funny joke. Eli, although you are a hero who bravely fought against the troll, you are still not good enough in front of us third graders. To put it bluntly, although the twins believed that Eli had solved the troll, they always thought that it was just a blind cat that met a dead mouse, and he could not really fight the troll head-on. In fact, other people basically thought so. When Eli heard it, he said, "Oh, you don't believe me." He slapped the table. I, Eli, am also a decent man. Since you don't believe me, let's compete. The twins laughed even louder, and they suddenly wanted to teach this kid a lesson. Of course, but don't cry if you lose, the brothers will take care of you. Eli felt a chill and glanced at Ron. They usually so disgusting? Ron's painful expression tells his story. Several people came to the room of requirement. The twins almost jumped for joy after seeing this perfect secret base for pranks. Eli didn't mind telling the twins about this place because he was confident that they would be able to join. The competition venue was summoned, and Eli and the twins were on each side. Harry and Ron acted as referees and spectators. The twins were a little careless and didn't take this first-grade kid seriously at all. Fred, you go first. George, you may not have a chance to play. Eli watched the two of them discussing there as if no one was around, and didn't take him seriously at all. They must be taught a lesson. Don't discuss it, just go together. The twins were stunned. Are the kids now so arrogant? What are you looking at? Are you scared? Eli continued to provoke, which was extremely arrogant. How could the twins keep their composure at this time? We should teach this arrogant kid a lesson. Seeing the twins coming together, Eli was calm and unconcerned. Last time, he suppressed the entire first-year Slytherin by himself. Dealing with two people was easy. Front teeth are like sticks. Legs are frozen and stopped dead. The two fought in perfect harmony, one attacking up and the other attacking down. They used spells commonly used by students for pranks. After all, it was just a friendly exchange. After releasing the spells, the two looked proud. They didn't think that Eli, a first-year student, could remove the two spells. Eli didn't move at all. They thought Eli was scared silly. The spell was very fast, and it arrived in front of Eli in the blink of an eye. Harry and Ron also widened their eyes, wanting to see how Eli would solve it. Stop the spell. Eli waved his wand, and the two spells were eliminated without a trace. What? The twins were stunned. They never expected that Eli could dissolve their spells so easily. It's not a good habit to be distracted during a battle. Expelliarmus. The twins stood very close to each other, and Eli's Expelliarmus directly targeted them both. In fact, such use was also a manifestation of Eli's improved magic level. The twins were thrown to the ground before they could react, and their wands flew into Eli's hands. All were disarmed and completely defeated. How about it, are you convinced? Eli looked proud. The twins were also a little dusty. I am convinced you must teach us. The twins boarded Eli's pirate ship, and Eli showed a triumphant smile. Chapter 27 Club and Animagus. Everyone, I have always had an idea. Eli returned the wand to the twins and said seriously. Now we all listen to you, Professor Hall. Eli ignored the twins' nonsense and rolled his eyes at them. I want to set up a duel club. The people in front of him looked at each other, and the twins suddenly cheered. This is a great idea. Eli said to the twins jokingly, Oh? Tell me how wonderful it is. The twins said to each other, We can play pranks openly. This looks like a Roman arena, it's definitely cool. I thought these two guys could spit out some ivory, and they are still thinking about pranks after a long time. I am contributing to the improvement of the level of Hogwarts students, okay? Should Dumbledore thank me when the time comes? Another thing, he knew that if the original plot was followed, there would be a battle to defend Hogwarts in a few years. The students suffered heavy casualties. This was also a preparation for the possible war in the future, sweating more in peacetime and bleeding less in war. The proposal of the duel club was also approved by Harry and Ron. Sure enough, the adventurous little lions are always interested in such novel things. However, the club is not established just like a Muggle university, and an application is required. It seems that I have to find time to go to Professor McGonagall. It just so happened that he wanted to ask Professor McGonagall about the training method of Animagus. He has been craving this magical magic for a long time, just wanting to experience the feeling of turning into a small animal, which has nothing to do with the women's bathroom. Since the duel club plan has been officially finalized, today's study will end here. It is better to do it today than to wait for a day. Eli is ready to find Professor McGonagall now. It is Christmas vacation now, some professors are not in school, but Eli knows that Professor McGonagall is there. Arriving at Professor McGonagall's office, Eli knocked on the door. After a while, the door opened. Professor McGonagall didn't wear her usual serious bun, her hair was tied together casually, which made her look a lot kinder. Good afternoon, Professor McGonagall. Eli greeted her politely, looking like a real good kid. It's not a good idea to hit a smiling person, right? Eli? What's up? Professor McGonagall, who didn't have to go to work, looked in a good mood. Professor, it's like this, I want to set up a club. Eli didn't say anything nonsense and directly said the purpose of his visit. Professor McGonagall didn't expect it was because of this, because there are indeed not many clubs in Hogwarts, and no students have applied to set up a club for a long time. Come in quickly, come in and talk about it. Eli was invited in by Professor McGonagall. Walking into the office, a glance at Professor McGonagall's rigorous personality can be seen. The room was meticulously decorated, and many books were neatly placed on the bookshelf, even arranged in alphabetical order. Eli also noticed that there were many Quidditch magazines on Professor McGonagall's desk. I had heard that Professor McGonagall was a Quidditch fanatic before, and now it seems to be true. Eli sat down on the chair obediently. Mr. Hall, why don't you tell me what kind of club you want to start? It's like this, my friends and I hope to start a duel club to help students exchange magic experiences. Eli was a little nervous, after all, the duel club is special in nature, and he didn't know if it would be rejected. Sure enough, when he heard the name of the club, Professor McGonagall frowned. Eli's heart suddenly chilled. It's no wonder that Professor McGonagall hesitated. In fact, the school would not stop students from starting clubs. If Eli proposed a study exchange meeting or even a BB many flavored beans exchange meeting, Professor McGonagall would agree readily. It's a pity that Eli was talking about the duel club. This club is too dangerous. If students are allowed to fight, no one can guarantee that nothing will happen. What Professor McGonagall fears most is that students will be hurt. She thought for a moment, and her expression became serious again. Mr. Hall must tell you that there have been precedents of establishing dual clubs in the school before, but they were all forced to disband due to safety accidents. So can you tell me, what methods do you have to ensure safety issues? Eli was stunned for a moment. He had just decided to set up a dual club, and he had never thought about these things. Careless. Unprepared, Eli had to think of a temporary solution. Maybe we can invite a professor to be responsible for dual guidance. This is a safe method, and it should be no problem with a professor. Professor McGonagall nodded. This is a good idea, but professors usually have their own teaching tasks. Can you convince the professor to be responsible for your dual guidance? Eli was stunned again. Yes. Where would the professor have the time to guide a group of naughty children to duel? The second bucket of cold water has been poured on Eli's head. But he still didn't want to give up. Setting up a dual club was part of his plan, and he had to fight for it. Professor, we will try to convince a professor. Eli looked at Professor McGonagall seriously. Maybe he was persuaded by Eli's persistence, or maybe he hoped that students could communicate more. At least Professor McGonagall gave him a chance. Well, if that's the case, I can promise that if you can convince at least one professor to help you, I will agree. Professor McGonagall smiled at Eli. Speaking of this, I would like to recommend Professor Flitwick to you. He was the dual champion back then, so it would be perfect for him to guide you. Seeing Professor McGonagall give in, Eli finally breathed a sigh of relief. At least there was hope. Thank you, Professor McGonagall. We will try to convince Professor Flitwick. In that case, I will also write a letter of recommendation to Professor Flitwick. For the rest, I wish you good luck. Eli was overjoyed. With Professor McGonagall's help, he was halfway to success. Professor McGonagall had done her utmost. Eli stood up excitedly and bowed to Professor McGonagall to express his gratitude. Professor McGonagall was very satisfied with this smart, studious, and polite student. Mr. Hall, is there anything else? Eli calmed down. In addition to the dual club, he also had something important to do. He tried to make himself look serious. Professor McGonagall, I want to ask you about animagus. Upon hearing this, Professor McGonagall's face changed and became extremely serious. Mr. Hall, I must tell you that animagus is an extremely dangerous and advanced transfiguration. It is definitely not something that first-year students can touch. In fact, most adults can't do it. Eli thought of Professor McGonagall's reaction long before asking the question. Because this magic is indeed very dangerous and life-threatening. No, Professor McGonagall, in fact, although I want to work hard to learn this magic, so far I just want to learn more about it. Professor McGonagall's face looked much better. At least this little guy didn't say the nonsense that he was going to try now. It's great to have such a pursuit, Mr. Hall. As your transfiguration professor, I also have the obligation to help you learn better transfiguration, but before that I hope to test you. Eli immediately gained confidence. This is no problem. Professor, I am willing to accept the test. Professor McGonagall took out a cup and put it on the table. Please try your best to turn it into a toad, a living one. Eli took out his wand and slowly output his magic power. The cup also slowly changed. He was very cautious. Transfiguration was a great test of magic control, not to mention turning dead things into living things. Even at his current level, he had to be cautious. Seeing the cup slowly changing, Professor McGonagall's eyes became brighter and brighter. Eli took back his wand, and the original cup had turned into a quacking toad. Very good, Eli, I dare say your current transfiguration is no worse than that of senior students. Professor McGonagall took out a book, the title of which was Animagus Transfiguration Guide. The signature was actually Professor McGonagall. Go back and study this book first. If you don't understand something, come and ask me at any time. Also, please submit a relevant study report every 2 weeks. Eli, who had received the book, was smiling, but when he heard the study report, the smile froze on his face. Chapter 28 Success. Professors are always efficient. Only the next day, Eli received a reply from Professor Flitwick. Looking at the owl's panting appearance, I'm afraid its wings are about to break. The owl pecked Eli's hand, indicating that it wanted a tip. Give it some dried lizard, and flew away. Holding Professor Flitwick's letter, Eli was a little nervous. What if the professor refused? The letter was already in his hand, and Eli felt like he was opening a blind box. Opening the letter, Eli read 10 lines at a glance. Success! Eli almost jumped up with joy. Professor Flitwick not only agreed, but also expressed his great pleasure at Eli's invitation. Professor Flitwick also found an opportunity to show off his skills in front of students. Because he is a half-blood fairy, very short in stature, and usually looks very kind, students don't think he will be a duel master. As a former duel champion, he naturally loves duels, but he can't show it because of his teaching job. Now that Eli has founded the duel club and invited him to be the instructor, it can be considered that he has finally given him a chance. At the same time, it is also out of trust in Eli. In his impression, Eli has always been diligent and studious, and he is extremely talented and very polite. He has even said more than once that Eli is the most talented student he has ever met. So, when Eli invited him to join the duel club, he agreed very readily. He even asked the owl to send the letter urgently. And he also wrote a letter back to Professor McGonagall. So, if nothing unexpected happens, his duel club will be approved. After a while, Professor McGonagall sent a letter, saying that his duel club has been approved and will be widely advertised on the school notice board. This is exactly what Eli wants. He just wants more people to join the duel club. He was not afraid that he would not be able to control these people. To be frank, no one in the whole school except the professor could match him. So, he was not panicked at all. He wrote 2 letters, one to Harry, one to Ron, and the twins, to inform them that good news about the establishment of the club. I, Eli, am now the boss. In a good mood, he began to study the instruction book given to him by Professor McGonagall. This is a top student, who studies when he disagrees. Harry and the others have said more than once that Eli should be assigned to Ravenclaw. Hermione is the same. These 2 are simply study maniacs, okay? Study maniacs? Eli said he was very honored to receive this title. As soon as he got the book yesterday, he studied it all night. It must be said that Professor McGonagall, as a master of transfiguration, wrote a great book. In addition, she herself is one of the few existing animagus. The whole of Britain is no more than a palm. In this animagus book, how to practice animagus is recorded in great detail. And there are many problems and solutions that may arise in the process. It is not an exaggeration to say that this is the strongest teaching material. After research, Eli came to a conclusion that it is really difficult to practice animagus. It is very dangerous and the process is very complicated. First, you need to hold a leaf of mandrake in your mouth during the full moon and keep it until the next full moon. During this period, you can neither swallow it nor spit it out, otherwise you have to start over. Isn't this just a mental issue? You are afraid to eat and drink. Take it out after the full moon and put it in a crystal bottle filled with saliva. How disgusting! And if it is cloudy that day, that is, you can't see the moon, you have to start over. How big is the psychological shadow? If the above steps are successful, you need to add a hair of your own and a spoonful of dew under the moonlight. The dew must be dew that has not been disturbed by the sun and humans for 7 days. You can say whether this thing is troublesome or not. If it is not disturbed by humans, am I a human being? Add a pupa of the ghost moth, and finally put the mixture in a place where there is no sun or creatures. It is best to bury it and wait until a thunderstorm to take it out, and the potion will be successful. While waiting for the thunderstorm, you must recite the spell every sunrise and sunset until you feel the second heartbeat. After reading these things, Eli almost cursed. He couldn't imagine what the first wizard who completed the animagus did to him. These steps are extremely cumbersome, and they may not succeed. Many people will fail to transform even if they successfully complete the potion. According to Professor McGonagall's research, this is related to people's magic power. If there is too little magic power, the transformation will fail. Because animagus consumes magic power extremely, once the magic power is exhausted during the transformation, then I'm afraid it will be stuck there. Maybe it's a lizard man. Of course, it's good to save your life. Many people have paid their lives directly. An animagus can only turn into ordinary animals. At least there has never been an animagus of magical animals in history. But Eli guessed that this might have something to do with the soul. The souls of magical creatures are always stronger than those of ordinary creatures. Then the burden on the soul to become a magical creature will be greater, which leads to the fact that many people are not strong enough to become magical animals. Of course, this is just based on Professor McGonagall's guess. With his current level, it is unprecedented to successfully complete animagus. It is a miracle to practice animagus at such a young age. But Eli still wants to complete this miracle. After all, his magic power and soul are much more than others, and they are still growing rapidly. As long as his transfiguration is improved, there will be basically no problem. But the difficulty lies here. He now has to deal with school courses, learn potions from Snape, maintain the duel club, and then run a potion factory. Eli's head suddenly became twice as big, and he wished he could divide himself into several more parts. Is there no shadow clone in magic? I just hope that the potion factory can be built quickly. If there is a little money, he will be happy and painful. Hee. So, Eli added another task to himself, to complete animagus before summer vacation. Of course not now, there are no thunderstorms in winter. At least it will be spring. So, Eli still has time to accumulate knowledge of transfiguration. Professor McGonagall will give him a lot of help. Eli immediately wrote a letter to his family, asking them to send him a few more books on human anatomy. After all, he wants to perform human transformation. How can he not understand the human body? But there is definitely nothing for him to practice with. He can't dissect his roommate, right? Roommate. Pa. I got it wrong again. How can I dissect my roommates when they are so cute? Draco's small body should. Get this weird idea out of my head. Malfoy Manor, Draco suddenly sneezed. Chapter 29, Hogsmeade in Trouble. During the Christmas holidays, there were no classes. Eli, apart from teaching Harry and the others magic, locked himself in the room of requirement to study transfiguration and potions. The books bought by the halls had arrived a long time ago, all of which were very authoritative anatomy books. Eli spent every day on a picture of the human body. Now when he saw Harry and the others, the human anatomy pictures would come to his mind unconsciously. Come on, flex your biceps. Eli instructing Harry on the spell gestures. What? Sorry, I learned the wrong way, raise your hand. Eli rubbed his brows. He was afraid that he had gone too far in learning. However, it turned out that such learning greatly improved his transfiguration. The study report he submitted to Professor McGonagall included the anatomy he had recently learned. Eli, I have to say that this can definitely be regarded as a very outstanding transfiguration paper. Professor McGonagall, wearing glasses, looked at Eli's study report and praised it. Her face was almost smiling. Eli rarely saw Professor McGonagall so excited. The last time seemed to be when Harry helped Gryffindor win the Quidditch game. This is all thanks to the book the professor gave me. Eli flattered the professor very tactfully. Flattery never wears out. Oh Eli, you don't have to be so modest. Even if I give this book to others, they can't write such a paper. This is your own credit. Professor McGonagall didn't mean to take credit for it, and she didn't hesitate to praise Eli. Eli blushed. Are all wizards so noble? It's wonderful to discuss the connection between human structure and transfiguration. This is a very good idea. Professor McGonagall put the paper away very seriously. Eli, I wonder if you are interested in publishing your article in the Transfiguration Journal. I happen to be the academic consultant of Transfiguration Today. Professor McGonagall showed great expectations, which is extremely rare for such a restrained person. Professor McGonagall published articles in this very authoritative academic journal when she was young. She even won the Most Promising Newcomer award. It is worth mentioning that Dumbledore also successfully published excellent articles during his school years, at least one of which involved cross-species transfiguration. It can be said that being able to publish an article in this journal while still a student is definitely a very impressive thing. Not to mention that Eli is only a freshman. Eli did not hesitate, and he did not want to disappoint Professor McGonagall's expectations. He understood how such a respected scholar felt when seeing an excellent work, not to mention that this work came from her student. It's my honor, Professor. Professor McGonagall was very happy. Eli also felt very accomplished. How many people can have such an honor? You are so awesome, put your hands on your waist first. Say goodbye to Professor McGonagall. As soon as Eli left the office, he almost laughed out loud. Why almost? Because just when he was about to laugh out loud, Harry suddenly appeared. Cough cough cough. Eli, who did not laugh and was frightened, coughed and rolled his eyes. Oh Eli, what's wrong with you? Eli blushed, coughed tears, and rolled his eyes at Harry. It's you. Me. Harry was confused. Eli was too lazy to explain to him, why did you come here suddenly? We haven't started practicing magic today. They said they saw you coming here, so I came to find you. It has to be said that Harry has indeed changed a lot. Although he still doesn't like reading books, he has at least developed a great interest in spells and duels. Now he has taken the initiative to come to Eli to learn. Since Harry heard about the profession of Auror from Ron, he has told Eli more than once that he wants to become an Auror. Aurors are actually equivalent to police officers, but there are very few of them and the threshold is also very high. If Harry continues to develop as he did before, he would not even think about becoming an Auror without the help of the professor. But now it has changed. Eli also teaches very seriously. Harry himself has excellent talent, so he can be said to have made rapid progress. Eli had felt before that Harry's magic power was much higher than other little wizards. After all, he is also a descendant of a pure-blood family. Otherwise, how can he fight Voldemort later? The two came to the room of requirement and Ron and the twins were already there. Hello, Professor Hall. The twins are talking nonsense again. Eli is even used to it. Today I will teach you transfiguration. Transfiguration. Yes. Let me show you first. Pay attention, I am going to transform. In the evening, after a day of study, Eli will start to explore the Forbidden Forest. But not today. The air fluctuated a little bit, and it was Eli who was holding the transfiguration charm. He came to the stone sculpture of the hunchbacked one-eyed witch. Separate left and right. The stone statue slowly separated, revealing a secret passage. This is what the twins told Eli, and the destination was the Honeyduke's candy store in Hogsmeade Village. Eli brought a traceless telescopic bag, which contained a lot of materials from the Acromantula. Today he was going to sell some of these things in exchange for some gold galleons. This was not the first time he did it, he would go once a month and sell a part. Why sell in batches? Of course, things are valuable because they are scarce. If you take out a snakeskin bag, how can people give you a high price? Even if you want to sell, they may not want to buy. This is actually to accumulate funds for the establishment of a magic potion factory. What is this called? This is the primitive accumulation of capital. It's just a pity for those eight-eyed giant spiders. Since Eli's arrival since then, creatures in the Forbidden Forest have been much better off, because the threat of the Acromanthus has been reduced. When you have time, you must thank Aragog. His descendants not only strengthened Eli's soul, but also made his purse bigger. Hee. Another top-quality material. The shop owner is already familiar with Eli, the short black-robed man. Before, he thought he was a student of Hogwarts, and warned Eli very seriously not to confront the Acromanthus at will. After Eli drank the potion, his voice was completely like an old man, and the boss no longer cared. Of course, Barkley, when have my materials ever been bad? The boss took Eli to the back room. Eli put out all the materials, and the boss began to count them. Well, not bad, all good stuff. The boss took out a purse and handed it to Eli. Here are 5,000 galleons, count them. Eli took the purse. No, I still trust your credibility. He turned around and prepared to go out. Barkley suddenly called him. Hey, wait a minute. Eli turned his head in confusion, and Barkley looked around and looked very cautious. Eli didn't know why the boss was so nervous in his own store. Barkley whispered to Eli, "You'd better not come here in the future, leave quickly, someone is targeting you, and they are not good people." After that, Barkley walked towards the counter as if nothing had happened. Eli also walked out directly. Target me? Who would target me? Why target me? Eli walked on the road, thinking about what happened. He had a guess, maybe it was because of those materials. But the eight-eyed giant spider was not particularly rare, nor was it an illegal item, so how could it be targeted? He was very puzzled. Suddenly, Eli, who was walking on the road, suddenly walked into the woods. This is not the way back to school. Dizzy. A spell suddenly attacked from behind, and when it was about to hit Eli, it was suddenly blocked by the silver cover that emerged. Eli turned around with interest. He wanted to see who was targeting him. Why don't you come out? Eli looked around and found no one, but magic can't be hidden. God's blade has no shadow. The invisible blade attacked a tree without making any sound. The tree was cut in half. A figure stumbled out from behind the tree. Who are you? Eli pointed his wand at him. He didn't even use the disillusionment charm. He was definitely not an Auror. The man got up in a mess and looked at Eli angrily. You are such a coward. You have provoked someone you shouldn't have provoked. Eli sneered. He even wanted to plot against Voldemort. Is there anyone he can't afford to offend? You'd better tell me quickly. Otherwise, I'll have to let you die and search your brain. The tip of the pale wand emitted a grey light. The man was a little nervous. But he still stared at Eli without saying a word. Expelliarmus. A red light knocked away the magic wand that the man secretly extended. It seems that there is no room for negotiation? Let me guess, I am blocking your way to wealth. The man had nothing in his hands and completely lost the ability to resist. Hearing Eli's words, his face changed. Eli keenly captured this change. It seems that I guessed right? Tell me who is behind you. You can still leave decently if you tell me, if not, then I can only help you to leave decently. The murderous words startled the man, but he immediately roared like a collapse after losing the ability to resist. You bastard, you are delusional. You will die, you will definitely die. Ha ha ha. Fainted. Eli didn't want to listen to his nonsense, stepped forward, and the magic wand emitted a silver light. Legendary. A silver light chain appeared at the man's temple, and Eli collected it. This is the man's memory, which was brought out by Eli using legilimency. If it was Dumbledore, he would just look at his eyes, but Eli would have to use a wand to cast a spell. Alas, he is now far inferior to those truly powerful wizards. He cannot defeat an Auror now, and can only fight. This man is far inferior to a trained elite wizard, and is not much better than a 7th-year student. Eli can crush him. Put away his memory and check it again when he goes back. After all, he doesn't have a pensieve, so he can't check his memory directly. If he had known, he would have checked his memory directly before he fainted. Eli looked at the fainted guy. Ultimate death. Grey light took his life. Soul devouring. Well, the soul of a wizard is better than that of a spider. When this man dared to attack him, he was destined to die, and he didn't like to let the tiger go back to the mountain. Voldemort wanted to kill Harry because he was afraid of him, and now Eli is also afraid. He looked at the corpse on the ground. Maybe it can be used. Is this human language? Chapter 30 The Power Behind the Scenes. The Shrieking Shack, a famous haunted place. The surrounding Hogsmeade villagers never approach it. Ah, there are no tools, but magic is a good thing. There are 2 more people in the Shrieking Shack that no one has ever come to. To be precise, 1. The one standing is Eli, and the one floating is the attacker he killed. After checking the memory, because his memory magic was not deep enough, he did not get much information. But there was one most crucial piece of information: Burke. Yes, that Burke from Borgin and Burke. He sold a bottle of, no, a bunch of poison there. But he did not expect that the business of Borgin and Burke in Nocturne Alley was so wide, and the magic materials he sold actually impacted their market. What Eli did not know was that although giant spiders were not very rare, since these markets had been monopolized by Burke, no one would sell large quantities of materials of acromantula. When Eli sold these materials in batches, the Burke family sent people to find out the identity of the seller and bring them back. It was just that he met Eli, which was really unlucky. He lost his life and even his soul was absorbed. Now, it was time for his body to play its final role. Eli had received formal education. He was not a saint, but at least a normal person. It was just that Eli would not have any sympathy for those who wanted to hurt him. The magic lifted his body. As Eli waved his wand gently, his skin and muscles were slowly separated. The actual operation is always more profound than what you see in books. After studying anatomy for a long time, Eli is now like a real scientist, and magic makes him handy. Thanks to Snape for helping him strengthen his control over magic, otherwise this body would have been in pieces. However, things are not perfect. The control of magic is not enough, and some tissues of the body were accidentally damaged by Eli. But fortunately, it is generally acceptable. There is a floating parchment and a feather pen that automatically records next to it. This thing is not cheap, but it is a piece of cake for Eli's current wealth. The long-term fine control of magic made Eli sweat on his forehead. But even if the sweat flows through the corners of his eyes, he is unmoved, as if he has entered a strange state. Extremely focused. After almost a night of operation, what was in front of him could no longer be considered a body. Various tissues were spread out like totems. Hey! When the last moment was completed, Eli had completely fallen to the ground, and a sharp pain came from his head. It was not that his magic power was exhausted, but mainly because the long-term and delicate operation of magic power had greatly depleted his mental power. However, looking at the several parchments that were full of records, Eli showed a satisfied smile. It was all worth it. Blood demon possession. A scarlet light shot out from Eli's wand, and the blood in the body that was hit began to coagulate instantly. Alas, it's not quite home yet. Looking at the carbonized part, Eli shook his head. This is the blood coagulation spell. It may not sound like a big deal, but the creatures hit by it will die of blood coagulation in a moment. It's just that the effect Eli used just now was a bit too much, and some parts were carbonized. In terms of lethality, it may be more cruel, but it also shows that his control over magic and spells is not high. This is also the biggest gap between him and senior wizards. But he is only a first-year wizard, there is still time. Waving the wand, the parchment and pen were put into the bag. The remains were dripped with bone-dissolving water by Eli, and no trace was left in a moment. Looking around in the shrieking shack, well, this is a good secret base. There is no one here, and the nearby residents will not come here at all. Even if Eli does something here, he will not be discovered. The room of requirement will definitely not belong to him alone, not to mention that as long as he is in school, he may be discovered by old Dumbledore. Like today's experiment, if old Dumbledore finds out, he may be directly expelled. It is better not to let old Dumbledore know about his practice of black magic. Who can guarantee that his attitude towards black magic is tolerant? It is unlikely to keep him from contacting black magic. In fact, for most offensive magic, black magic is stronger than white magic. As for what other wizards say about black magic tempting people to fall? Don't laugh, that's all to deceive children. The effect of black magic is indeed very strange and evil, but it does not have the ability to bewitch people. It is only possible that the person who uses black magic is too obsessed with power. Of course, there is also real evil magic. The killing curse. This thing is really not to be used. What spell did Voldemort use to split the soul when he made the Horcrux? It is the killing curse. The killing curse not only destroys other people's souls, but also hurts the soul of the user. Look at Voldemort's crazy and stupid appearance later, it is not without the effect of the killing curse. In comparison, the ultimate death created by Eli by chance is much better. At least Eli did not find any discomfort, and the effect of this spell is not to destroy the soul. It is to cut off the connection between the soul and the body, which can be understood as vitality. Besides, Dumbledore did not say that he was not allowed to use this spell, right? Anyway, when he says it, he will blame Dumbledore for not reminding him, hehe. Speaking of black magic, Eli is not only learning according to Voldemort's memory, but Snape is also teaching him. Snape taught him the shadowless divine strike, which was also created by Snape himself. It is very useful. Eli is determined to learn the dark magic anyway. He is not a great white wizard. As long as he learns the dark magic well, this world will be his Gunera darkness. God. Ahem. I'm off topic. Eli returned to the castle. It was already dawn. Forget it, I won't learn today, I approved it myself. At this time, in Nocturne Alley, Borgin and Burke's. Mr. Burke, Kester hasn't come back, he must be dead. A man in black with a slicked back hair said respectfully to the man bending over behind the counter. Dead. A greasy voice came from under the greasy hair, with a hint of chill. The man in black was more respectful. Should we arrest the boss and ask the seller's identity? Borgin and Burke pondered for a while, sneered, no, after this alarm, he won't come out in a short time. Remember, our goal is gold galleons, not killing people. During this period, that old thing Dumbledore is putting pressure on the Ministry of Magic, and that soft egg fudge has begun to suppress dark wizards everywhere. We shouldn't go up to them ourselves. Yes. The man nodded. Borgin and Burke spoke again, but we still need to send someone to keep an eye on that place, especially the movements of Hogwarts. The man frowned. Are you saying this matter is related to Hogwarts? Borgin and Burke stopped fiddling with his greasy hair. The man in black quickly shut up. Chapter 31. The holiday balance is insufficient again. Why is the holiday balance insufficient again? Eli said he didn't want to go to school. Wouldn't it be better for him to learn by himself? During this Christmas vacation, Eli not only successfully founded the Duel Club, but also greatly improved his transfiguration skills, and even published 3 papers in Transfiguration Today. Professor McGonagall excitedly said that she would recommend Eli for the Most Promising Newcomer Award. The editor-in-chief of Transfiguration Today also contacted Eli directly and expressed his high opinion of him, which means that this time the Newcomer Award is most likely to go to Eli. Eli, I'm really awesome. As the saying goes, people are afraid of being famous and pigs are afraid of being fat. Eli began to gain some fame in the Transfiguration academic circle, and with his ridiculous age, people began to contact him. It was just to win over a future master. There were also invitations to various forums and lectures. Eli refused them all. What a joke, I'm going to chat with you guys, how can I have time to do business? This attitude of treating reputation as dirt was praised by Professor McGonagall, and even Dumbledore wrote a letter to praise him. Look, the Newcomer Award came out, and it was Eli, and there was an award ceremony. Eli was ready to turn it down at that time. But I heard that there was a reward of 1,000 galleons, hee, it's just a trip. That day, the Daily Prophet published the news. A first-year wizard at Hogwarts actually won the Newcomer Award of an authoritative academic journal. This newcomer is too new. For a while, the whole magic world began to circulate this news. Some people were surprised and some questioned it, but the person involved, Eli, said he was very happy. He still wanted to hide, but what was the point of hiding after he published the article in the newspaper? He hoped that old Voldemort would not notice him in advance, otherwise he would most likely die young. However, his teachers, relatives and friends were all very happy for him. Professor McGonagall waved her hand and added 100 points to Slytherin. She also started to explain Animagus to Eli. Old Dumbledore secretly sent a tattered notebook, and Eli almost threw it away in disgust. But after flipping through a few pages, he almost sealed it and hung it around his neck. Dumbledore's notes. The notes of a legendary wizard are definitely a treasure. There is no better teaching material like 3 years of simulation and 5 years of transfiguration. Snape sent a small bottle of potion, and Eli finally suppressed the desire to sell it. Elixir of Fortune. It is said that drinking it can make people lucky for a period of time and get along well with everyone. Hermione wrote a letter of several pages to express her shock and ask to learn from him. Harry and Ron had no idea because they didn't care at all. Eli told his family the good news, and Mrs. Hall almost got out of the letter and kissed him hard. Mr. Hall said that it was thanks to their good teaching. Eli was disdainful, but he didn't dare to say it. This holiday can be said to be an extremely fulfilling holiday. Eli was very reluctant to leave. How could he have so much time to do research when school started? But he still had to go to school. He was not the principal. Students returned to school one after another, and Hermione ran to Eli as soon as possible. In the hall. I can't believe it, blah blah. Eli covered his head and wanted to cast a blinding spell on himself. Harry and Ron also desperately picked the food on the plate. The little witch is so scary. Also, I found Nicholas Flamel. As soon as Hermione said the last sentence, the scene was quiet, and the 3 useless men raised their heads together. You saw him? Ron said in surprise. Hermione rolled her eyes at him. Of course I didn't see him, because he is an extremely famous alchemist. Alchemist? What does this mean for the hidden things on the 3rd floor? Compared to Ron, Harry was still able to grasp the key points in the words. This guy spent his holidays studying and playing with Eli, and had forgotten about Nicholas Flamel. Hermione waved her hand, motioning them to come closer. Sorcerer's Stone. What? Harry and Ron said at the same time, which immediately attracted the contempt of Hermione and Eli. Eli couldn't help but sigh. Among the 3 people, only Hermione found the truth. The 2 fools didn't even know what the Philosopher's Stone was. The Philosopher's Stone is a very precious treasure. It contains very powerful magic. It has the effect of turning stones into gold. Most importantly, it can make people immortal. We must tell the professor. But the professor may not believe us. Then let's go find Hagrid. Harry was determined to stop Snape. Eli felt sorry for the dean again. At night, at the agreed time, Eli turned over and got out of bed very skillfully. The Forbidden Forest adventure every night has made him the new nighttime little prince after the twins. A set of movements is smooth and flowing. It will definitely not be discovered. Where are you going again? The sudden voice scared Eli so much that he shuddered all over. Draco. Eli turned around. The slutty big back hair standing behind him was not Draco or someone else. Are you going out for a night out again? Draco took a few steps forward. Eli smiled awkwardly. No, I'm just going to the bathroom. Draco looked like he had seen through you. Don't pretend, I noticed you go out every night and come back very late. Eli was shocked. So you don't sleep at night to observe me? You are not right. Yeah, what's wrong? I'm going out for a night out. Anyway, I've been discovered, I won't pretend, I'm going to show my cards. Draco's face flashed a trace of struggle, then he mustered up the courage. I want to go too. If you don't take me, I'll tell the professor. Hey! Eli was shocked again. This kid is good, he dares to threaten for a night out. Eli thought about it. If he took Draco with him, he would know about the Philosopher's Stone and the dragon eggs. That's right, Hagrid is hatching eggs. Although Draco was a bit of a brat, he was not a Death Eater now, and he had no bad intentions after knowing the Philosopher's Stone. As for the dragon egg, he remembered that Draco seemed to like dragons very much, otherwise why was his name Dragon? I can take you there, but you have to keep your mouth shut. Otherwise, hee. Draco's face turned pale, but curiosity still overcame fear. Okay. I promise with the honor of pure blood. Eli nodded. Seeing this guy dressed neatly, he must have been planning for a long time. Let's go. Draco rubbed his hands excitedly. Eli cast the disillusionment charm on the two of them. Draco's eyes widened. Cool. As soon as he spoke, the disillusionment charm was automatically lifted. Eli slapped him on the forehead. Shut up, or the effect will disappear. This unlucky child, I have to use it again. Eli cast the disillusionment charm again. Draco followed behind with grievance. Chapter 32 Deduction Squad. The two came outside the castle and could vaguely see the dim light on Hagrid's hut. Eli, you! Malfoy! Harry and the other two were about to take Eli to Hagrid's hut, but suddenly saw Malfoy following Eli. What's wrong, Weasley? Are you the only one who can come? Draco and Ron were particularly at odds, and this was a family conflict. They never expected that Eli would bring the annoying Malfoy with him, and their faces suddenly looked bad. Eli, why are you? Harry asked in confusion, and Draco made a provocative expression at him. Eli poked Draco, signaling the naughty boy not to accumulate anger here. Eli came up to the others and said in a very low voice, he found me when I came out, so I might as well bring him along. If I drag him down with me, he won't complain. Hermione gave Eli a look that said you are awesome. Harry and Ron's expressions eased a little, but when they saw Draco's smug look, they were furious. Okay, we don't have much time, let's go quickly. A group of 5 people knocked on Hagrid's door. Hagrid ran over and opened the door. Sorry, I can't see you today, and then he was about to close it immediately. We know about the Philosopher's Stone. Hermione suddenly shouted. Hagrid paused to close the door, opened the door and looked at the little brats outside with a look of seeing a ghost. How could you know? Come in. Several people filed in. Only Draco didn't know what happened, and looked confused. What Philosopher's Stone? No one answered him, and Eli motioned him not to ask first. Snape wants to steal the Philosopher's Stone. Harry seemed impatient. Hagrid seemed to have heard something ridiculous. You are still doubting him, he is one of the professors responsible for guarding it. Hagrid realized what he had said again and his face changed. Eli smiled helplessly. He had said so much, it didn't matter if he let it slip. One of the professors? That means there are other professors who set traps, spells or something. Hermione immediately caught Hagrid's words. Hagrid was a little anxious because he let it slip again and again. You shouldn't care about this, he is a professor. Harry was relentless. Even so, we can't rule out the possibility that he stole the stone. Eli said nothing, because the highlight of tonight was not the Philosopher's Stone at all. Hagrid's family raised the big black dog looked very majestic. But it was obvious that its personality had nothing to do with its size. I'm warning you, don't get any closer. Eli was a little nervous as he looked at the stupid dog next to him, drooling and looking silly. The dog seemed to be very interested in Eli and kept getting close to him. Hey, don't come over here. Hiss. The dog licked Eli's face. Eli, it's over, I'm not clean anymore. Yay. Don't be naughty. Hagrid scolded the dog severely, and the dog finally settled down. Eli kept wiping the saliva on his face. The iron pot that was being heated in the fireplace suddenly made a sound, and Hagrid turned around in surprise. Oh, that's great! Hagrid couldn't wait to take the things out, and almost forgot to bring gloves. Dragon egg! Draco, who was confused by what the others said, suddenly had his eyes light up when he saw what Hagrid was holding. Dragon egg! Hermione and the others looked at Draco in surprise, and then looked at what Hagrid was holding. It was indeed a huge egg. Dragon and Harry immediately surrounded it. This was a rare thing. Dragons are extremely dangerous creatures. The danger level is at least 5 stars. They are strictly controlled by the Ministry of Magic and are rarely seen. Not to mention a dragon egg that is about to hatch. Draco almost drooled as if he saw a treasure, making Eli wonder whether he wanted to see it or eat it. It's a Norwegian ridgeback. Draco blurted out. Ron looked over with a questioning look on his face. How do you know? Draco glanced at him. Of course I can see it from the eggshell. The eggshell of a Norwegian ridgeback is smoother and more colorful. You should have never seen it, Weasley. Ron's face turned red immediately. Click. The eggshell was broken from the inside, and a little dragon with wings like a lizard crawled out and cried a few times. Hagrid's eyes were immediately filled with maternal love. Oh, little Norbert. He teased the little dragon with his hands a few times, causing the little dragon to cry a few times at him. Hagrid's heart almost melted. Oh look, he thinks I'm his mother. The 5 people looked at Hagrid, who was overflowing with maternal love, with strange faces. Hey! The little dragon suddenly spit a ball of fire at Hagrid, burning a piece of his beard. Hagrid quickly slapped his beard out. He's a little nervous. Draco's eyes never left the little dragon. You'd better be careful, this kind of dragon can spit fire and is highly poisonous. Hagrid looked at Draco unexpectedly. It seems that you know them very well. Draco looked proud. Of course, I have a dragon farm at home. Hagrid immediately understood. Ron couldn't stand Draco's pretense, and kept mumbling something in his mouth. Draco and Hagrid actually chatted together, and they seemed to be very speculative. Is this the power of hobbies? Several young wizards were also very interested in dragons. They asked each other questions, and the atmosphere in the room was very harmonious. But I read in a book that dragons grow very fast. Maybe your house won't be able to accommodate them in a few days. How are you going to accommodate Norbert? Hermione's words immediately made the room quiet. Hagrid's face was bitter. Of course, he knew the growth rate of dragons, but his love for dragons made him ignore these. This Forbidden Forest. Eli began to mourn for the creatures in the Forbidden Forest. Not only would they be bullied by the 8-eyed giant spider, but there might be a dragon. He said, Hagrid, the Forbidden Forest may not be able to hide such a big flying dragon, and people will definitely not agree. Several people were silent, and Hagrid almost cried. Draco looked at the little dragon and showed reluctance. Ron suddenly had an idea, maybe we can send Norbert to the dragon farm. My brother Charlie works in the dragon farm in Romania. Hagrid also stopped sobbing. Although he was destined to not keep Norbert, sending him to the dragon farm was also a good place. Draco's eyes lit up. My family happens to have several dragon farms there. We can send Norbert there. I will ask them to treat him well. Hagrid's mood improved a lot. With Ron's brother and Draco's family's dragon farm, Norbert will definitely live a good life. Hagrid wiped his tears with a dirty handkerchief and looked at Draco and Ron gratefully. Thank you, Draco, thank you, Ron. Norbert will be handed over to you when the time comes. Woo woo woo. The scene suddenly looked like entrusting an orphan to someone else. Several people teased Norbert for a while. Of course, it was mainly Hagrid who did it. The others, even Draco, were afraid of death and didn't dare to touch him. Okay, kids, it's really late. You should go back to the castle early. Night outings are not a good habit. It was really late. They wanted to tell Hagrid about the Philosopher's Stone, but seeing Hagrid's attitude, they would not believe it. They had to go back. On the way, they were still talking about dragons, and the grudge between Harry and Draco was thrown aside. It's not surprising. He was an 11-year-old child. There was no strange prejudice. He was just influenced by his family and always had his own judgment. Eli was also trying his best to correct Draco's thoughts. He didn't want Draco to become a Death Eater like in the original book, and even if he became a Death Eater, he couldn't be cruel. To do evil completely. To put it bluntly, Draco has a kind heart, but influenced by his family, he lost his own judgment, and finally he didn't even have the courage to be cruel. Judging from the way he is now chatting happily with Harry and others, it is entirely possible that he will be changed. As they walked, a figure suddenly appeared in front of them. Eli, oh wow! Professor McGonagall looked at the 4 trolls from last time. Can anyone tell me why it's you again? Several people hesitated. She looked at Draco, who lowered his head again. Mr. Malfoy, I think your father doesn't want to hear that you violated discipline in school and were punished. Draco's face suddenly turned pale. Night tours have always been a serious violation of discipline, and McGonagall never forgives it easily. 5 points will be deducted from each of you 5. Hey! Several people instantly looked miserable. This was too cruel. Eli and Draco added up to 100 points, and Gryffindor was even more cruel, with 3 people getting 150 points. Professor McGonagall's fairness and strictness are indeed well deserved. All of a sudden, Slytherin and Gryffindor fell behind Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff overnight. A little wizard will discover this surprise early tomorrow morning. Professor McGonagall still frowned, and had no intention of letting them go. In order to make you remember it deeply, you should follow Hagrid to patrol the Forbidden Forest tonight. Look, Hagrid looked at the 5 little brats who came back speechlessly. The kids are so annoying. When we go to the Forbidden Forest, we will split into 2 groups. Hermione and Ron will follow me, and Draco, Harry and Eli will be together. If there is danger, use the wand to send red light. Remember. So what are we going to do? Draco asked. A trace of solemnity flashed across Hagrid's face. There have been several unicorn attacks in the Forbidden Forest during this period, and there is another one today. We should find this poor little guy as soon as possible. After explaining the matters, the 2 groups began to go separately. Draco also led Fangya over, and did not notice Eli's resentful eyes. My dad would definitely scold me if he knew I was caught for night outing. Draco said nervously. Harry looked like an experienced person. What's there to be afraid of being scolded? Just pretend you didn't hear it. It seems you've been scolded a lot, Scarhead. Draco gave Harry a nickname and smiled evilly. Don't call me Scarhead. Chapter 33 The Duel Club is open. What's wrong? Harry and Draco were suddenly stopped by Eli. Eli didn't answer, but stared at the shadow on the ground nervously, tightening his hand holding the wand. The shadow soon discovered the three people who had arrived, slowly raised his head, and most of his face could not be seen clearly, and silver blood was still dripping from the corner of his mouth. Ah! Draco screamed particularly miserably, pulling the other two to run, but he was tripped by a tree root and lay on the ground. Ah! Hiss! The moment the shadow raised his head, Harry felt a piercing pain in the scar on his forehead and held his forehead in pain. Eli knew what the shadow was. It was Quirrell who was possessed by Voldemort. It was Quirrell who let the troll in on Halloween, it was Quirrell who cast the spell on Harry in Quidditch, and it was Quirrell who wanted to steal the Philosopher's Stone. Voldemort only had a remnant soul left, his life was incomplete, and he wanted to steal the Philosopher's Stone to restore his strength. Before he got the Philosopher's Stone, he had been maintaining his strength through unicorn blood. Of course he knew what the consequences of drinking unicorn blood would be, but he was crazy for strength and for survival. A bleak green light suddenly hit, Eli's pupils shrank sharply, and he pushed Harry and Draco away with all his strength. Just barely avoiding the killing curse, Eli was still in shock. "MD, this is too cruel," the first wave went straight to Avada. If Eli hadn't reacted quickly just now, they would have been directly killed here. It wasn't that he forgot to use a spell to resist just now. It was mainly because the killing curse could only be resisted by physical means, and magic could not be resisted, unless it was a counterattack. Split into pieces. Eli quickly counterattacked, but he didn't want to fight him at all. The killing curse was cast silently, and how could he fight him when he was still stupidly chanting spells? After a blow, Eli quickly cast a layer of iron armor on himself and Harry Draco. Yaya had already run away, and Eli just hoped that Hagrid would come quickly. Another green light came, and Eli controlled the tree trunk on the ground to resist the spell. Boom! The powerful spell directly broke the tree trunk, stirring up sawdust all over the sky. Fall to the ground! Eli quickly attacked, taking advantage of the sawdust blocking his vision, trying to catch him off guard. But the opponent was not a good person either, and an iron armor spell directly knocked Eli's spell away. Eli didn't know whether it was Voldemort or Quirrell who was controlling his body. Anyway, the opponent's strength was not something he could contend with, even with two people. "Hurry up and call for help." Eli quickly put up several shields, turned his head and shouted anxiously to the two people on the ground. But they were reluctant, and Harry wanted to pick up the wand. "Draco, take him with you, don't die." Draco was awakened by Eli's roar, and after struggling for a while, he still pulled Harry up. "Be careful," and then ran away with Harry. Seeing the two leave, the shadow roared and quickly chased Harry, and cast several spells. It seems that his main target is Harry Lee. Eli dodged and blocked him. "Your opponent is me, faint." The highly nervous Eli began to release magic wantonly, and each spell was powerful. The black shadow was ready to pick up Eli's spell as before, but he underestimated a mage gunner after all. The moment the spell touched the wand was shaken out of his hand. The black shadow retreated again and again. "Waste!" Eli vaguely heard a roar, and saw the black shadow twitching, and when he stretched out his hand, the wand automatically returned to his hand. Eli did not stand there and let him move. Smash to pieces! The black shadow dodged in a somewhat embarrassed manner. After seeing the outrageous spell just now, he did not dare to resist it. The situation seemed to have reversed. But Eli became more solemn. "Avada Kedavra!" Shattered to pieces. The two of them actually continued to output magic power, and the spells formed a lightning-like beam of light to confront each other. The forest was illuminated by two colors of light, and explosions continued to be heard at the junction of the spells. Eli felt the huge force coming from his hands, and the magic power was output without cost. The black shadow was not too relaxed either, and the veins on his hands were bulging. In terms of magic power, Eli was not much worse than him, but the opponent's spell was extremely condensed. For a moment, it was like a sharp blade piercing tofu, and Eli's power began to retreat. Eli's forehead was covered with a lot of fine sweat, and his hands were shaking constantly. Even so, the killing spell continued to approach him. Suddenly, there was a hurried and chaotic sound of horse hooves from the side. The black shadow might not want to fight to the end, and suddenly burst out and savagely cut the connection between the spells. Fuck! Eli had no power to react, and was directly thrown out. His butt was facing the sky, very embarrassed. The black shadow turned around and was about to leave. At this time, Ronan and Firenze also came with their men and saw Eli with his butt up in the air. "Ah, I'll fight you." Eli, who fell flat on his face and was seen by others, was furious and smashed several people in the direction where the shadow left, and there was an explosion. The men were ashamed, and Firenze hurried up to grab Eli. Hagrid also came with Harry and a few others with a crossbow. Seeing the men here, he breathed a sigh of relief and put down the crossbow. But seeing that Eli seemed to be caught by Firenze and was still struggling, Hagrid thought there was a conflict and immediately went to explain. "Oh, he is my friend, he has no ill intentions, he is very friendly. You son of a bitch, come on, hit me again, I will beat all your skin swallows. FK. Shift." Eli's shouting and cursing came from the side. Hagrid. He is not like this usually. Hagrid suddenly didn't know what to say. Ronan knew that Hagrid had misunderstood, and walked forward. "It's not what you think. He is also our friend. He just had a fight with the guy who attacked the unicorn. Maybe, he is still angry." After this happened, the patrol of the Forbidden Forest stopped immediately, and several people returned to the castle. No one mentioned the things in the Forbidden Forest. But a good thing was about to happen. The duel club is officially open. The notice wall was full of people, and everyone was full of interest in this sudden duel club. An empty classroom has been arranged as a duel venue. There were many people here, and Professor Flitwick and Eli stood on the duel stage. Professor Flitwick was very different today. He was dressed very neatly and looked quite sharp. The little wizards were amazed at the professor's abnormality today. Professor Flitwick adjusted his throat, and the surroundings became quiet. The professor looked very energetic. "Welcome, students. I am your Professor Flitwick. To promote student exchanges, to, blah blah blah." He spoke for an hour or so, and he was so passionate and eloquent. The students were almost asleep. "Then, let's invite our club president, Mr. Hall, to say a few words to everyone." Finally, it was Eli's turn. Eli cleared his throat in a formal manner. The duel club is officially established. I thought for a long time but couldn't think of a word. So let's just establish it directly. Hurry up, I'm tired. Chapter 34 Final exams are coming. As soon as Eli finished his brief speech, someone raised his hand and expressed doubt. "Professor Flitwick, why is it him? I mean, shouldn't you be the president?" It was so quiet around him, and after he finished speaking, there were constant whispers around him. It seems that he is not the only one who has the same question, and it can be said that there are many people. The person closest to the dueling stage was Draco. When he learned that Eli had founded a dueling club, he immediately asked to join. He turned around very unhappy and resumed his young Master Malfoy's style, "If it's not him, then how could it be you?" There was a meaningless laugh around, and the man looked dissatisfied, but he didn't say anything. Eli stood up immediately. He knew that if he didn't show these people his strength, this dueling club might not be able to continue. "Oh, okay, it's everyone's right to raise questions, and as the president, I also have the obligation to explain these questions." The little wizards around nodded. Eli's words can be said to be quite reasonable and there is nothing wrong with them. But the next sentence was like a stone was thrown onto the calm lake. causing a great uproar among the crowd. Since you all have doubts about my ability as the president, from now on, I will stand on this dual stage. Anyone can come up. If I lose, I will resign. Crazy, too crazy. There are more than first-year students below. Except for the 6th and 7th grades who are busy with the ultimate wizard exam, there are people from other grades. But no matter which grade they are from, they all think that this first-year wizard is probably mentally disturbed. Harry, who was standing closest, became worried, and Hermione kept whispering to him to calm down. Eli smiled at them and made a gesture to Hermione to let her rest assured. Professor Flitwick didn't expect it to turn out like this, and he quickly wanted to stop the farce. Eli stopped him. Professor, if I can't stand their challenge today, then this club will lose its credibility, believe me, Professor. Professor Flitwick was very hesitant, but Eli repeatedly promised to pay attention to safety, so Professor Flitwick stepped aside. Attention! The sparring can only be done to a certain extent. And no harmful spells are allowed. Professor Flitwick loudly explained, and then took the wand to act as a referee and safety officer. I'll go first. The person who came on stage was a second-year boy. The first-year students knew Eli's strength to some extent and didn't dare to challenge him. The older students felt that it was unfair to win by bullying the weak, and they couldn't bring themselves to challenge him, so the one who came up happened to be a second-year student. The two of them completed the duel etiquette with each other, and Eli was like a noble, calm and composed. Front teeth are like sticks. Good guy. The second-year student wanted to take the initiative and couldn't wait to attack as soon as he finished the etiquette. Eli didn't dodge in a hurry, as if he didn't react. Some people in the audience showed disdain or gloating expressions, and Hermione screamed in fear. Bang! Just a light flick, just a move, the spell was knocked away. The surroundings were quiet again. This was more effective than Snape's deterrence. The second grade was stunned. Just flicked away? Although Eli may not be defeated by a spell, it can't be so easily resolved. Hermione in the audience widened her eyes. Eli smiled slightly, legs stand stiff and stop dead. Such a light spell, but the opponent was so panicked that he forgot to dodge. He fell to the ground with a plop, and no matter how he struggled, his legs were always together and unable to move. After finishing the work, he started to collect coins, with his hands behind his back, looking up at the sky at a 45-degree angle, the ceiling. Mr. Hall wins. Clever use of magic. Professor Flitwick announced loudly, saying that Eli's move just now was very clever. Actually, this was also learned from Quirrell, who was possessed last night. Of course, Quirrell was very skilled in the shield charm, while Eli just used magic to knock it away roughly. But they all looked similar, and it was definitely not something that other young wizards could do. I'll do it. Another one came up, still a second-year student. It seemed that some people still thought that what happened just now was just an accident. Eli glanced at the seniors below. They were a little tempted, but they all held their ground. Please. Eli was about to put the coins in. Another etiquette, fainted. It was still the original formula, still the familiar taste, and the spell was picked up again. Hey? He actually held up an shield charm. Eli's mouth curled up slightly. This second-year student was a little interesting. Although the shield charm was not a profound spell, the second-year students had not been exposed to it. It seemed that this guy's confidence was not unreasonable. However, it was useless. Stand still. A spell much stronger than the previous one was released. The opponent was holding up the armor spell, and his face was a little solemn. Bang! The spell hit the armor spell fiercely, and it was crushing. The armor spell dimmed quickly and collapsed in an instant. The second-year student's face changed drastically, but there was no room for reaction. He was also trapped by his legs and fell to the ground. There was an uproar all around, crushing. It was simply crushing, it was really crushing. Even the use of the armor spell was useless. Eli won again. Another one came up, not bad, a third-year student. But it was useless. Fall to the ground. Stand still. Plop. There was no suspense at all, and he was defeated directly, or rather, this was the biggest suspense. Eli put his hands behind his back in a showy manner. Why don't you just go 2 by 2 to save time? Wow! For a moment, the crowd was furious. This bastard was too crazy. Eli carefully approached Professor Flitwick, but Professor Flitwick's expression told him, if you continue to be so crazy, I want to beat you up. 2 is 2. Let's do it. The twins came up while telling a crosstalk. They winked at Eli, and Eli couldn't help but smile. These two guys are building momentum for him. They know they can't beat him but still go up, which is to help him establish his prestige. Sure enough, they still lost like last time. The students around were shocked. What the hell is this? A first grader beat 2 third grades? Eli looked up at the ceiling, with a face full of loneliness, and sighed pretentiously. Alas, lonely. Fuck, so crazy, so good at showing off. The wizards below all started at first, they rushed to fight 1 by 1. Some went up directly in pairs, only some seniors had some shame and did not join forces. However, there were always shameless ones, and 2 fifth-year students came up. The battle was not as simple as before. They fought back and forth for 2 or 3 minutes before they were defeated. Of course, Eli did not use his full strength, and the ultimate death was indeed inappropriate. The majesty was established in this way, and the whole Hogwarts was shocked. A first-year wizard challenged almost half of the school alone. It has not lost yet, even 2 fifth-year students cannot defeat it. For a time, Eli became famous, and the duel club became popular. People joined in an endless stream, and the professors all sighed that the learning atmosphere was really much stronger, and even the corridors were full of people discussing spells. The final exams are here, and maybe because of the club, the students' scores in the spells class are particularly dazzling, and Professor Flitwick is smiling. In the potions class, Eli was given full marks for his nearly perfect potion. In the charms class, Professor Flitwick even said that with Eli's ability, as long as he didn't make any mistakes, he would give him full marks. The result was of course full marks, and the performance was still quite amazing. Transfiguration, Eli directly turned the teacup into a fluttering owl, and Professor McGonagall was not stingy with full marks. Only in History of Magic, Eli was guessing and guessing, who told him that he was either dazed or sleeping during class. So, among all the courses, only History of Magic just passed. The school's final exams have ended, but the final exams of the trio or Eli have just begun. Chapter 35 Game of Passing Levels. I thought the exams at Hogwarts would be very scary, but I didn't expect it to be quite fun. Weasley, you must have suffered a lot in the potions exam. Shut up, Malfoy, I will at least get an E. The 5 of them walked out of the classroom. They had just finished the final exam, and Ron and Draco were bickering. That's right, Malfoy also got involved, and the original Iron Triangle became the current 5-member group with deducted points. Of course, Draco was still because of Eli. Since the Forbidden Forest and the Duel Club war, he has become Eli's little fan. He pestered Eli to teach him magic all day long. After all, they had played with dragons and encountered dangers together, and Draco's relationship with the trio was much better. At least they were not as tit-for-tat as before, but they still liked to insult each other. Especially with Ron, these two guys just don't like each other. In short, Eli still brought a lot of influence to them. Ron is no longer a poor student, but a weak student. Harry is obsessed with dueling, and his talent can be brought into play. Hermione was also influenced by Eli and joined the Duel Club, turning the knowledge in the book into practical experience. And Draco finally changed his catchphrase "I'm going to tell Dad." I don't know what happened to the Philosopher's Stone, whether it is protected. Harry is still obsessed with the Philosopher's Stone. Sorcerer's Stone? You haven't explained it to me yet. Draco was confused again. He wanted to ask when he heard about it in Hagrid's hut, but he hadn't asked until now. Seeing that the silly boy's curiosity was about to explode, Eli patiently explained it to him. After a long explanation, Draco touched his big back hair in shock. Snape wants to steal a stone protected by Dumbledore. The 3 words disbelief were almost written on his face. You may not know how much assets Snape has. He has connections with many families. He can't steal the Sorcerer's Stone for gold. As a member of the Malfoy family, Draco did know more about these things. But the evidence is already here. His suspicion can't be washed away at all. Ron confronted Draco again. Harry separated the 2 people who were arguing with each other. Draco, Snape is not after the gold at all. What is it for? Harry's voice was much lower, for fear that passers-by would hear. He is for Voldemort, he is working for Voldemort. Harry said the name carelessly. Draco's face turned pale, and Ron was also very uncomfortable. Only Eli and Hermione had no reaction. Eli was because he would have to fight Voldemort sooner or later, and he had not been resurrected yet, so it was okay to say it. Hermione was born a Muggle and had never seen the horror of Voldemort. You shouldn't mention that name, Draco quickly stopped Harry. Why? Draco's voice was even lower. At that time, there was a rumor that the mysterious man cast a spell on his name and could accurately know the location of the person who called his name. But he is not. Hermione had never heard of such a strange magic, and it was a little incredible. No, he is not dead. Harry's words attracted the attention of several people. He touched the scar on his forehead. The shadow we met that day was him. My scar was left by him, and it became very painful when I met him that day. Eli knew that what Harry said was right, and Voldemort was hiding on the back of Quirrell's head at this time. The atmosphere suddenly became heavy. As people from pure-blood families, Draco and Ron had naturally heard of the horror of that man. But now he has fallen to the point of relying on unicorn blood to maintain his life, so there is nothing to be afraid of. He wants to rely on the Philosopher's Stone to restore his strength. If he succeeds, the nightmare will become reality. Eli broke the heavy atmosphere, and Harry and Ron were particularly excited. Yes. We have to stop him. Several people walked out of the castle, and Hagrid's hut was not far away. Hagrid was sitting at the door and playing music. Harry was stunned. And a sudden flash of inspiration made him suddenly realize, and he suddenly walked quickly towards Hagrid. Harry, where are you going? No wonder. Don't you feel strange? Why did Hagrid want a dragon, and just happened to meet someone with a dragon egg? Who would walk around with a dragon egg? A flash of enlightenment flashed across Hermione's face, and Ron and Draco were a little confused. Eli was a little excited. It's coming, the level-breaking game is coming. No, how can I be like a reckless little lion? Be calm, hee. Hagrid, do you remember what the person who gave you the dragon egg looks like? Several people were a little out of breath. Hagrid looked at the little ghosts who suddenly ran over in surprise, with a look of reminiscence on his face. He was wearing a black robe at the time, and I couldn't see his face clearly. Several people's faces changed. Wearing a black robe? Doesn't that mean there is a ghost? No one wearing a black robe is a good thing. Did he say anything to you? Oh, of course, he asked me what animals I have raised, and I told him a lot. Hagrid looked a little proud. Is he very interested in Fluffy? Yes, he asked a few questions about Fluffy. I told him that the trick to interacting with animals is to know how to make them quiet. For example, Fluffy, as long as you give him some music, he will fall asleep immediately. Hagrid's expression was particularly warm when he mentioned his Fluffy, but suddenly his expression changed. Oh no, he let it slip again. The five turned around and ran towards the castle. Hagrid murmured, "I shouldn't have told you." Professor McGonagall was still marking some homework in the classroom when several little wizards suddenly broke in. "Professor, we want to see Professor Dumbledore, now!" Harry shouted before he could stand still. Professor McGonagall was startled and looked at them with dissatisfaction. "Why are these unlucky kids again?" Professor Dumbledore received a letter from the Ministry of Magic and rushed to London. "What's your business?" Several people looked at each other. "Someone wants to steal the Philosopher's Stone." Professor McGonagall's face suddenly changed. "How do you know about the Philosopher's Stone?" "But no matter how you know it, it is well protected now. You students had better stay in the dormitory now. This is not what you should care about." Several people were driven out in disgrace. How could Dumbledore be called to the Ministry of Magic at this time? This is not normal. The young wizards also realized that something was wrong. "We will go to the trapdoor tonight, tonight," Harry said firmly, and the courage of Gryffindor was fully demonstrated at this moment. Draco was a little unbelievable. "Tonight? You mean we have to fight that person by ourselves?" "Malfoy, are you afraid?" Ron took the opportunity to retort him. Draco immediately got angry. "I can lose to anyone but this guy." He straightened his chest. "Let's go, who's afraid?" Chapter 36 Breakthrough Game, 2. "Why are you here just now?" Eli removed the disillusionment charm and stood with Draco outside the room on the third floor where the Philosopher's Stone was stored. Harry and the other two ran over breathlessly. "We were discovered by Neville. We have no choice but to knock him down first." Ron glanced at Hermione strangely after he finished speaking. "Okay, let's go in." Eli unlocked the door with the unlocking charm and carefully pushed it open. There was a deafening snoring and pleasant music. Eli walked in and glanced at the door. The sound insulation of this door was really good. It seems that someone has gotten there first. The few people were a little solemn. Fluffy had been knocked down by the harp that was playing automatically next to him. The few people opened the trapdoor that was supposed to be held down by Fluffy. It was so dark inside that they couldn't see what was underneath. The few people hesitated. "I say, didn't you notice that the music stopped?" Eli said suddenly. The few people realized that the room had become quiet at some point. The music was gone, and the snoring of the three-headed dog was gone. "Jump!" Harry was pushed down by Eli, and the others did not dare to hesitate and jumped down one after another. Louis was also awakened by the noise of the few people. Seeing the uninvited guests who broke in at some point, he was disturbed and wanted to tear these little things alive. Eli was the last one to break in, and he directly opened the armor spell to defend first. Louis raised his paw and was about to slap it. At this time, Harry and the others had all jumped down. "Little dog, I won't play with you for now." With a flash, Eli jumped directly down. Then he crushed Harry to death, and the play ended. "Just a joke, hee hee." A relatively soft net caught the falling Eli. It was the vines. "Are you all okay?" Their voices came from all around, and they were all fine. Only Ron's voice was a little trembling. "Have you noticed that this thing has been shrinking?" Sure enough, several people immediately felt these vines begin to wrap around their bodies, and they are getting tighter and tighter. Ron and Draco kept screaming, they desperately struggling, but unable to break free. "Is he going to die here?" "Don't struggle. This is a devil's snare. The more you struggle, the tighter it will get." Hermione suddenly shouted, and Eli also recognized the devil's snare and quickly stopped struggling. Slowly, Eli felt the vines loosening until they could no longer bind him and he fell down. It was not high below, so he was not injured. Hermione soon fell down, and Eli helped her up. They both came down, but there were still 3 people on top. After a while, Harry also came down, but Ron and Draco on top were still howling. "Don't struggle! Don't struggle! F. Hermione reminded them loudly many times, but the two guys were still howling like pigs being slaughtered. Eli raised his wand, luminescent flash. Suddenly, as if the sun was rising, the world was completely illuminated, and the intense light forced Hermione and Harry to cover their faces. Under the stimulation of this terrible light, the devil's snare was like a snake meeting Realgar, and it struggled wildly. Ron and Draco also fell down in a mess. When they were helped up, the two unlucky kids were scared to death. "Let's go, there are still checkpoints waiting for us." Several people walked into the only corridor. "What's that sound?" "It seems to be the sound of flapping wings." There seemed to be many birds at the other end of the corridor, and the sound of dense flapping wings kept coming. At the end of the corridor, there was a spacious room. There was no other exit except the door opposite and the passage behind. "Open the door." Ron imitated Hermione and pulled out his wand and shouted at the door. But it didn't move at all. Ron scratched his head awkwardly. I don't know why it didn't work." Eli stepped forward to check. "This door has been cast with many spells and cannot be forced to open." He looked up and looked. The real key can only be found in that group. Several people looked up and found that the sound of wings vibrating was actually a group of keys with wings like insects. The densely packed keys flying around made several people feel numb. Who knows which key is the real one? Eli continued to observe the door. "This door is quite old, its lock is old and rusty, so the key should be the most worn out one." Several people tried their best to find the most special one in the large group of keys, and they felt their eyes swollen after a while. "Look, it's that one, its wings are broken." Harry suddenly pointed at one of them and said. A broom next to it floated over. "It seems that we need to fly up and catch it." "Go, Harry, if Snape can catch it on a broom, then you can do it too." Ron encouraged Harry. "Snape." Harry rode on the broom, and at that moment, the keys seemed to suddenly go crazy and rushed towards Harry fiercely. Harry immediately took off and quickly rushed towards the key. As the youngest seeker, Harry rode his broom very flexibly and dodged around, almost catching the key several times. Other keys chased Harry in a mighty manner, but because of Harry's superb flying skills, those keys did not touch him at all. "Catch the key!" Harry grabbed the key and threw it down with all his strength, and then continued to dodge the group of keys chasing him. Eli received the key and quickly ran over to open the door. "Hurry, hurry!" Several people were very anxious because Harry was in danger. The door was opened and several people immediately filed in. "Harry, come on!" Harry swooped and flew directly into the door. The moment Harry came in, Eli quickly closed the door, and there was a constant sound of banging behind the door. Several people breathed a sigh of relief. These keys were too powerful, and even the door was pierced through. The next level, another room, another door, but the middle became a huge chessboard. Several people tried to bypass the chessboard, but found that the door had been completely blocked by chess pieces. Once they approached the chess pieces on the opposite side, the chess pieces that looked like soldiers would draw out their double knives, and the threat was not concealed. "It seems that we have to play a game of chess." Ron suddenly seemed to have changed. On the chessboard, he was a general who planned and strategized. According to Ron's arrangement, several people represented a chess piece. "I'll be the knight." Ron rode on the stone horse. "Are we going to play a real wizard chess?" Draco's face was a little ugly. Ron pointed at one of the soldiers. "You, go to D5. Under Ron's command, the chess piece slowly moved to D5, just within the attack range of the chess piece on the opposite side. The chess piece on the opposite side drew out its double knives and slashed at our chess piece. There was a sound of metal and stone, and then smoke and dust rose, and the attacked chess piece was torn into pieces. "It seems to be true." Everyone suddenly became serious. "But the game has already started, we can only move forward, not retreat." For a moment, the chessboard became a real battlefield with swords and sabers flying. Both sides fought back and forth, and each suffered losses. Ron was unusually calm, with the overall situation in his grasp. While ensuring the safety of his companions, he was also on par with the opponent. Eli was also on the chessboard, observing the entire game. His face was very heavy, because he found that he couldn't understand it at all. There were fewer and fewer chess pieces on the field, and more gravel and debris. The game had entered the decisive stage. When the White King killed a chess piece, the field suddenly became quiet. "Harry, you can see it too. Now I just need to make the next move, and the White King will eat me, but you can kill the other party." "No, no. Listen Harry, you are the boy who survived the disaster, your mission is to face that person, you can't become the sacrificed chess piece now." Knight to h3. In fact, Ron had a way to keep himself safe, but in this way, Draco would be in danger. In such a choice, he did not hesitate, and resolutely launched a charge as a knight. The White King raised his heavy sword high and stabbed it fiercely into the stone horse under Ron. The knight was killed, and Ron fainted in the gravel. Harry walked up to the White King firmly and sentenced him to death. Checkmate. The great sword fell with a bang, and the Black King won. Several people quickly ran to Ron and checked his injuries. Eli wanted Draco to stay, but he insisted, so he asked him to come with him. "Hermione, take Ron up and call the professor over. The rest, let's go to the next level together." It was another room, but there were no doors or windows except the passage when we came. There was a huge mirror in the middle, and a man with a huge turban stood in front of the mirror. "Professor Quirrell." The man turned around, and it was Quirrell who was possessed by Voldemort on the back of his head. "No, Snape is." Harry couldn't believe that the one waiting for them in the end was not the Snape he had always believed in. Quirrell laughed sarcastically. "Yes, Snape's annoying look does make him look more like a bad guy. With him around, who would doubt a stuttering Quirrell? Yes, it's always me. I've always wanted to kill you. The troll was me, and Quidditch was me. Snape went to the 3rd floor to stop me that day, and he never trusted me again since then. But I'm not alone." Quirrell gradually became a little excited. He faced the mirror again. "What is this mirror for?" Suddenly, a weak, hoarse, snake-like voice came from behind Quirrell's head. "Let me say. But you still have some strength." Quirrell began to slowly untie his turban. There was a distorted human face on the back of his head. Harry covered the scar on his forehead in pain. "Voldemort!" Harry screamed and wanted to pull Eli and Draco away, but Quirrell just snapped his fingers, and a circle of fire surrounded them. "Harry, don't resist. Don't you want to see your parents? Help me get that thing, I can bring them back to life." Two figures appeared on the mirror, they were Harry and Eli's parents. The mirror was the mirror of Arist. "Eli, I know you are extremely talented. There is no good or evil in the world. Those who cannot fight for power are not qualified to touch the world, and you, as long as we cooperate, the world will submit to us." Eli sneered. "You? I think you should save your nose first." God's sharp sword. Eli took the initiative directly. At this time, he didn't dare to bet that the professor would arrive in time. "Stupid!" Voldemort roared, controlling Quirrell's body to break Eli's spell. A green light came over. The three of them dodged quickly, blood demon possessed. At the critical moment of life and death, Eli spared no effort. "Disarm you!" 3 rays of light hit Voldemort. He waved his wand violently, and all 3 spells were blocked. "Such a powerful talent, you are actually with trash." "Who is the trash?" "Ultimate death. Avada Kedavra." Just like the time in the Forbidden Forest, the 2 lights collided again. "Don't stand there." Harry and Draco waved their wands quickly. "Expelliarmus! Fall unconscious!" Voldemort roared and exploded again, blowing several people away. This time Voldemort did not give Eli a chance to react. Submit to me. Dark magic attack. A black light rushed towards Eli and Harry, who were closest to him, like a storm. Eli's pupils shrank sharply. Armor protection. A figure suddenly rushed over, holding up the iron-clad charm and desperately caught Voldemort's attack, but was knocked away by the huge force and fell to the ground, his life or death unknown. Draco. Eli's murderous intent sword, ultimate death. Damn ants, don't know how to live or die. The magic collided again. Harry, hit him in the face with your hands. Eli suddenly shouted at Harry. It was a life or death situation. Harry didn't think much. Let's fight to the death. Rush forward and slap Voldemort in the face. As a magic master, how could Voldemort have thought of this way of fighting? Eli was holding him back, and Quirrell's body couldn't explode again. Harry's slaps were real. The sound of "pa pa pa" echoed in the room. Ah! All the places where Voldemort was touched by Harry began to carbonize, and the heart-wrenching screams were not known to come from Voldemort. The devil is still Quirrell. Harry saw that his slaps had such a miraculous effect, and he was covered with ashes. Quirrell's body struggled for a while, and then turned into ashes and scattered all over the ground. A black mist suddenly rushed out, revealing a hideous human face, and left here with a roar. They won. Chapter 37 Surprise. Harry fainted and was knocked down by the black mist formed by Voldemort. When the world was hazy, a pair of familiar green eyes appeared in his vision. Mom. Eli. Except for Quirrell, whose ashes were scattered, Eli was the only one who could stand. Harry, Harry. Draco, wake up. Eli sighed to the sky. You two are both fainted, how can we go up? I don't care, I'll lie down too. Eli simply lay down too, since he couldn't get out for a while anyway, so he just lay there for a while. Where I fall, I'll lie down there. This time, he was in a critical situation. He didn't expect to have a magic duel with Voldemort. He remembered that when he watched the movie, Voldemort only showed up, and then Quirrell was there as a melee wizard, without even using a wand. For some reason, when he came to him, Voldemort took over his body directly and wanted to kill them with a wand. But fortunately, Voldemort had not recovered yet, and Quirrell's magic could not kill Eli instantly. As long as he couldn't kill him instantly, Eli would have a way to kill him. You know. It's not just Harry who has the blood protection charm, he also has one. The original idea was that if Harry couldn't touch Quirrell, he would do it himself. But in the end, Quirrell died under Harry's ruthless slap, and Voldemort also lost his carrier, so he couldn't make any waves at present. And his background has not been exposed yet. He didn't want to expose his background too early, especially to Harry. There was no other reason, just that he was not prepared for the sudden brotherhood. But he didn't mind exposing his talent. He would have to fight Voldemort sooner or later anyway. Besides, he couldn't even resurrect now, so what was there to fear? Talented people must have courage. What kind of hero is he without the courage to draw a sword against a strong man? Eli didn't want to be a hero, but he didn't want to beg for food on his knees. But it was quite comfortable to lie down like this now. In this room, one person got cold, two fainted, and one was snoring. When the professors hurried over, Madame Pomfrey sighed that Eli's sleep quality was really good. Another narrow escape, and these unlucky kids again, and this time there was an extra Draco. But who knows if this was a carefully arranged trial? But Eli didn't care. He was very unhappy now, very unhappy, looking at the red dress that symbolized Gryffindor in the hall. Just now, this thing was still green, but Dumbledore ran up and beeped, and it changed. To face a strong enemy, you need not only enough strength, courage, and wisdom. Hermione Granger, you showed your wisdom when you were in danger, add 50 points. Ron Weasley, showed superb chess skills, add 50 points. Harry Potter, Eli Hall, Draco Malfoy, faced a terrible enemy, dared to fight, showed extraordinary courage, each at 60 points. And Neville Longbottom, dare to stop his friends, also need enough courage, add 10 points. Then, considering these factors, I think the decoration here should be changed. Dumbledore waved his hand, and the decoration turned red. Gryffindor burst into violent cheers. Slytherin, who had experienced ups and downs in life in a short period of time, was in a slump, and everyone kept cursing. Huangzi and the college cup belong to others, I have nothing. The end of term dinner that was not good for Slytherin ended, and the little wizards left in an orderly manner. They were going to have a holiday tomorrow, so they were still very happy at this time. Eli, Eli. Someone suddenly called Eli. It was Professor McGonagall. Professor Dumbledore wants you to go to his office for something. The password is iced lemon tea. I wish you a happy holiday. Professor McGonagall left after giving instructions. Eli began to guess why Dumbledore called him at this time. Could it be that he wanted to kill someone after stealing the college cup? How scary! While thinking, Eli had already walked to the door of the office. Dumbledore's password was quite strange, and it was iced lemon tea. Eli was almost a lemon now. After saying the password, the winged statue spiraled up, revealing a staircase. Walked up and knocked on the door. Dumbledore didn't even play the game of opening the door and saying I knew you were coming. Oh, please come in, would you like something to drink? Dumbledore was as enthusiastic as an old lady soliciting customers in the market. No, Professor, the food at the banquet is not bad, I'm quite full. Eli declined tactfully. Implying that we didn't celebrate the college cup, but went to eat. Dumbledore took out some more candies. You can try this, this is Honeydukes candy, the taste is always to my liking. Eli looked at the pile of cockroaches that kept crawling and looked exactly like live cockroaches, and almost vomited what he had just eaten. Why did Dumbledore like this? No, I'm really full. Dumbledore ate a few by himself, which made Eli feel sick. Now he was sitting on pins and needles, and Dumbledore called him over. It's definitely not as simple as eating candy and drinking tea. But this riddle man just won't say anything, just bait him, and Eli can't do anything to him. Actually, I've thought about this for a long time. Maybe it's immoral and may cause some harm. Dumbledore said. Then don't say it. It's immoral and harmful. Do you want to hurt me? Then, can I not listen? Eli said timidly. Dumbledore was stunned for a moment, and one hand holding the candy stopped. He didn't expect Eli to say that. At this time, Eli's heart was pounding. Wouldn't this old man get angry and hurt people? Dumbledore immediately slowed down. Actually, I've considered a lot of situations, but I still want to tell you. Okay, you're awesome, you're a big guy, you can say whatever you want, I'll just watch, and I dare not say a word. Billy, maybe I can call you Billy Potter. Eli's hair stood on end, Dumbledore knew it. But what does he want to do? Eli tried his best to maintain his expression, and did not feel Dumbledore's legitimacy at this time. He made a very confused expression. Professor, I don't quite understand. Dumbledore nodded, his expression became more serious, as if he began to recall the past. 11 years ago, Voldemort was defeated by a baby who was a few months old. The baby was later called the boy who lived. You know, it was Harry Potter. But many people don't know much about it. The Potter family also has a little son, Harry's biological brother, Billy Potter, who disappeared that night. Dumbledore's face was more nostalgic. We all checked, and there were only very faint traces of apparition. Billy was just a baby and couldn't master apparition, so we guessed that he might have been kidnapped. His deep eyes seemed to be able to see through everything. Eli felt that he had been seen through by him. If he hadn't felt the invasion of mental power, he would have thought that Dumbledore had opened legilimency. Until you showed up, Eli, you are the lost child, the youngest son of the Potter family, Harry's biological brother, Billy Potter. We have learned before that your parents, the Halls, did not hide from you that you are not their biological child. Eli pretended to be unbelievable, but they are just muggles. I know, kid. It was not them who kidnapped you. It can be said that until now we don't know how you disappeared. But, how can you prove that I am, Billy? Dumbledore's face showed a trace of mystery, and he took out a feather pen. It looks quite old, not like a product of this era. This feather pen has been there since Hogwarts was founded. It is a very powerful alchemical product. Whenever a qualified little wizard is born in the UK, it will write his name. 11 years ago, the Billy Potter it wrote disappeared. Dumbledore looked at Eli. Became Eli Hall. Chapter 38 Nick Flamel. I never thought that Dumbledore knew his background. Maybe he had been observing him before he entered the school. Eli suddenly felt a strong sense of powerlessness. He thought he could hide under Dumbledore's nose. I didn't expect that he had discovered him, but just didn't say it. This made him look like a joke. Is it embarrassing? It's really embarrassing. Now that it's said so, Eli can't continue to deny it. He also pretended to be shocked. Oh, Merlin's big pants, I'm actually the younger brother of the savior Harry Potter. Whether Dumbledore believed Eli's performance or not, Eli believed it anyway. Eli, maybe you should know what you will face in the future. You have a strong talent. I can guarantee that you are the most talented student I have ever seen. I just hope that no matter what time, I will stand with Harry. Eli nodded. This is also his mission after taking possession of this body. There have always been many brilliant wizards throughout the ages, but many of them are addicted to power. Indeed, power is very tempting. To be honest, I used to pursue power madly, but there are some things that you don't know until you can't save them. Power and immortality are not the most precious, but love is. Dumbledore's past is not perfect, and it can be said that he has been suffering to this day. He was extremely talented and met another extremely talented and young person at a young age. They had the same language and the same ambitions, and they were closer than brothers. But that person eventually went on a path he didn't want to set foot on. At first, he chose to indulge himself until an unexpected conflict made him lose his sister. His younger brother also chose to leave him, and even that person chose his ideal. He possessed legendary strength. He defeated that man and became famous. Later, he became the only one who could fight Voldemort. The world called him the greatest white wizard. He seemed to have everything, but he actually lost everything. All his loved ones left him. Albus Dumbledore, Gellert Grindelwald. 2 months of infatuation, a century of unspeakable. There were times when he made mistakes. Eli's talent made him worry whether Eli would be the third generation of the Dark Lord. He had to give Eli enough guidance. He had to let Eli have the bond of his family. Professor, although my biological parents have passed away, I know why they died. I still have my adoptive parents and my brother. My power will always be a protective umbrella for those around me. Eli's eyes were more determined than ever before. This was a test from a powerful person in the world, and this was a promise from the next generation of powerful people. Dumbledore smiled, without the so-called defense, and smiled easily. However, I hope the professor will not tell Harry about this for the time being. Dumbledore looked at Eli in surprise. I'm not ready yet, maybe he is too. Dumbledore pondered for a moment. Okay, this is your own business, you should be ready. It's already this time, my old friend should be here too. Dumbledore looked at the fireplace behind him, as if waiting for someone. Professor, can I leave? Eli thought Dumbledore had issued an order to expel him. Dumbledore stopped him. No, my old friend wants to see you. See me? Eli really didn't know what other old friends Dumbledore had who would know him. Boom! A green flame suddenly ignited in the fireplace, turning Dumbledore's beard green. "Oh, Nick, you're finally here." Dumbledore hurried to meet him. "No, Albus, don't help me, I can still walk by myself." A man so old that Eli dared not guess his age came out. With loose skin and staggering steps, Eli was afraid that he would fall apart after taking 2 steps. Hearing Dumbledore's address to him, Eli immediately knew who this person was. Nick Flamel, the greatest alchemist and the only owner of the Philosopher's Stone. He was at least 660 years old. Because of the Philosopher's Stone, he lived for several centuries, which was completely beyond the limit of human beings, even wizards. The lifespan of wizards will be longer than that of ordinary people, especially those with strong strength. Dumbledore is already over 100 years old, but he can still walk briskly and fight with Voldemort, a kid in his 70s. Nick Flamel took small steps, his legs kept moving. "Oh, Uncle, please slow down. I don't know who will be blamed if I fall here." "Wait a moment, I'll be there soon." Eli was dumbfounded by the speed of Uncle Flamel, 9.8 meters per 100 seconds. His calf was still not out after a long time. He even made a 100-meter race for the uncle, panting. Dumbledore wanted to help him, but he thought it was looking down on him. The uncle was quite stubborn. The stubborn uncle never gave in. All the birds raised by Dumbledore fell asleep. The uncle finally walked to the chair. He took a deep breath. "It's not easy for an old man to be as fast as me." "Dumbledore." "Eli." "Oh, this is the Eli Hall you mentioned, he is really handsome. The uncle has good eyesight." Eli quickly stood up and bowed. "Hello, my name is Eli Hall. This etiquette must be in place. After all, he is a senior who has lived for hundreds of years. Although he is not as old as the old senior with boundless magic power on the Nile River, he is also the best in the world. This child is quite polite, but you must not be led astray by Albus, he likes to do some nonsense the most." Eli has praised countless times in his heart, but he still pretends that he didn't hear anything on the surface. Dumbledore sat down awkwardly, glanced at Eli who was pretending to be confused, and said, "You are sensible, kid. What do you think of him?" "He is the most talented student I have ever seen." Nick looked at Eli and said, "Well, he is indeed extraordinary. I have also seen many amazing geniuses, but none of them are as good as him." He glanced at Dumbledore again and said, "You are attracted by my unique skills. Little guy, are you willing to learn alchemy from me?" Dumbledore was even more embarrassed after being rebuked again, but he looked at Eli expectantly after hearing Nick's words. Eli was already confused. What is going on? Why did he suddenly start to accept apprentices? "Old Dumbledore, have you sold me out long ago? It is absolutely a great blessing to have such an unprecedented and strongest alchemist as a teacher. This. Eli stuttered for a while. "Don't be nervous, little guy. You will definitely have no problem learning alchemy with your talent. Just say whether you want to learn it or not. It's delivered to the door. Whoever doesn't learn it is a fool. Learn it." Nick Flamel nodded, and Dumbledore breathed a sigh of relief. "The sooner the better. How about this? You will learn from me this summer vacation and go home to have fun for a few days. What do you think?" How dare Eli refuse? "No problem at all. Okay, it's not easy for me to make a trip at my age. I'll write to you later." Dumbledore asked Eli to go back first. When he left, he saw Dumbledore took out the Philosopher's Stone that Voldemort had dreamed of getting. Chapter 39 Going Home. When the little wizards boarded the train home, this semester officially ended. Eli and his friends squeezed in the carriage, just like when they first came. This semester can be said to be full of ups and downs. Trolls, Quidditch, Quirrell and Voldemort, these things many people may not encounter several times in their lifetime, they gathered them in one semester. Everyone gained something. Eli strengthened his soul, eliminated the danger of losing control of magic, greatly increased his strength, and made a lot of small money. Harry and Ron finally escaped Snape's clutches. When they thought about the exam, Snape gave them a passing grade. They were secretly happy. Draco finally made some friends, and he felt that the world was different. Hermione was the happiest. She thought Eli would be the first and study hard all day long, but in the end, Eli fell behind her because of his mediocre grades in history of magic. Yes, this little witch got the highest score in almost every subject in the grade and was the first. The little witch was so scary. Eli got a mediocre second place. If it weren't for his ridiculously poor grades in history of magic, Hermione couldn't beat him with his full marks in other subjects. However, this thing is useless except for money, and the second place can almost satisfy Eli's need for money. I am a man who killed a troll and fought Voldemort in the first grade. Do I need to rely on this little achievement to get money? Do I care? Do I regret it? Was I angry when Hermione showed off to me? I will definitely teach that little girl a lesson when I have the chance. No, Eli said he was not angry, he just wanted to teach her not to show off, that's all. Pa! He accidentally crushed another cup. The train arrived at the station soon, and the parents were waiting on the platform. Eli. From a distance, Eli could see his mother waving at him, and his father wanted to wave too, but he didn't know where to put his hands because of his father's majesty. Mom! Eli threw himself into her arms, and seeing his father eager to try next to him, Eli threw himself on her very obediently. Mr. Hall's wrinkles on his face were all laughing, but he still pretended to be serious. You are a big boy, you have to learn to be steady. Harry looked at him and smiled happily, but there was always an indelible sadness in his eyes. These are my friends. This is Harry, whom we met at the Dursleys' house. This is Hermione, who also lives in London. This is Ron, whose whole family is wizards. Oh, you are Harry, whom we have met before. It turns out that you are also a little wizard. Mr. Hall shook hands with Harry very enthusiastically, and then saw Hermione next to him. Hermione introduced herself very politely, Hello, Uncle and Auntie, my name is Hermione Granger. Mr. Hall was very surprised. Oh, I remember, your parents are dentists, right? They are really good doctors, and they saved my teeth. I also saw you when I went there last time. Fate is really wonderful. Then he looked at Ron again. Ron was a little reserved, perhaps because he had never dealt with Muggles before. Hello, Uncle and Auntie, my name is Ron Weasley. Mr. Hall tried hard to recall whether this was another child he had seen before, but Weasley was from a wizard family, how could he have seen him before? What a pleasure to meet you. You must come to our house if you have a chance. Mr. and Mrs. Granger and the Weasley family also arrived. The twins and Percy had already joined the Weasleys. The adults of the three families chatted enthusiastically, and Mr. Weasley was particularly excited. He was one of the few wizards who yearned for the Muggle society, and he was a pure-blood wizard. He was very happy to make so many Muggle friends this time. Mr. and Mrs. Granger knew Mr. and Mrs. Hall for a long time, so naturally they had a lot to talk about. Mr. and Mrs. Hall had similar jobs to Mr. Weasley, and they talked happily, especially Mr. Hall and Mr. Weasley, who felt that they had met too late. The Dursleys arrived late, and they seemed reluctant to pick up Harry. But they changed their faces immediately after seeing the Halls. Because they came from a magical family, Mr. and Mrs. Weasley were not very good at interacting with Muggles, let alone people like Dursley who hated magic. The Dursleys kept their distance from the Weasleys, which gave the Weasleys a bad impression of them. They thought that all Muggles would be like the Halls and Grangers. After saying goodbye to each other, they all went home. Mr. Dursley rudely stuffed Harry into the car, which made people frown. The adults of the Weasley, Hall, and Granger families even agreed to exchange letters. After all, they were all easy to get along with, and it was a pity that they met today. When everyone left, Mrs. Hall grabbed Eli's ear. "Good boy, you have grown up, right? You dare not go home. You didn't come back a month before school started, and you didn't come back for Christmas. Even during the summer vacation, you told me that you could only stay for a few days?" Eli howled all the way, just like a pig being slaughtered. So what if he killed the troll? So what if he fought with the Dark Lord? Will he still be pulled by his mother's ears? Mr. Hall was still fanning the flames. He was not afraid of those who took action, but he was afraid of those who instigated. Eli grimaced and swore to tell him where his father hid his private money. Just like that, after the group got home, a big fight broke out. In fact, the main ones who were criticized were Mr. Hall and Eli. As soon as Eli got home, he confessed everything about Mr. Hall's hiding of his private money. Ironclad evidence. Even though Mr. Hall is a famous lawyer, it is difficult to explain. Mrs. Hall almost turned into a Norwegian ridgeback and breathed fire. Eli and Mr. Hall huddled in a small corner and trembled. Mr. Hall was not a man who would suffer any loss. He immediately confessed all the things that Eli had done when he was a child, secretly stealing Mrs. Hall's cosmetics. Oh, and Mr. Hall also kept it a secret about Eli's fight at school. He confessed all of this. The two almost severed their father-son relationship, accusing each other of being disloyal. The war ended with the arrival of the Granger family. Eli almost holding Hermione and calling her benefactor. After a while, the Weasley family also came. Of course, they didn't bring all 7 children, but only the youngest Ron and Ginny. In the evening, Harry was also picked up by Mr. Hall. According to common sense, the Dursleys didn't want to see Harry making friends at all. But because they still had to rely on the Hall family for work, they had to let Harry out. It was worth it to exchange the friendship of the Hall family for the freedom of a hated guy. Anyway, they were happy not to see Harry. This was an agreement made by the 3 families to have a meal together at the Hall family. The women sat together and chatted happily. Mrs. Weasley was a very good person. She was very good at organizing household affairs. Look, she was imparting experience to Mrs. Hall and Mrs. Granger. The men were bragging and talking nonsense, not caring about their image at all. They exchanged a lot of gifts because they were very interested in each other's world. Mr. Weasley gave them some magic gadgets, which made Mr. Granger and Mr. Hall exclaimed magically. Mr. Granger sent an electric toothbrush to Mr. Weasley after he returned, but he didn't know if it would be scrapped due to the magic magnetic field. Mr. Hall thought for a long time, and finally secretly gave Mr. Weasley a small object. Glock 17, 9mm caliber. Mr. Weasley went back and tried it and exclaimed, "This thing is more useful than a wand." After dinner, several children were playing on the side. "Oh! What's wrong?" Eli looked at Hermione. Hermione covered her mouth, but was embarrassed to let go. "Are you hurt?" Hermione shook her head and slowly let go of her hand, and a small tooth lay in her palm. Eli was shocked. "You are still changing teeth at the age of 11. Hermione's face turned red, and she raised her hand and slapped Eli on the head. Eli couldn't help laughing while covering his head, and Hermione was also amused. He he he. A tooth was missing in a funny way. Eli took the tooth and threw it on the roof. "Why do you want to throw it on the roof?" Hermione covered her mouth and asked in confusion. Eli looked like an experienced person. "Throw the fallen teeth on the roof, and new teeth will grow out quickly." "Really?" Hermione looked unconvinced. "Can I still lie to you?" Eli looked like an adult fooling a child in his previous life. Hermione fiddled in her pocket, took out a small bag, opened it, and there were 5 or 6 teeth in it. Under Eli's eyes, she threw them all on the roof. "It will grow faster this way. You keep this thing in your pocket." Hermione rolled her eyes at him. "Don't ask about the fairy." Chapter 40 The Alchemist's Home. At night, the Grangers and the Weasleys left, and Harry stayed at the Hall's house temporarily. He stayed there until Eli received a letter from Nick Flamel. Although he only stayed there for a few days, it also made Harry finally realize what a real home is. He has lived in this world for 11 years and finally experienced the feeling of home and family. When he returned to the Dursleys, he was very reluctant to leave, just like leaving his real home. Eli will also usher in his holiday study time, which will definitely be an extremely fulfilling holiday. Mom, that's enough, stop stuffing clothes into my box. Eli looked at his mother, who was still stuffing clothes into a box that was cast with a traceless retraction spell, feeling helpless. This box, which is small in appearance but huge in interior, seems to be just what Mrs. Hall wants. It is not like ordinary boxes that are filled up after a few things are stuffed in, which inevitably makes her feel unsatisfied. Only this box can barely allow her to ease her reluctance by stuffing some clothes and items in it. Until Mrs. Hall stuffed the last thing in, Eli's room was more than half empty. Ah, this motherly love is like a landslide. Eli took out the thing attached to Nicholm's letter, a small ball, which looked like a copper product without any special patterns. According to the introduction in the letter, as long as he read the address attached by Nicholm to the ball 3 times and flick it, he can go to Nicholm. This sounds a bit like apparition or a door key. Of course, apparition is definitely not as good as a door key, but it is slightly more convenient. At this time, Mr. Hall put down the newspaper in his hand. Eli, you have to take care of yourself and don't cause trouble for the teacher. Mr. Hall always maintains the reserve of a father, even if he really wants to hug Eli and say, I can't bear to part with you. Okay, I will. Eli picked up the box, looked at his mother and father who were watching him, smiled at them, and then whispered the address in the letter to the ball. Until he read it for the 3rd time, he flicked the ball lightly, making it tremble. The tremor did not disappear, as if it was suddenly activated, and it became more and more intense. The space suddenly began to become distorted, and the familiar pulling feeling came again. If it were an ordinary person, he might vomit. Eli felt as if he was a small object moving back and forth in tofu, and the resistance from space was very clear. This process lasted a little longer, unlike the time when he was in Nocturne Alley. The sense of shuttle disappeared, and he had reached his destination. Devon, England. This is a small courtyard that looks ordinary, with a very English rural flavor. At least it doesn't look like the residence of an alchemist. Oh Eli, come in quickly, the meal is ready. Nicole May was like an ordinary grandfather, calling Eli in. It was just that this grandfather was over 660 years old. Eli was a little reserved and walked in with a box. There was no smoking alchemy furnace, no strange tools, and Eli even thought he had mistakenly entered an ordinary family. There were only a lot of opera posters on the wall, some of which looked very old, and some were even hand-painted. If it weren't for the protection of magic, it would definitely turn into ash. It doesn't look like an alchemist's home, right? Nicole May was standing next to Eli, looking at these opera posters, as if talking to himself. I have been studying alchemy for hundreds of years. There must be time and space that does not belong to alchemy, right? If not, it will drive me crazy. Well, come and eat, Pernell specially cooked once today, but I think you'd better be careful, she hasn't cooked for more than 100 years. You old man are talking bad about me again. A somewhat old but still full of energy voice came over. Nothing. Nick LeMay pulled Eli to the restaurant like a child caught doing something bad, and whispered to Eli. She has been so many years, and her temper has not changed at all. You are still talking. Eli didn't even dare to nod, for fear that the anger would burn him. Oh, you must have heard it wrong. Then he muttered in a very low voice, damn, isn't her ear deaf? The table was quite rich, at least it didn't look like Eli hadn't cooked for more than 100 years. Oh Eli, I'm very happy to see you, come sit down and try my cooking. This was an old woman who looked very kind, not at all like the owner of the sharp voice just now. She was waving her wand to place the dishes on the table. She asked the two to sit down, and Eli couldn't refuse her kindness and tried a piece of beef. It seems tasteless. He ate another piece of duck breast. Aha! A mouthful of salt almost choked him to death, and his saliva was secreted crazily. Perennial looked at him expectantly. How is it? Good, delicious, tastes very good. Eli felt that this was the most unscrupulous thing he had ever said. Oh, I think it's not bad. It seems that my cooking skills have not regressed over the years. Perennial looked very relaxed about his cooking. Nicolome saw Eli's expression clearly, and perhaps because he knew his wife's cooking, a drop of cold sweat flowed from his temples. Nicolome, you should eat quickly, you haven't tasted my cooking for a long time. Nicolome, who was suddenly called, looked at the dishes on the table, and felt like he was ready to die. After taking a bite, Eli saw him rolling his eyes. Sir, should I call an ambulance? Eli was really afraid of witnessing the death of the alchemist right now. It might be difficult to save him even with the philosopher's stone. But fortunately, the old man was still strong, or maybe he was familiar with his wife's cooking and had some resistance. The old man finally survived. Perennial looked at Nicoleme's dying expression and was very dissatisfied. Is it so unpalatable? You always had this expression when you ate my food before. She picked up a piece of duck breast, tasted it, and then you. Perennial finally realized his cooking skills, and he couldn't stand it anymore, so he had to withdraw. Perennial gave an order, and a house elf suddenly appeared, and then began to cook very skillfully. It seems that the house elf is also the one who cooks normally. I'm so sorry, it's inevitable that my cooking skills have regressed after more than 100 years. No, you have been very stable all the time. Nicomel whispered, but lowered his head quietly in the murderous eyes of his wife. Eli looked at the house elf who was so capable, and wondered if he could find one too? Maybe he could help him manage his business at that time? He has already bought a piece of land in the UK for growing herbs. Now all he needs is to buy herbal seeds. Fortunately, the Ministry of Magic does not require adulthood, otherwise Eli, who is only 10 years old, would not be able to take this land. Chapter 41 Secret of Alchemy. Wizards are always good at doing things that go against reality. For example, the door that Nikolai just opened. According to common sense, it should be opened directly outside the house, but after Nikolai's operation, there is actually a very large space behind the door. After coming here, Nikolai's identity as an alchemist seems to be confirmed. Eli assured that he had never seen the things here. The air was filled with various smells, and parchment scrolls were everywhere, at least it was very convenient to record at any time. This is where I usually do research, and I will do it in the future. It will also be a place for you to learn. Eli promised that there is no other place more suitable for learning alchemy than here. Just staying here, Eli felt as if he had become an alchemy master. Nicolome became different from usual. He was very serious in his most professional field. Eli, tell me what you think about alchemy. This was Nicoleme's first class. Eli pondered for a moment. In fact, he didn't know much about alchemy. The only alchemical product he knew was the Philosopher's Stone. He also protected the Philosopher's Stone, although in the end it was a quick glance. Alchemy, turning decay into magic, creating precious metals. He was not sure at all. Nicoleme nodded slightly. In fact, this is also the view of many people, even many alchemists. From a certain perspective, it is indeed correct. He searched on the table beside him for a while and took out a thin book. Eli took a closer look and suddenly felt that time and space were confused. Nicoleme was holding a journal in his hand, Nature. Muggles are definitely very familiar with this magazine. It is a very old and authoritative scientific journal. Founded by the British Sir Joseph Norman Lockyer, it contains the most cutting-edge research results in physics, biology, and other disciplines. Alchemy is actually very similar to Muggle science. It is an extension of human wisdom and can help us accomplish things that individuals cannot accomplish. However, Muggle science is completely based on the laws of all things, while alchemy involves magic. For example, turning mercury into gold is absolutely unscientific in Muggle terms. But it is completely possible for alchemy. Science and alchemy are both different paths to the same destination. Many wizards think that Muggles are ignorant, but for Muggles, wizards who don't understand science are also ignorant. Eli was shocked by the wisdom of this master. Perhaps in his eyes, everything will return to one point. Nick Flamel did not stop. What you just said is actually correct. The core of alchemy is to change matter, which is the so-called transformation of decay into magic. He pointed to the device next to him that looked like a robot. Mechanical items like this are actually an extension of alchemy. The production of magic items and wands can all be attributed to alchemy, but they are not the most essential. The original purpose of alchemy is to transform matter, which sounds very similar to Muggle chemistry. Obviously, this mysterious alchemist has a good understanding of Muggle science. Eli has been obsessed with listening. In his opinion, this knowledge of transformation of decay into magic is not inferior to spells. Nick Flamel took out a thick book, which seemed to solidify the years. It didn't look like it was made of paper, but rather like tight bark, with a circle of brass tightly surrounded by the shell. Nick Flamel opened the book. The pages were in groups of 7, and the 7th page of each group only had a picture of a giant snake swallowing a wand. This is the source of my knowledge, and also the source of alchemy, the Jewish Book of Abraham. Nicole May's face showed a deep yearning. He looked at Eli, his turbid eyes full of hope. He handed the book to Eli. I have never accepted an apprentice, and you will not have only me as a teacher, but I hope you can pass on my lifelong learning, and only you can do it. Eli was stunned for a moment, and did not dare to reach out to take such a book that could be regarded as a sacred object, which also symbolized the inheritance of an alchemist master. After a long time, he seemed to be finally ready, and took the book steadily, and the burden on him became heavier. Nicole May showed a relaxed smile on his face, with hope and relief. But what I don't understand is why you chose me. Eli couldn't figure it out. There was no test, it seemed to be just a chance encounter, so he entrusted his mantle to himself. Nick Flamel looked at him deeply. Some people are born with a unique mission. After leaving such a mysterious sentence that made Eli confused, Nick Flamel changed his expression. Learning alchemy is just like learning other things. You have to start from the most superficial. The most essential thing in alchemy is transformation, and the most superficial is making things, such as some handmade products and some machines, which are all creations. Eli suddenly thought of something. Then are all magic items shallow alchemical products? Nick Flamel shook his head. No, it can't be distinguished so simply. For example, the legendary Deathly Hallows. Eli's expression condensed. The Elder Wand, the Invisibility Cloak, and the Resurrection Stone are collectively called the Deathly Hallows. Legend has it that they all originated from the god of death, but this is actually wrong, or inaccurate. They are all products of alchemy. Although they look like magic props sold in stores, these three are not simple. They are endowed with the most powerful and mysterious power. The Elder Wand is indestructible and serves the strong. The Invisibility Cloak can almost wipe people out of the world without a sound. The Resurrection Stone can revive the dead. These are not ordinary alchemy that can do it. Eli's eyes flashed. This is something he had never heard of. He has also read the legend of the Deathly Hallows. It is a trophy that the three brothers got rid of the death of the god of death. The eldest of the three brothers wants the most powerful wand, the second wants a prop that can revive the dead, and only the third wants a prop that can get rid of the god of death. Nick Flamel continued, there is actually another legend. The three brothers were eager to inherit the throne of the god of death, so they created 3 alchemical items based on the god of death. The Elder Wand symbolizes the power of the god of death, the Resurrection Stone symbolizes the ability of the god of death to control life and death, the Invisibility Cloak symbolizes the immortality of the god of death. These 3 represent the authority of the god of death. Nick Flamel suddenly stared at Eli's eyes. Whoever possesses these 3 deathly hallows will have the authority of the god of death, and he will become the god of death. Eli was frightened by Nick Flamel's stare, but fortunately Nick Flamel restrained his expression again. These are all very advanced things, but you will always touch them in the future. But now, you should study the basics well. Nick Flamel took out a large book. The head slammed on the table with a bang, as if hitting Eli's heart. Here are the alchemical runes I summarized based on the Jewish Book of Abraham. Your task is to memorize them. After memorizing them, you can start learning to make them. Eli almost dropped his jaw in shock. This thing. I have to memorize it. He looked at the book that was as big as his head, and his teeth ached. Nick LeMay's eyes flashed with a cunning. Some people are born with a unique mission. Come on, come and complete your mission. Young man, I am very optimistic about you. After saying that, he slipped out and slammed the door, leaving Eli staring at the big book on the table in a daze. I think this book is laughing at me. Chapter 42 Kunshan Jade Shattered Phoenix Calling. Eli dared to guarantee that if it were someone else, he would have to live for hundreds of years to memorize these things in this life. Fortunately, I am smart and have a photographic memory. At least, I have made gratifying progress in the past half-month. Nicole May couldn't help but praise more than once, saying that this kid is a genius. Of course, such progress is not just about memory. As a time traveler, Eli is well aware of the power of 996 blessings. Adhering to the concept that only hard-working people are strong, Eli studies hard every day. Except for eating and sleeping, he takes his books with him. Every day, he locks himself in the laboratory, and Nicole May comes to confirm whether he is dead more than once. Pernell has abused Nicole May several times and warned him not to torture her grandson like this. That's right, Pernell likes Eli so much that she directly recognizes Eli as her grandson. Nicole May agrees, since Eli is his successor anyway. Eli said that this wave is not a loss. Being the grandson of 2 ancestors who are at least from the Ming dynasty is called super generation increase. It is worth mentioning that Eli has already started to practice animagus. After writing to Professor McGonagall, Professor McGonagall thought that he had the conditions to practice animagus, although she still felt that Eli was too young. However, at Eli's insistence, Professor McGonagall told Eli that he must notify her when he transforms. Because all animagus practitioners had to be protected by others when they first transformed. To prevent the animal brain from losing control and doing something stupid that endangers its life. When the Flamel couple knew that Eli was going to practice animagus, they said they could help. Don't think that these 2 old men only know alchemy. They are hundreds of years old and not a joke. Plus, there are many alchemical props that can help Eli. For example, create a thunderstorm. Look, Eli has already put the mandrake leaf in his mouth and practiced silent meditation. Grandpa Nick, how can alchemy achieve an assembly line similar to that of a Muggle factory? Eli thought, and there was an automatic writing feather pen beside him that kept writing his ideas. He completed this under the guidance of Nick Flamel. It can connect to his spirit and write automatically. It can be said to be a magic tool for coding. Nicolome looked at it and didn't think about it. It's very simple. Just make some linked mechanical equipment. It's better to have the help of transfiguration. You can master it after learning it during this period of time. It's not complicated. Eli nodded. Nicolome turned his head to look at Eli in surprise. You want to start a factory? Eli nodded affirmatively, and then told Nicolome the idea of the potion factory. After listening, Nicolome looked at Eli with appreciation. It's a very good idea. If it succeeds, it can almost control the potion market in the magic world. His expression became solemn again, but do you know the dangers here? Eli thought for a while, shook his head again, and Nick Colombe sighed. You want to control the market, which will definitely impact many forces. Pure-blood families, potion masters, even the Ministry of Magic will target you if you fail. Don't think these people are vegetarians. All the prominent families that have been passed down have blood on their hands. If you touch their interests, they will definitely find ways to kill you. Eli actually expected such a situation. Whether in the Muggle world or the magic world, commercial wars have never been limited to business. Not to mention the magic world where magic is supreme. But he didn't want to give up. Whether he could succeed or not, he had to give it a try, right? He wrote on the parchment, there must be difficulties. As long as I want to gain my own interests, I will definitely encounter difficulties. But I'm not afraid. There will always be someone to eat crabs. Why don't I be the first one? Nick Flamel did not hide his admiration for Eli at all. Wasn't it a test for Eli just now? If Eli gave up because of these few words, then he would reconsider whether he had chosen the wrong heir. Okay, extraordinary people must have extraordinary courage. Since you have this idea, I will fully support you. I am old and may not be able to fight with others, but I have plenty of money. Eli only felt a tyrant's aura coming towards him, and Nick Flamel's neck was only a few fingers thick gold chain away. Never doubt the financial resources of an alchemist, especially an ancestor-level alchemist like Nick Flamel, who can turn stone into gold. Eli dare not imagine how much gold Nick Flamel made with the magic stone. With the help of Nick Flamel. His factory is now everything is ready, only the east wind is missing. Eli has been perfecting the idea of the potion factory. It is certain that there will be other forces suppressing him, so first of all he must avoid being suddenly strangled by others. Therefore, he is ready to firmly control the raw materials in his own hands. When the time comes, when other forces try to sanction him by restricting raw materials, Eli will not panic at all with the raw materials in his hands. He has already bought a piece of land for herbal cultivation. In addition, in order to prevent the other party from doing some shady means, Eli must arrange some defensive spells for the factory. This is not a problem for him who has Voldemort's memory, and there are all kinds of vicious spells in it. Some of them Eli may not dare to use. The rest is the personnel problem, but this can be solved later. If it doesn't work, there are house elves. House elves are not only powerful, but more importantly, they will unconditionally and completely obey their masters. This is a mark in their souls. It is just around the corner to establish a potion factory and control the potion market. Thinking of this, Eli felt full of energy. When he was motivated, he wanted to study, and when he studied, he wanted to sleep. The Flamel couple had always helped with the animagus matter, and there was no mistake in the middle. Eli also concentrated on studying ancient alchemical runes. These runes are actually derived from ancient runes, which have a great connection with magic. Many spells are actually runes. Hogwarts also offers this course as an elective, but because it is too boring, there are not many people who choose it. Eli is also very interested in these runes. According to Voldemort's memory and Dumbledore's notes, many powerful ancient magics require runes. This ancient magic is extremely powerful and was often used in wars in ancient times. Many magics even require multiple wizards to support them together. This is similar to the formations in the previous Life's Cultivation novels. And runes also involve the essence of magic. Eli, who aspires to become the strongest wizard in Gunera, certainly won't miss this knowledge. For dinner, Perennial drove Eli out of the laboratory with a feather duster to eat. The house elves' cooking skills are really good, and Eli felt hungry as soon as he smelled the food. There was a sound at the door, and then a knock. "Stanley, go open the door for the guests." The house elves suddenly appeared and helped open the door. "Oh Nick, I hope I can still have a free dinner. Hearing this shameless words, Eli looked over curiously. Dumbledore. There's also Professor McGonagall behind. I have to say you came at a really bad time. Oh, of course I'm not talking about you, Minerva. Come in. Perennial warmly welcomed them in. Hi, Eli, how are you feeling recently? Very good, very fulfilling. Eli answered honestly. Now he can talk and eat without worry, because the mandrake leaves have been successfully taken out and mixed into potions. Now they just have to wait for a thunderstorm. Until now, Eli's animagus training has been very smooth. Every sunset, he can clearly feel a strong second heartbeat when reciting the spell. This time, Albus and I came together specifically for your first transformation. I think it will be very smooth with Albus. Professor McGonagall looked a little excited. After all, her students have to complete the animagus in the summer vacation of the first grade, which is a great sense of accomplishment for her. Eli was flattered and stood up quickly. Thank you so much, professors. Dumbledore smiled. Don't thank us so much, this is what we should do as professors, and this is also the result of your own hard work. Eli sat down slowly, still very moved. For his animagus, Professor McGonagall and Dumbledore actually ran a trip for him personally. You know, his cheap dad and his friends were still sneaking around when they were learning animagus. But he was a little confused. But how did you expect it to be today? Eli guessed. Is there any magic that can predict the weather? Or are they going to use alchemical items? Dumbledore blinked at him. In fact, the weather forecast of Muggles is still good, although it has deceived me many times before. Eli suddenly felt thunder rolling in his heart. Dumbledore, you great wizard, tell me you looked at the weather forecast? The old man is very bad. But the fact proved that the weather forecast was indeed accurate once, and thunder began to sound outside. They immediately came to the place where the potion was stored. At this time, the bottle had completely turned into red potion. No problem, let's start. Professor McGonagall checked it and confirmed that it was correct. Dumbledore suddenly took out his wand. Very few people have seen Dumbledore with a wand. Nick Flamel also took out a bunch of alchemical equipment. After the two looked at each other, they started to work separately. This place was originally in an open space, a good place for transformation. Dumbledore waved his wand, and the surrounding space was distorted. Then even the Muggle satellites could not spy here. As soon as Nick Flamel's alchemical equipment was deployed, the protective shield applied by Dumbledore instantly increased several times. The alchemical product that can enhance the spell of a wizard like Dumbledore must be very strong. Professor McGonagall also took out her wand and was ready for battle. Eli, let's start. Dumbledore said seriously. Eli nodded, very seriously, and drank the red potion in the bottle. Then he pointed his wand at his heart, Amato, Animato, Animagus. As soon as the spell came out, Eli suddenly felt a second strong heartbeat in his body. It rumbled like a drum hammer, and with its own heartbeat, it formed a strange frequency. The blood seemed to start boiling, and every inch of bone and every bit of flesh in the body trembled very actively. The soul seemed to start trembling, and the strong mental power kept fluctuating. Eli seemed to be pulled into the soul space again, still pale. But in front of him, there was a ball of fire. What is this? The fire became stronger and stronger, and the entire soul space was filled with terrifying flames. There seemed to be a creature wandering inside. In the outside world, several people began to feel the powerful magic fluctuations from Eli. Dumbledore and Professor McGonagall's faces changed drastically. They looked at each other and saw shock in each other's eyes. At this time, Eli's body was extremely active, even in an extremely unstable state. In the soul space, Eli stared blankly at the creature in the center of the flame, so sacred, so inviolable. He finally saw the creature in the flames gradually. It was a flying bird, its feathers glowed with colorful colors. And its steps were shining. As a Chinese, how could he not know what this was? This is a totem of a nation, a belief of a civilization. Phoenix. His soul was trembling. He was dead and gone. He thought he would never be able to return to his homeland again. Unexpectedly, the ancient bloodline still chose him. It is the glory of our generation to merge with the gods of our race. What is there to fear? Ali walked into the flame firmly and approached this myth. The phoenix looked at him deeply. He recognized the courage of this younger generation, cried loudly, and rushed towards Eli quickly. The two began to assimilate. Outside, Eli's body began to appear golden and red flames, and the temperature around him began to gradually rise. What the hell is going on? Nick Flamel shouted anxiously. Dumbledore is also in shock now. Eli is likely to undergo a magical animal transformation. Professor McGonagall's solemn voice came. Throughout the ages, no human animagus has ever been a magical creature. Even if there is, it will die in the first transformation. Dumbledore murmured, "No, more than that." The flames expanded violently, and Eli's figure was completely surrounded by the golden red flames. The terrible high temperature forced several people to resist with magic. The land nearby has even begun to harden. What should we do now? Perennial was so anxious that she almost cried, and so was Professor McGonagall. Animagus, once it starts, it can't be stopped. He can only rely on himself. Either live, or... Dumbledore stared at the terrible flame, with expectation and madness flashing in his eyes. Eli is not feeling well now. The terrible high temperature makes him melt, and his flesh and bones are being destroyed inch by inch. Magic power is consumed rapidly, and even begins to be stretched. Damn, is it going to fail? The magic power is about to run out, the flames are gradually out of control, the soul is shaking wildly, and the body begins to collapse. Death is only one step away. The terrible pain and the severe physical injuries made him gradually lose consciousness. The flames are out of control. When the world is completely dark, he will die forever. Finally, the magic power is exhausted and the whole line collapses. The flames began to dissipate, and the terrible temperature penetrated the spell, making several people sweat profusely. Did it succeed? Several people resisted the urge to rush up. Until the flames dissipated, the familiar figure did not appear. Ah! Perennial screamed silently. Professor McGonagall's face was grey, and his body was about to fall down in extreme sadness. Only Dumbledore stared at the pile of ashes on the ground. Suddenly, the ashes seemed to move, and the surrounding magic power began to rush into them frantically. Nick, use the Philosopher's Stone, do something quickly. Dumbledore suddenly yelled. Nick Flamel trembled and took out the Scarlet Philosopher's Stone, and pointed his wand with Dumbledore. The Philosopher's Stone slowly rose, emitting a terrible magical fluctuation, and a red light poured into the ashes from the Philosopher's Stone. The world seemed to be flooded with light. Eli shook off his confusion, and his desire for life made him want to open his eyes madly. At the same time, the myth began to be conceived. The golden red fire ignited again and quickly swept across. The sky was completely illuminated. And the world seemed to be waking up, and thousands of rays of light descended. The holy vision of heaven and earth attracted the attention of the world. As the creature in the center was conceived, the heaven and earth slowly rang with a breathtaking chant. The phoenix is flying, its feathers fluttering, and it is also in the sky. The kind king is a man of honor, who is a gentleman and charming to the common people. The phoenix is singing on that high hill. The parasol tree grows in the morning sun. The birds are chirping, and the birds are chirping. With a cry that penetrates the heaven and earth, the myth is born. Chapter 43 Everything is ready. The phoenix, the male is the phoenix, the female is the phoenix. The majesty of the four directions, the phoenix of all birds. Nirvana in despair, conquering death. Dumbledore stared blankly at the sacred light, his eyes full of hope. Only him. Only him. No one heard Dumbledore's whisper, because everyone was in great shock. The sky was full of rosy clouds, like a god descending, and the golden red flames even penetrated the defences set up by Dumbledore and Nick Flamel. In the Muggle world, nearby residents were attracted by this strange phenomenon of heaven and earth. Until the flames gradually shrank and the rosy clouds returned to the sky, the people on the ground seemed to have truly returned to the world. Albus, is this a phoenix? Magical animal animagus, phoenix. Professor McGonagall asked Dumbledore. Such a scene was beyond her imagination. Animagus, a magical animal that has never been born since ancient times, now appears in front of her. Dumbledore shook his head. It's a phoenix, but it has nothing to do with Fawkes. This may be a phoenix from the east, which completely exceeds the existing magical animal system. Perhaps, it should be called a mythical creature. Fawkes is a phoenix in the Western magic world. The Dumbledore family is followed by the phoenix. The phoenix in the Western magic world is a 5-star magical animal, which is extremely rare. Tears can cure diseases, songs can boost morale, and the load-bearing capacity is extremely strong. When the lifespan is about to end, it will choose nirvana. Such a magical creature chose to follow the Dumbledore family for generations. There is an old saying in their family, no matter who is in urgent need, the phoenix will appear immediately. But the phoenix light that Eli transformed into was several streets ahead of Fawkes in special effects, with golden red flames and rosy clouds. Ancient Eastern country, you know nothing about power. When all the flames rushed back into Eli's body, the magic gradually subsided, and the animagus was officially completed. Humans have a mysterious desire to fly. Eli in the air excitedly looked at his gorgeous wings, as if the whole sky was about to be conquered by him. Excitedly circled in the air for several times, and slowly descended to a low altitude. Imagine your own human form in your mind, and after a transformation, the phoenix turned into a human form. The remaining golden red flames transformed into a pale golden red robe. The original clothes were burned by the flames that gushed out during the transformation. According to common sense, when an animagus transforms for the first time, all the clothes and jewelry on the body will turn into hair or patterns and melt into a part of the body. But Eli's animagus was too outrageous. His clothes were burned before he transformed. After all, no animagus needs to use the Philosopher's Stone to transform. Now, the Philosopher's Stone, which was originally full of magic power, has become very dim. Eli, how are you? Perennial ran up and looked at him for a while. Fortunately, Eli didn't have any injuries. It's incredible, Eli, you may be the first magical creature animagus in history. Dumbledore smiled. Professor McGonagall couldn't hide his excitement. His student became an animagus at such a young age, and it was an incredible magical creature animagus. I think we may have to go to the Ministry of Magic to register, they will be shocked. No, Minerva, maybe we should listen to Eli's opinion. Albus. Dumbledore shook his head at Professor McGonagall. And Professor McGonagall seemed to understand something. Actually, I think it may not be the right time now. It's not too late to wait until I'm an adult. I don't want to accept an interview with the Daily Prophet now. Eli's words made several people laugh. He didn't want to expose his animagus now, which was his trump card. Dumbledore must have thought so too. With Dumbledore's cover, no matter whether he violated wizard law or not, the reporter of the Daily Prophet, Rita, was also an illegal animagus. He knew this from watching a movie in his previous life. That woman often turned into a pitifully small beetle and eavesdropped on other people's conversations to get some exclusive news. From this, we can see that being an unknown animagus has many advantages. Wasn't my father an illegal animagus in the past? What is this called? The top beam is not straight. Eli's mind moved, and the golden red robe on his body turned into the clothes he wore before. This is much more convenient, and he doesn't need to change clothes in the future. After checking Eli and confirming that he was correct, Dumbledore and Professor McGonagall left. They were not idle. After completing the Animagus plan, Eli devoted himself to the study of alchemy. According to Nick Flamel, Eli has learned the alchemy runes and can formally learn alchemy manufacturing. Judging from the automatic feather pen that Eli made before, his talent and level are not low. Nick Flamel's teaching takes the potion assembly line that Eli needs as an example. This kind of thing may not be made by others if it is placed outside, but it becomes a novice teaching here for Nick Flamel. Eli has made great progress and overcome many difficulties. The most troublesome thing for him now is the connection of runes. The machines on the assembly line must be linked and controllable, otherwise nothing can be made. This can be solved with circuit networks in the Muggle world, just a matter of a few lines. But it is not so simple in alchemy. To achieve mechanical connection, a magic circuit must be formed, but the working units are not connected, so it can only rely on the mutual response of runes. This makes Eli scratch his head. Every time he wanted to ask Nicolael for advice, but he only said, "Learn by yourself, think by yourself. I, Eli, am also a well-known figure, I don't need help. I locked myself in the laboratory all day long, and I couldn't eat or drink." For this, Nicolael was abused by Pernell several times. God will not let down those who work hard. With the help of the Jewish Book of Abraham, Eli finally overcame this difficulty. Touching his cold head, Eli wanted to cry but had no tears. Doing scientific research is too hair-consuming. But everything is worth it. Eli has completed the manufacture of various work units, and when he wants to produce any potion, he only needs to assemble it. Until today, his idea of a potion factory has been completed for the most part. It's just a matter of building a factory and putting it into production. The summer vacation is about to end, and Nicolael ended his vacation study ahead of schedule. The Halls wrote a letter to inform Eli that Ron invited him to visit the Weasleys. Eli had just finished his studies, so why not go there? The Weasleys were also in Devonshire, not too far away, so it wouldn't be a problem to go there. Remember to write back often, take good care of yourself at school. Perinal kept reminding Eli, and Eli felt dizzy. Okay, stop talking so much, let Eli go. Perinal's eyes were fierce, and Nicolael lowered his head again. With the cakes made by Perinal himself, Eli set off. Chapter 44 Discussing Rescue. Oh, Eli. Mrs. Weasley was sorting things in front of the window, and when she saw Eli arriving, she ran out in surprise. "Hello, Auntie." "Oh, come in, Ron and the others can't wait, come in." Mrs. Weasley was very enthusiastic, and she would be very happy no matter who came to visit her home. "Ron, come down quickly. Eli is here." Eli looked around the Weasley family. Compared to Nick Flamel's home, there was too much more magic here. The house was very cramped, but it was well organized and warm by Mrs. Weasley. The brushes were being automatically cleaned in the sink, and the sweaters on the chair were being knitted automatically, although Eli didn't know why he had to knit sweaters in summer. There was a clock hanging on the wall, but it didn't indicate the time. Each pointer was attached with a Weasley's head, indicating their status. This shows how much Mrs. Weasley cares about her family. "Eli, you're finally here." Ron couldn't wait to run down. "Ron Weasley, you'd better tidy up your room before coming down." Mrs. Weasley put her hands on her hips and frightened Ron to the spot. "Oh, Eli, please sit down. You must be tired after such a long journey. Take a rest." Mrs. Weasley always changes her mood very well. Eli doesn't know whether to laugh or cry. But he feels very comfortable here. He likes the warm atmosphere of the Weasley family. In his opinion, although the Weasley family is in a difficult situation, the little Weasleys are lucky because they have such kind and warm parents. "Mom, I have cleaned up everything." Ron was aggrieved. Mrs. Weasley sighed, I can't do anything about you. I have to take care of the vegetable garden now. Please treat Eli well. Ron was as if he had been pardoned. Eli, you are finally here. Ginny keeps talking about potato chips. My head is so big. Ron rushed to the sofa opposite Eli and nestled in it. Eli took out a bunch of snacks of various kinds from the telescopic bag. Ron's eyes were about to pop out. Wow! The telescopic bag was improved by Eli using alchemy, and the space inside was greatly increased. Although it was not as good as Newt Scamander's magical box, it also had a small room. He could even live in it. He seemed to see a business opportunity, an opportunity to become a real estate tycoon in the wizarding world. Merlin's beard. A cute voice came from the side. It turned out that Ginny ran down after hearing the sound. Ginny, come quickly. If you don't eat it, your stupid brother will eat it all. Eli greeted Ginny with a smile. This is the future sister-in-law, she must be spoiled. As for Ron, who had already turned into a glutton, Eli slapped him on the head. Why don't you leave some for your sister? Ron covered his head with resentment and said inarticulately, it doesn't matter if there is still more. Eli rolled his eyes at him, and Ginny had already wandered into the ocean of snacks. Hey Eli, you didn't even notify us. Who else could it be other than the twins? We've researched a lot of new gadgets. Come and try them. I guarantee you'll drop your jaw. Eli was also interested in their gadgets. What are you waiting for? Take me to see. The three of them ran upstairs in a flash. The Weasleys' house was like a wooden building that was forcibly put together. It looked crooked and didn't conform to architectural mechanics at all. You can feel it inside. When they came to the twins' room, they dragged out a big box from under the bed, which was full of big and small prank props. There were originally more. Percy told her off, so Mom threw them all away. He thinks we disturbed his studies, who knows who he was writing to in there. Eli gave the two little prank princes a thumbs up. There were so many in front of him, how many should have been there before? The two began to introduce it to Eli. This is a firecracker that can blow people up to the sky, but don't worry about being blown to death. This is vomit candy, but it's still in the research and development stage. We don't know what will happen if we eat it now. Eli sighed that these two guys really have a unique love for pranks. George Weasley. Fred Weasley. The twins immediately pushed the box in like a mouse meeting a cat. The owner of this voice was none other than Mrs. Weasley, who was standing at the door with her hands on her waist. She pointed with her wand, and the box under the bed slid out by itself. The twins looked ashen. I really didn't expect you to be so brave. Oh, of course I didn't say you, Eli. Can you go down and play first? I have something to say to these two brats. Before leaving, Eli glanced at the twins. It wasn't that his buddies were disloyal, but that the enemy was too powerful. When Eli went downstairs, a violent storm immediately broke out upstairs. Mrs. Weasley spoke so much that the twins dared not speak. They were once the kings, until their mother came. The fall of the king. The two brothers did not come down either, probably to mourn their baby. The house had just been raided, so Eli could understand. Eli, did Harry write to you during this holiday? Eli shook his head. Although he had been with Nick Flamel, if a friend wrote a letter, his parents would definitely pass it on to him. He didn't write to you either. Not a single one. Did you write to him? Of course, but there was no reply at all, as if he hadn't received it. Didn't receive it. Eli suddenly remembered that this might have started the second plot of the original book. Harry might be entangled by an annoying house elf now. Is his name Dobby? This elf seemed to know some news, and in order to prevent Harry from getting hurt, he directly hoped that Harry would not return to school. As for the letter, Harry might have been locked in his room by the Dursleys. According to their temperament, they certainly wouldn't want Harry to contact his friends with an L. Alas, poor brother. Eli told Ron his guess. Ron's face suddenly became solemn, and then he seemed to have done something that went against his ancestors. We should save him. Save who? You actually discussed a great rescue plan behind our backs. The twins started to tell crosstalk again. It seems that they have come out of the huge setback just now. Ron recounted the story of Harry being locked up to the twins, and he exaggerated it and described it vividly. Eli's mouth twitched as he listened to it. I don't think I mentioned the beating. What the hell is a whip? Candle. What is this? The twins were also confused, but they knew this brother very well. Does that mean Harry might be locked up? We should save him. We have a good idea. What good idea? The twins smiled evilly. Eli, it's broken. Chapter 45 Rescue Harry. Are you sure it's okay? Of course, they won't know. Have you driven before? You have to trust our driving skills. Oh. Merlin. A car just flew over the top of a tree, almost killing everyone. Yes, it flew over. The twins were driving Mr. Weasley's flying car, taking Ron and Eli on their way to rescue Harry. The twins' deadly driving skills made Eli sweat. For safety, Eli took out his wand and cast a few armor spells on himself. The Weasleys are indeed Gryffindors. The twins and Ron were very excited. Ron wanted to rush into Privet Drive with his wand to rescue Harry. Eli could only tell him that Azkaban welcomes you. Under Eli's guidance, the car finally arrived at Privet Drive. It was already night. Just a few days ago, the Dursleys were busy decorating the living room. Mrs. Dursley was carefully decorating the cake she had just made. An owl hooted from upstairs, and Mr. Dursley, who was tying a bow tie for Dudley, shouted angrily to Harry upstairs. Upstairs, Harry finally calmed down the somewhat irritable Hedwig. Hearing Dursley's call, he pouted and went downstairs. Uncle, you're looking for me. Dursley said without turning his head, if you can't control your owl properly, I'll throw it out. Harry said helplessly, but Hedwig has been locked in a cage. If you can let her go out for 2 hours a day. Before Harry finished speaking, Dursley interrupted rudely, let her deliver letters to your friends? You wish. Hearing this, Harry's eyes dimmed, but no one wrote to me during this holiday, not a single letter. Dursley didn't say much, perhaps Harry's miserable situation made him feel a little secretly happy. Dudley, who had tied his bow tie, passed by Harry. He wanted to push Harry away, but suddenly thought of something and walked past him. Dursley had a secret smile on his face. I think you should be more grateful. We raised you and gave you Dudley's old room. This is because we are kind-hearted. Don't think that you can repay kindness with enmity just because you are with the Hall family. This is for the Masons, you can't eat it. Mrs. Dursley took away Dudley's hand that was about to take the cherry on the cake, and Dudley looked dissatisfied. They should be here soon. Mr. Dursley motioned them to come over. Let's demonstrate it again. When the Masons arrive, what should you do, Petunia? Mrs. Dursley walked a few steps in the living room like an actor in a musical. I should be waiting in the living room to warmly welcome them. Dursley was very satisfied with Petunia's answer. Very good. What about you, Dudley? Dudley tightened his small suit and straightened his fat chest. I'll go open the door for them. That's right. Dursley slowly looked at Harry and Petunia, and Dudley stood with him. The family of 3 looked at Harry unkindly, just like Hagrid's 3-headed dog. What about you? Harry pursed his lips. Stay upstairs and keep quiet, just pretend you don't exist at all. He was used to this, and his answer made Dursley nod with satisfaction. Harry returned to the room. Although it looked much better than the cramped little cupboard before, it was the same to him. He felt that he didn't belong here. He opened the door and a short, loose-skinned weird thing was jumping on his bed. He was so scared that he quickly backed out of the door. After a while of explanation, he finally figured out what this thing was. A house elf named Dobby, who didn't know where he came from, because he seemed to be a little embarrassed to say his master. According to Dobby's words, Harry knew that the reason why he didn't receive the letter was actually because of this guy. But it was hard to blame him, because this thing said it was for his own good, and someone was trying to harm him. And this little thing would hit its head with the cabinet if it didn't agree with something. The sound could be heard throughout the building, and Harry was terrified. This must have provoked the Dursleys. Downstairs, the Dursleys perfectly entertained the Masons into the living room according to the drill, and they seemed to be having a good time. "We're about to play the 9th hole, and I'm just about to go in." Bang, bang, bang. The sudden noise from upstairs made the Masons frown and look sideways, and the Dursleys' expressions froze instantly. "Oh, it's a cat, you know, cats are very noisy, I'll go and take care of it." Hearing the Dursleys' footsteps, Dobby quickly hid in the cabinet. Dursley opened the door rudely. "I warned you, you interrupted my golf jokes." Dursley tried his best to suppress himself from yelling. After Dursley left, Dobby came out of the closet and a bundle of letters fell from his body. "What is that?" Dobby was still a little embarrassed. "I hope Harry Potter is not angry, these are the letters sent to you by your friends." "You still asked me not to be angry? How dare you? Harry has never been so angry before, give it to me." "No." Harry wanted to grab it, but Dobby ran out. Harry secretly thought it was not good. Dobby ran downstairs and stood at the door of the living room. With a snap of his fingers, the pudding cake flew up. Harry was immediately scared and broke into a cold sweat. "Dobby, no. Unless Harry Potter promises not to go back to school." How could Harry agree to this request? Hogwarts is his home. "No, I can't not go back." With a gentle push of Dobby's hand, the cake gradually flew over the heads of the Masons. The expressions of the Dursleys froze again. Mrs. Dursley's face turned pale. Harry tried to take the cake away carefully, but Dobby snapped his fingers again and the cake fell on the heads of the Masons. The scene was suddenly extremely awkward. The conversation naturally ended unpleasantly, and Dursley's face turned liver color and then purple. The next day he sealed Harry's window. Until Eli and his group arrived. The car stopped shakily outside the window, and Harry, who was sleeping soundly, was scared to death by the car that almost rushed in. "Why are you here?" Seeing the people in the car, Harry almost jumped up with joy. Eli signaled Harry to pack up quickly, and then used magic to forcibly pull down the security window. Eli was not worried at all that he would be warned by the Ministry of Magic for casting a spell in the Muggle world, because the props given to him by Nikolai could block the trace. The loud noise woke up Dursley, who realized it was Harry's room and hurriedly dragged his fat body to Harry's door. Hearing the movement inside, he hurriedly unlocked the 9 locks on Harry's door. Those who didn't know would think there was a divine beast sealed inside. If there weren't so many locks, he might have rushed in and grabbed Harry. When he unlocked all the locks and entered the room, Harry was ready to get in the car. It seemed that Dursley had some talent for sprinting. He rushed over and grabbed Harry just now. Fred didn't want to care about the safety of this annoying guy, so he started the car directly, and Harry was dragged in by Ron and Eli. Dursley fell in the horrified eyes of Petunia and Dudley. Fortunately, the greenery below caught him, but the plants below were dead. Chapter 46 Rescue Success. When the car returned to the burrow, it was already dawn. It was still early, and Mr. Weasley must not have come back yet. He wrote back that the Ministry of Magic had to work overtime. The group walked quietly and could only pray that Mrs. Weasley hadn't gotten up yet. At least don't find out that they disappeared with the car. It's a pity that Mrs. Weasley, an excellent housewife who can manage a family of 9 in an orderly manner by herself, how could she not find out? "Where are you all?" Mrs. Weasley appeared in front of them like a flash, and her sharp voice scared Harry, who was still envious of the warm atmosphere of the burrow. "Oh, nice to see you, Harry. Mrs. Weasley's face-changing skill was activated instantly, which frightened Harry. The bed is empty, there is no note, and even the car is gone. You may die or be seen by others. Of course I'm not talking about you, Eli, Harry. This wave is purely a large-scale double-standard scene, Eli said. I like it. He he he. Eli just smiled foolishly, and Harry was a little at a loss. He was thinking, why are they both parents? Mrs. Weasley can be so good to him, an aunt. Yes, she is still his aunt, mother's sister. Ron has always been a bit of a fool. When the twins didn't dare to say anything, he still wanted to make some excuses. They didn't give Harry food, locked him up, and sealed his windows. Mrs. Weasley, who was angry, didn't want to listen to Ron's explanation at all, and almost pointed at his nose. Be careful or I'll seal your windows, Ron Weasley. It's over. As long as you hear your full name from your mother's mouth, you're basically done. But fortunately, there is a theorem, that is, it is not a good time to beat children when there are guests at home. Ron was very lucky to escape a beating, but he didn't know if there would be more beatings waiting for him later. It was early enough, and Mrs. Weasley didn't even prepare breakfast because she was worried about them. Now at least they are back safely, and Mrs. Weasley still wants the children to have a full meal. It has to be said that as a member of the Order of the Phoenix, Mrs. Weasley's magical attainments are not low at all. Just relying on this superb family magic, it is worth killing the Death Eater Bellatrix in the final battle. The advantage of getting up early is that you can enjoy a delicious breakfast first. Before Mrs. Weasley put the plates away, several people sat on the chairs and started eating. Eat, Harry, eat as much as you want. As a mother, she can't bear to see her children suffer, let alone such a kind person as Mrs. Weasley. Although she didn't say anything just now, she was still very distressed when she heard Ron talk about Harry's experience at the Dursleys' house. There was a light footstep on the stairs. Mom, have you seen my sweater? Oh, I have, on the cat. It was Ginny who came, who had just got up and was still wearing pajamas. Good morning, Ginny. Eli greeted her inarticulately with a poached egg in his mouth. Harry quickly put down the knife and fork in his hand. Hi, good morning. Ginny saw Harry next to her, and suddenly seemed to have seen something incredible. She turned around and ran away without saying anything. Eli smiled secretly. Ginny admired the savior Harry Potter the most. When she saw him alive at the Hall's house, she didn't dare to say anything. Now she appeared in front of her idol with disheveled hair, so of course she would be more shy. The twins looked at each other and smiled narrowly, slyly. Did I do something wrong? Harry asked Ron, who was struggling with the food on the plate next to him, with a confused look. She has been talking about you all summer, it's annoying to death. Eli glanced at Ron with contempt. Is his sister control attribute exposed? Didn't you say she kept talking about potato chips? Eli was not convinced. Could Harry smell as good as potato chips? Ron shrugged, talking about it together. Eli nodded with satisfaction. Harry was as important as potato chips. Good morning, Weasleys. Mr. Weasley came back with a bag, exhausted. So exhausted that he didn't even notice the two babies at home. It's really bad. The Ministry searched 9 times in one night, 9 times. Mr. Weasley works in the Misuse of Muggle Artifacts Department of the Ministry of Magic. Recently, the Ministry of Magic has been searching for dark magic items everywhere like crazy, even private homes. Oh Harry, Eli, I'm so glad to see you. When did you come? It wasn't until I sat down at the table that I found Harry and Eli next to me. Your sons took Eli to Surrey in your car yesterday. Then they took Harry back. The implication is quite obvious. You'd better show your majesty as the head of the family and teach your lawless sons a lesson. Who knew that? Mr. Weasley suddenly asked them with anticipation. How is the performance of the car? He hasn't driven it a few times since he bought it, but he loves this car that looks like a Muggle item very much. Mrs. Weasley slapped her useless old man's hat so hard that it tilted. Mr. Weasley then said with a serious face, "Ahem. This is a very dangerous thing. You are not allowed to do it in the future." There was no blame on his face. The owl arrived soon with some letters, including those from Harry and Eli. This was the list of things to be sent back to school from Hogwarts. Oh my god, so many things, this is not cheap. Since the previous defense against the dark arts Professor Quirrell had turned into ashes, this time a new professor came. Professor. Based on Eli's understanding of the plot, this guy is a narcissistic liar. He took other people's adventures as his own through a superb forgetfulness spell and wrote a novel. Now he is a hot figure. The teaching materials of this defense against the dark arts are all his novels. This is a challenge for the Weasley family. Eli is feeling a little heavy in his heart now. He may not have an easy time this semester. Because there is a basilisk waiting for them in the school that will kill anyone who stares at it. Voldemort's first Horcrux, the diary, entered Hogwarts and will be obtained by Ginny. Under the bewitching of Voldemort's soul, Ginny opened Slytherin's Chamber of Secrets, released the basilisk, and attacked half-blood wizards everywhere. Many students were tricked, but they were lucky and did not look directly at it, so they were only petrified. Ginny will eventually have her life force sucked away by Voldemort, and Hermione will also be petrified. Who knows if there will be an unexpected change and one or two will die. In addition to finding a way to deal with the basilisk, Eli also had to seize the land and build a factory as soon as possible. So, his task this semester would not be easy. But he seemed to remember that the diary was put into Ginny's book by Draco's wicked father Lucius. Then maybe he could get the diary in advance. As long as Voldemort didn't make trouble, he would be much more relaxed. At least he could concentrate on the factory. Chapter 47 Speed? Adventure. Harry spent the happiest day at the Weasleys' house. If possible, he never wanted to go back to number 4, Privet Drive. Everyone went to bed early today, because they had to go to Diagon Alley to buy school supplies and take the train back to school tomorrow. Eli and Harry squeezed into Ron's room. Fortunately, this was a magical world, and Mrs. Weasley made Ron's bed several times bigger, but due to the small room, the three of them were still a bit crowded. Maybe only Ron, this carefree fool, could fall asleep so quickly. Eli wanted to strangle him to death because he had been snoring since the moment he fell asleep. "Eli, are you asleep?" Harry's voice came from the side. Eli turned his head. This guy was not asleep either. He didn't know if he was excited or couldn't sleep because of the noise. "What's wrong?" Harry was silent for a while, as if he was organizing his words. "You asked me to hit Voldemort with my hands. Did you know that he couldn't touch me?" Eli was stunned. Did this kid get it? How did he suddenly find this blind spot? To be honest, Eli didn't think it through. Besides, they had no choice at the time. In fact, I had no choice. I didn't expect that Voldemort couldn't touch you. This is a blind cat meeting a dead mouse. Really? Harry sounded a little skeptical, or this answer was not what he really wanted to hear. Really? Harry fell silent again, and for a moment, only Ron's snoring echoed in the room. Just when Eli thought Harry was asleep, "Actually, I have a younger brother." Eli's heart skipped a beat. Did Harry know something? Then he's dead, or missing. Eli breathed a sigh of relief, but didn't know how to answer him. "Do you think I killed them? They're all dead, and I'm the only one left." Harry's voice was a little lonely in the night sky. "No, Harry, they just want to protect you. It has nothing to do with you, and you still have." He just wanted to say that you at least still have your uncle and aunt, but when he thought of everything Harry had suffered at the Dursleys, he felt like a lump in his throat, which was definitely not a comfort to Harry. Harry suddenly turned around. "Do you think Billy might still be alive?" His emerald green eyes, which were exactly the same as Eli's, were still bright in the night. Eli didn't dare to look into his eyes. "I hope so," he stared at the ceiling. Harry suddenly said, "I didn't say who Billy is." Eli was shocked. What the hell? Was I tricked by this guy? Harry had never told anyone about his brother before. As Dumbledore said, few people knew that Harry had a brother. Eli didn't think much about it just now, but he was tricked. He was stunned and didn't say anything. He didn't know what to say. Was he going to be exposed? The drama of brothers recognizing each other was staged when they were sleeping in the same bed? Eli was confused. He was thinking about how to explain it, and then thinking about what to say to Harry after recognizing each other. "I feel like you have a lot of things hidden from me." Harry seemed to be talking to himself, as if it was just a joke. Eli was also afraid to say anything because of Harry's wave. "Professor Dumbledore is the same, and you are the same." Harry looked at Eli, who was still pretending to be stupid, and seemed to accept his fate. "I just hope you won't leave me alone again." Eli suddenly turned his head and looked at Harry, who was also staring at the ceiling at this time, just like Eli just now. "Don't worry, it won't happen, we will always be here." Harry turned his head and smiled at Eli, then got into the quilt. "Good night." Leaving Eli alone staring, Ron's snoring was tireless. Silent. After a spell, the world was finally quiet. The next day, everyone got up early, mainly because they were called up by Mrs. Weasley. According to her, if you get up late, you will miss Gilderoy Lockhart's press conference. This is their new defense against the dark arts professor, and once again emphasized that he is a liar. However, most people don't know his true face. Mrs. Weasley is his fan. Several people came to Diagon Alley through the fireplace. Harry seemed to be sent to another place because of a slip of the tongue. He unexpectedly went to Borgin and Burke's, that is, Nocturne Alley, and met Draco. Draco is a friend, but his father may not be, so he hid. After avoiding the Malfoy father and son, he was almost surrounded in Nocturne Alley. Thank God he met Hagrid. Hagrid said that the cabbage in the school was eaten by carnivorous slugs and came to buy pesticides. Whoever believes this is a fool. Carnivorous slugs eat cabbage? That can only be a change of diet. Oh my God, we are just about to find you, are you okay, kid? Mrs. Weasley helped Harry pat the dust off his body, and Hermione also came. Several good friends greeted each other for a while, and a handsome guy dressed extremely showy appeared. Mrs. Weasley was very excited, and Ron was a little helpless. Mom is obsessed with him. After being slapped by his mother, Ron began to tell Eli how popular Lockhart was, but he thought Lockhart was a liar. Eli shrugged, "It's okay, I don't pay attention to him, so it doesn't matter." Hermione on the side also looked at Lockhart with a crazy look. "You don't know how brave he is." Why did Eli suddenly get a little angry? Eli looked at Lockhart and immediately felt how disgusting his smile was. "Ron, you are right." Harry was caught and forced to take a group photo, and then was given a set of Lockhart's complete works. Draco ran out and teased a few words, and his wicked father suddenly came out to ruin the atmosphere. Another argument, Lucius picked up Ginny's book and mocked it, then put it back. Eli, who had been staring, clearly saw that there was a black book inside. While no one was paying attention, with a flick of the wand, the diary turned into a pebble and flew into his traceless telescopic bag. Eli's eyes flashed, old Volvo, you can't be so carefree now." Eli, in a good mood, hung behind Harry and the others and chatted. An unexpected incident followed, and platform 9 3/4 was blocked. Harry and Ron fell flat on their faces. Seeing that they were about to miss the train, Eli suggested driving. "Yes, the flying car." "Ron, can you really do it? It should be okay, right?" To be on the safe side, Eli cast the shield charm on the others and sent an owl to explain the situation to Professor McGonagall. "First of all, I have to remind you that Muggles have never seen a flying car." Ron pressed the invisible thruster in a hurry. Fortunately, Eli cast the Muggle-repelling charm before, otherwise it would have been big news. The car quickly flew up. Hey, 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 it's going to hit. The car crashed straight into the clock tower as soon as it took off. If it hit it, tomorrow's news headline would be a bizarre car accident, car crashing into the clock tower. There was another round of panic, and the car passed by the clock tower. The three of them were scared and sweating. Eli's pet snake and dog eggs were scared and crawled into Eli's arms, sticking their heads out and cursing. Chapter 48 Factory Plan. The few people flew for a long time before they found the railway that the Hogwarts Express was going to take. Ron drove the car along the railway. At least this way he wouldn't go the wrong way. Suddenly, a train whistle sounded. The few people looked happy, because this railway was specially approved by the Muggle government to the Ministry of Magic for the Hogwarts Express, which means that this whistle could only come from the Hogwarts Express. It looks like we're about to catch up with them, Harry said excitedly. Driving a flying car to school was so exciting. But Eli couldn't laugh because he heard the sound of the train coming from behind him. Get out of the way. The train is behind us. A whistle louder than before confirmed Eli's statement. Harry and Ron turned pale. Hurry up. Ron stepped on the accelerator to the bottom, and the car drove at the fastest speed. But how could a car run faster than a train? Eli was so nervous that he kept looking back. The distance between them and the train was getting closer and closer. Drive to the side. Harry shouted anxiously, and Ron turned the steering wheel quickly. The car moved sideways out of the railway and avoided the fate of colliding with the train. However, friends who have passed the Subject 1 test should know that you must not swerve the steering wheel when you encounter an accident while driving. Eli and the other two have now experienced the consequences of swerving the steering wheel. The entire car body began to spin in the air, and several people in the car were in a state of panic. The owl in the cage was chirping in fear. It was obvious that Mr. Weasley didn't buy a luxury car, and there was not even a shock-absorbing spell. The door on Harry's side was swung open, and Harry, who lost his balance, was thrown out. Harry! Eli was shocked, but fortunately Harry reacted quickly and grabbed the door, but the car was so fast that he would not be able to hold on sooner or later. Harry, hold on! I'll pull you! Eli quickly reached out to pull Harry, but he didn't have a unicorn arm, so how could he lift Harry up? Damn, I'm a wizard! Harry is flying! Harry suddenly felt a huge push, which brought him to Eli's side. Edge. Whether it was the wind or the shock, Harry's hair stood up. His lips were bloodless. It was so fucking exciting. Eli quickly closed the door, and Ron tried to stabilize the car. This journey was full of surprises, and they had to endure the hardships of life at such a young age. The train had left them behind long ago, and they were definitely late. When they got close to the school, it was already night, and they would definitely not be able to catch the sorting ceremony. Ron slowly controlled the car to land in an open area. As we all know, driving a car is a hurdle, and stopping the car smoothly is also a hurdle. Now Eli and the other two have encountered such a hurdle. Who planted such a big tree in this place? Ron drove the car and his head hit the tree, and the whole car was suspended in the air, unable to struggle at all. Suddenly they felt that the tree seemed to start shaking. Eli suddenly remembered that there seemed to be a moving whomping willow planted in the school. No, this is it. Bang! A tree trunk suddenly broke the car window, and the whole trunk began to shake, trying to shake the damn car down. Ron, who had been frightened all the way, had collapsed and hit the steering wheel with his wand, trying to do something with magic. It was really fate that the magic didn't work, but the wand broke. Ron looked at the wand that was still connected. His face was ashen. Eli couldn't just let the whomping willow go crazy here. If it broke, wouldn't he have to pay for it? Paying for it, it's impossible. Quickly imprison. A powerful magic instantly covered the whole tree, and the whomping willow, which was just irritable, was completely unable to move. The car was also shaken and tilted, and slowly fell down. Bang, bang, bang. The car seemed to have given up completely, and threw the 3 people out at once, then vomited out all the luggage in the trunk like throwing away garbage, and then ran away in a swagger. This made Eli dumbfounded. This thing, has it become a spirit? Several people watched the car rush into the forbidden forest. Ron's eyes had completely lost hope of life. His wand was broken and the car was gone. Several people had no choice but to run to the hall with their luggage. Harry told the 2 about the strange things he encountered with house elves along the way. Before entering the hall, several people were caught in Snape's office. After Snape's crazy scolding, Harry and Ron could no longer raise their heads. What? Eli? Not happening. Snape's main target is Harry and Ron. Snape got a chance to scold people right after the school started. Snape shook his hair and felt relieved. If it weren't for Mr. Hall's careful consideration, you 2 would have been expelled for violating a lot of wizarding laws and school rules. 20 points for Slytherin. Harry. Ron. Eli, great. Because of Eli's interference, they didn't actually cause any trouble, just lost a car and were late, and at most they just had to compensate the Whomping Willow for mental damages. Whomping Willow, I was sleeping there, and suddenly a big dick came to me. Just think about it, for a tree that is decades old, how much damage can a big dick do? Woo woo woo. Finally, Dumbledore and Professor McGonagall came to the rescue, and Snape immediately stretched out his little hand and pointed at Harry and Ron and was about to complain. Dumbledore finally appeased Snape. Okay, Mr. Potter and Mr. Weasley can go back to the hall first. Today's egg tarts are very good. Eli, come with me. Eli. I came to the office again, and Dumbledore's bird, the phoenix, was standing on the shelf. Seeing Eli coming over, he bowed respectfully to Eli, and then rubbed against Eli in a servile manner. Hey, hey, you stupid bird, don't come over here, I warn you. I called you Fox. Dumbledore's words were still very useful to Fox, and he immediately stood upright, but still glanced at Eli from time to time. Eli moved away, wanting to stay away from this rogue bird. I heard from Nick that you want to open a potion factory. Eli was confused. Was I sold out again? But he still had to be polite on the surface. Yes. Dumbledore nodded. This matter is very important and meaningful, don't blame Nick for telling me. I can help you. Eli immediately became energetic, but a little alert. How could a smart person like Dumbledore not see Eli's expression, and smiled helplessly. Don't be nervous, I don't want anything from you, I just hope you can run this factory well, that's a contribution to the magic world. Eli's face looked better, he couldn't play tricks with this old fox. How are you going to help? Dumbledore took out a stack of contracts. This is the ancestral business of the Potter family, a magic shampoo factory. After your parents passed away. I'm sorry for being rude, but the ancestral business of the Potter family was temporarily deposited with me according to James' previous instructions. He handed the contract to Eli. Now I give it to you, it can be regarded as returning it to its original owner. Eli stroked the contract in his hand, feeling mixed emotions. Yes, it has returned to its original owner, he has to thank Dumbledore. The ancestors of the Potter family made their fortune by selling magic shampoo, and they were also a wealthy family of some size, and now basically all belonged to Harry. His Snape doesn't wash is the reason for the head because the shampoo is produced by the Potter family. Chapter 49 Immediate Success. I think we should hurry up to transform the factory now. Now. Eli was a little surprised, but he could guess why Dumbledore was so concerned about the potion factory. With Dumbledore's knowledge, he could see clearly what the potion factory would bring if it succeeded. With Voldemort about to revive and the Death Eaters ready to make a move, he hoped to complete this project that would affect most of the wizarding world as soon as possible. In this way, it would be easier to resist Voldemort at that time. He trusted Eli enough because of his background, because he was the descendant of Nick Flamel, and because he could see that Eli would not choose to harm the world like Voldemort did. Because Eli had family and friends, in his words, Eli knew how to love and had love. Voldemort was a product of love potions, so he was born unable to perceive love. Dumbledore's current idea is to help Eli complete the layout of the potion factory as quickly as possible. If you don't have anything else urgent. Dumbledore's meaning is very clear, the sooner the better. Eli nodded, which is exactly what he wants. Dumbledore stretched out his arm to him, and Eli stepped forward and put his hand on his arm. "Fox, please." Dumbledore's bird flew over the two of them, and suddenly turned into a flame and enveloped them. Then there was a familiar feeling of space travel, and after a while, the world changed drastically. Where is this? The surroundings looked like a Muggle community that was not very old, and the surrounding street lights were dim. In fact, people who travel for the first time will feel a little uncomfortable, don't you? Eli looked at Dumbledore. No. Today's young people are really getting better and better. Dumbledore sighed, and then took out a small object. Dumbledore turned it on, and the lights of the surrounding street lamps flew out of the lamp body and into the small object in Dumbledore's hand. The surroundings fell into darkness all of a sudden. Feeling the sudden darkness, Eli felt a little uncomfortable. "Why are you turning off the lights?" Dumbledore glanced at Eli, and Eli, who was still nagging, immediately stopped talking. He looked away embarrassedly. Could this old man have heard something? No, how could he, a foreigner, hear it? This is Godric's Hollow, where Muggles and wizards live. It's better not to let others notice us. Godric's Hollow. Eli was very familiar with this name. As if he saw Eli's thoughts, Dumbledore added, "This is also your original home." Eli suddenly realized that the tragedy caused by Voldemort that year was in Godric's Hollow. "Do you want to go and have a look?" Eli was stunned for a moment, then shook his head. "No, we still have things to do, don't be too early to miss the past." Dumbledore's expression changed because of Eli's answer, and then he nodded as if relieved. "Yes, don't be too early to miss the past, let's go." Dumbledore stretched out his arm again. Eli looked at Dumbledore strangely. "So you brought me here just to let me go to the place where my parents died, so wicked." Dumbledore seemed to feel Eli's questioning eyes, and coughed awkwardly, and Eli put his hand on it. This time, the two appeared directly in an open space, with no houses around. Dumbledore waved his hand, and it seemed that a curtain fell around him, revealing a not-so-small factory inside. It looked a bit old. "Go in." When the door was opened, a strong musty smell and some pungent smells hit me. It was very shabby inside, and there were basically few things that could function normally. Dumbledore used his wand to release some light, illuminating the entire factory. "Do you see anything else that can be used inside?" Eli walked up a few times and spread his hands. "Nothing." Dumbledore directly and slowly swept his wand in all directions, and it seemed that a storm had been set off around him. All the things in the factory were rolled together and gradually disappeared. Good skills. Eli couldn't help but admire that old Dumbledore's move was really amazing. "Thank you for the compliment." Dumbledore accepted it happily. Eli threw out several luminous spells, which floated in various places as light sources, and the entire factory instantly seemed to be in the daytime. Then he took out his four-dimensional pocket and knocked it with his wand, and a lot of things instantly poured out of it. Those things grew in the wind and instantly returned to their original size. Under Eli's control, these work units he brought out were arranged in order, and finally formed a fully automated assembly line. To put it a little incongruous, it is full of technology. Good skills. Dumbledore praised again, and Eli politely returned the compliment. "Thank you for the compliment." He stepped forward and put a batch of potion materials into the feeding port in batches, and tapped the machine with his wand, and the whole assembly line started to operate immediately. Eli introduced the concept of catalyst in potions for the first time, and now his potion production cycle has been greatly shortened. After a while, some potions have been produced at the end of the assembly line. Dumbledore stepped forward and separated some with his wand, checked it out, and then a gleam of light flashed in his eyes. A very good recovery potion. Eli couldn't help smiling. He had also checked the quality of the potion, and it was definitely much better than the ones on the market. Dumbledore slowly examined this magical assembly line, his eyes full of wonder. Magic is really magical. How is this done? Eli looked unfathomable, trade secret. Dumbledore glanced at the little brat, and then patted his head with a look of relief. Ah, don't touch your head, you won't grow taller if you touch your head. Thinking of his brother Harry Potter's future height, Eli said, damn it. Dumbledore stopped asking questions, he didn't want to pry into Eli's secrets. For Eli, this is indeed his magic weapon to win. If he wants to control the potion market, huge production and excellent quality are indispensable. The method to achieve all this is exactly the precise pharmaceutical method that Eli studied at the beginning. He studied out some precise formulas for potions and then input them into these alchemy equipment. Machines can always be very precise, so his assembly line can continuously produce high quality and very stable potions. Dumbledore waved his wand again, chanting very awkward and weird syllables. Eli could vaguely hear something, this is runes. He can now clearly feel extremely terrible magic rippling in the space. If these magics have no ill will towards Eli, he would definitely be dead now. The power of the spell that can make a legendary wizard like Dumbledore use the wand and chant for so long must be something that Eli dare not imagine. It is not difficult to guess that it should be some protective spell. The spell lasted for more than 10 minutes, and Eli felt that the magic gradually stabilized, and there seemed to be an extra layer of confinement around him. He dared to guarantee that even if Voldemort did not use all his strength, he would never be able to get in with a spell of this level. A parchment scroll slowly condensed from the void. Dumbledore handed it to Eli and said seriously, only the corresponding personnel with the names you wrote can enter this place. Eli stroked the parchment and found that it was no different from ordinary parchment. He took out a pen again. Professor, what is your full name? Dumbledore was of course allowed to enter this place. Eli had absolute trust in Dumbledore. Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore. Dumbledore's eyes flashed with a cunning. Eli handed it over, why don't you do it yourself? Chapter 50 Cedric. The first name written on the parchment was Dumbledore. When Eli finished writing, the ink seemed to be absorbed into the paper and disappeared. I have arranged a person for you. He has already set up a shop for you in Diagon Alley. If you need anything, you can find him. Although he seems unreliable, he can do a lot of things that others can't do. Who? Mundungus Fletcher. After arranging the potion factory, the two returned to school. They would definitely miss the dinner. The students had already returned to their respective lounges. What's going on? Is Dumbledore going to expel you? I can contact my father to put pressure on them. Eli quickly stopped Draco. Dumbledore didn't want to expel me. He just asked me to explain everything today so as not to miss anything. The Ministry of Magic is very neurotic about these things. Draco nodded in agreement. Born into a magical family with a prominent family background, he naturally understood what the Ministry of Magic was like. Now Scarhead and the others are famous, and you didn't see Weasley's proud look. Draco got angry when he thought of Ron's boasting. Why wasn't I the one who was in the limelight? Ron asked everyone he met, how did you get back to school? Then he would say proudly, I drove here. Everyone was young and frivolous, so naturally they were eager for such exciting things. Many people on the train saw the car at that time, especially the little lions of Gryffindor, who were so envious of Ron. Though the students from other colleges were not as excited as Gryffindor, they were also very interested. Even the little snakes of Slytherin would occasionally imagine themselves driving a flying car to show off in front of the train. The first class of the second grade was herbology. In the third greenhouse, a group of little lions and little snakes were chattering non-stop. "Quiet, children!" Professor Sprout, the herbology professor, came late, and she was dressed as if she had just finished taking care of flowers and plants. The little wizards who hadn't seen each other for a summer vacation had endless things to say, which was the nature of children. They seemed not to hear what Professor Sprout said. The professor was somewhat helpless and tapped the flower pot with his wand. "Quiet down, kids." The little wizards finally quieted down. In front of them were small plants planted in small flower pots, all of the same kind. Eli could tell at a glance what kind of herb it was: mandrake. He had sucked the leaves for a whole month during the summer vacation, which made him very tired. How could he not recognize it? "Okay, today we will learn to recognize mandrake. Who can tell me what mandrake is?" Generally, Hermione is always the most active in this kind of classroom questioning session, and this time is no exception. In the entire greenhouse, only Hermione raised her hand first. The professor happily pointed out Hermione's name. Hermione was a little excited that she could speak successfully and took a deep breath. "Mandrake can heal petrified creatures, but it is also dangerous. Its cry can be fatal." The professor was very satisfied. "Excellent, Gryffindor plus 10 points. Today our task is to change the pots of these mandrakes. Our mandrakes are still seedlings. The cry is not enough to be fatal, but it can make people sleep for a few hours." Professor Sprout picked up an earmuff. "I gave each of you an earmuff, remember to wear it." Everyone picked up the earmuffs in front of them. After everyone put them on, Professor Sprout lifted one of the pots and pinched the bottom of the mandrake. "Watch it, grab their bottoms, and pull them up hard." The professor pulled hard, and the rhizome of the mandrake was exposed. Its rhizome looks like a little doll, but it's a little ugly. The moment it was unearthed, the little doll burst into a sharp cry. "Boo, boo, boo." Everyone frowned. This unfortunate thing was too shocking. Eli could clearly feel the magic in its cry, but it was blocked by the earmuffs. There were a lot of living mandrakes in his traceless telescopic bag. Now his traceless telescopic bag was almost a four-dimensional pocket, and the space inside was surprisingly large. At noon, everyone was having lunch in the auditorium, and a grey owl suddenly flew in. Everyone's attention was attracted to it. Now was not the time to deliver a letter. "Errol." Ron recognized the owl as the stupid bird in his house at a glance. Eli could see clearly that the owl had a red envelope in its claws. "Howler letter." The owl plunged its head into the plate in front of Ron, and there was laughter around. Eli mourned for Ron silently. Ron, still holding his wand that was about to break into 2 pieces, looked at Harry blankly. "I'm done." Harry couldn't think of any words of comfort. "Yes, you're done. You'd better open it." "I ignored my grandmother's yelling letter at that time, and the consequences were serious." Neville still had a look of fear on his face. Ron was trembling and preparing to open the envelope. Eli couldn't bear it anymore, so he pointed his wand and a barrier covered Ron, and the sound could no longer be heard. Everyone looked at Eli in surprise. They had never seen this move before. But it was a bit regretful to lose a chance to watch a show. Although no sound could be heard, just looking at Ron's livid face, it was clear that the consequences were somewhat serious. This was just a small episode, and the real highlight of today was still to come. The Duel Club will hold its first assembly of this school year. After the operation of the last semester, except for the 5th to 7th grades who were busy with exams, most of the other grades have joined the Duel Club. There were many people who were waiting or not interested at all. But in the learning trend caused by the Duel Club, many people were afraid of falling behind and joined in. "I am very happy to see you all in the new semester." Eli stood on the high platform, and there were many people standing below. Because the number of people was beyond their imagination, Professor McGonagall had to change the venue to another larger classroom. Professor Flitwick did not attend. In fact, after seeing Eli's ability last semester, he was relieved to hand over the club to Eli. The wizards below were eager to try. After a holiday, they did not forget to defeat their opponents. Look, Draco has already met Ron. So, old show, is there anyone who wants to challenge me? The bottom was suddenly quiet. In fact, many people did not believe in evil last semester and challenged Eli. But none of them were defeated easily and had no power to fight back. I want to give it a try. Everyone's eyes gathered to see which warrior it was. The man being looked at was a little uncomfortable with so many eyes, but he soon calmed down. Eli nodded, at least he was very calm. I am Cedric Diggory, 4th grade, please give me more advice from the president.